this. So close, yet so far. Flashbang gets them in, but Hanker knocks them down. They line up, and now Rachel, the last line of resistance. But Rachel has already repositioned. Anticipates that this could be the angle. Reload off. Letty round the corner, but Rachel can't do it. Letty locks it in, and Team Poland win.
We are now live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the venue. And of course, welcome to the English broadcast. My name is Eterna and I'll be your desk host for the remaining 2 matches of the day. But here on the panel, we're not going to be alone. Not just us two. No, we have Reptar. Finally, I got it right.
No.
We have Reptar and Leo. Welcome, guys.
You didn't get it right.
You did not!
I said Reptar.
It's
Redmar.
No,
I messed up again.
Again, totally, it's fine. But
This is
what
gonna be an
matters
ongoing
is,
joke.
like, you know, that's a great way to start it. Because since we're getting 2 best of 3s today, you cannot mess it up if you're the team. I feel like the very first game of the 2 series that we're going to get today will really set the tempo for the entire series and could potentially be the reason why you win or you lose.
I think setting the mood is going to be important,
Yeah.
especially for us. Number one, if we make mistakes, that's okay. If these players make mistakes, country pride, huge prize pool is on the line. We could, fix it with a correction or two, a remark. But that aside, you're talking about that first matchup. I'm talking about that second, man. The best of three in the grand finals between Team Malaysia and Team Philippines.
That's unprecedented.
History!
Yeah, history. To call it a best of three for the grand finals, and here we were thinking we're going to be getting a best of five, but I feel like this makes the draft preparation all the more important. Right?
Cider.
Again, that game number one draft is going to be so important. That you, right out of the gate, start the tempo. Teams all around the world have always said tempo, tempo, tempo. That's what we like to play off of, and momentum. So these drafts, not just for the grand finals later, but even for the first series that we're going to be seeing today, yeah, expect all-out aggression, I believe.
And just to remind you guys at home that we are going to have 2 matches ahead of us, all in a best of 3, like the analysts have mentioned earlier on. And of course, again, right, bare minimum, either Indonesia or Saudi Arabia will claim that 10K USD prize pool. So that's something that they do have that they can look forward to.
Yeah.
As we also take a look at a quick recap of what went down for the past 4 days. What we're looking at is a playoff, so that's the past 2 days where we had 8 teams really go head-to-head with one another. And now, again, in the grand finals, only 2 will be able to remain, and only 1 will be crowned the champions of WEC this time around.
Yeah, quick math, 16-8, 8-4, 4-2, and only 1 may stand on that grand stage, holding up the WEC 2024 trophy. And you're seeing here now the events that transpired yesterday. This was game 1, wherein Saudi Arabia really looked like they had something going against Team Philippines. They made Team Philippines work for that game 1 win.
Yeah, it got to the point where Team Philippines ran away in the draft. Game number 2 was when Team Philippines, well, they weren't just working, they were sweating it out up against that Sicilian and Claude combo that Saudi Arabia brought out. But in the end, it was a star-making performance from Gomez on that show. Was able to find Coffin over and over again, the main target, that Sicilian, and in some key engagements, extend the fight to the point where Philippines would respond, and then they'd be able to get a win.
Let's talk about the game 1 between Indonesia and Malaysia, where we all agreed that the draft was what set the pace and made Indonesia's bed for them. And Eterna, you know this team better than most. Do you think that game 1 really got into their heads? Do you think that was a game changer for them?
It could have been, right? I mean, in a best of 3, that first game, that decides momentum, right? And being slaughtered, honestly, I would say that was a slaughter. Being slaughtered in game number 1, luckily they were able to kind of bring it back to game number 2, force a game number 3, but in the end, it still was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, to start off the series by giving up the fanning to Sakais and not having the right tools there to be able to respond to it, yeah, that would break most teams. But then, as Eterno mentioned, they were able to bring it back into game number 2 with a stellar performance from CW on an Irithel. By the way, that's one of the picks we have to watch out for today. But in game number 3, it just felt like Malaysia flexed on their team fighting prowess around the Turtles.
But just the same, in the opening minutes of Game 3, it looked like Indonesia were ready to put the A in aggression once again.
For sure.
Because they were really throwing bodies, and they were trying to, roll back what they did in game number 2, but they just couldn't. Like, you can't pull that kind of same trick against champions like Malaysia. Some would argue this is their world championship form right now. They're currently the #1 team in the world. A lot of people say they are tournament favorites. Indonesia tried to, slip one underneath. Malaysia said, nah, not today.
So this is definitely something that we need to be looking at today, right? A lot of criticism towards Indonesia's draft right now. And again, if these mistakes happen, remember that in the group stage, Saudi Arabia was able to get a 2-0 win, a victory over Indonesia. And that's something that they could replicate once again today. So we have the official rosters that we're going to be pulling up right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome Team Saudi Arabia first and foremost. We have Sano, we have Troll, Coffin, Tarzan, as well as Sanji.
It's the hometown heroes. My brothers, Troll and Tarzan, are looking to alleviate a lot of the pressure so that Coffin and Sano can work while Sanji just pushes the tempo. That seems to be the template. I don't know if that's exactly what happened in the first meeting that they had in the group stage where Saudi swept Indonesia. I'm wondering if they can do that again here on the big stage.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cuffin, especially what Pixie's going to end up with and how well they're going to be able to temper the rotational tempo of Keyboy and Sans, especially since we've have a very clear idea of what Indonesia and Sans wants to play around. Now, Saudi Arabia flexing and showing off that Sicilian, that's something that Indonesia has to watch out for. That Saudi Arabia, if they have a mid lane mage that's a little bit more backline heavy, good with turning team fights and even coming back from defensive positions, then yeah, you're going to have to respect Cuffin.
And now we're going to take a look at the official team roster for Indonesia. Still with the main five, we have Luke, Albert, Sans, Keyboy, as well as CW.
The question is, does Indonesia have the medication to stop Cuffin season? Do they have what it takes to put the antidote to the venom that is Saudi Arabia's playstyle? Because, truth be told, Indonesia right now, they're known for, I don't know if you can call it two things, but the brawl meta and that all-in aggression, like the pure invasion that they showed in Game 2 against Malaysia. Can they show us something else? Because I'm pretty sure Team Saudi Arabia spent a lot of last night figuring out what made that Game 2 draft work, what made that win so quick, and then they're going to try to stop that.
I'm glad that Leo mentioned the all-out aggression here. Whatever pick that Keyboy, Sans, and Albert ends up with, it has to be aggressive. In a perfect world, I would like to see Indonesia just go for lineups that are constantly pressuring the jungle of Saudi Arabia. You don't need to textbook it. You don't need to play it slow. Take it straight to Saudi Arabia. Don't let them find any tempo whatsoever. That's been one of the best strengths of Indonesian teams all across the history of the WEC, starting from Bali in 2022. That's what they're so good at, so hopefully that's what they bring up.
I agree. And so these drafts, these picks, they're going to be ever as important because to facilitate that aggression, they also need a proper draft, which is why I find it so peculiar, right? This is a team that is comprised mostly of Fnatic Onyx kids.
Yeah.
These Fnatic kids, they have been known from time and time again for very huge hero pools. And yet the heroes that we've been seeing so far, it's been far from creative. And that's something that I think Saudi Arabia has an edge over Team Indonesia.
If anything, the creativity is coming from the robot, from BTR's Luke.
Yeah.
He's the one who's, changed the whole landscape of the XP lane. Yesterday, it's still living rent-free for me until this morning. I'm thinking about that Uranus that he showed us, how to answer that Hilda. So maybe Sanji from Team Saudi Arabia have much more on his hands because now Coach Lyric has to figure out, all right, how do we play that XP lane situation? Because it's clear, for Team Saudi Arabia, what they got to do, sever that connection between Keyboy and Sans. For Team Indonesia, that may happen, but if there's some way that they can keep attacking Tarzan, keep attacking the jungle, and take away the main resources for Team Saudi, you're good to go. So I think that the real X factor is going to be the XP lane. We're back to about 2 years ago, where the XP lane is what really dictates how the map moves.
Yeah, you have two questions to ask for your EXP laner. Do you want to be proactive or do you want to be a little bit more reactive? But reactivity doesn't necessarily connotate a bad thing. It could potentially mean that you're just doing what that Uranus did yesterday up against Mongolia, which is to just split the side lanes, apply the side lane pressure, exactly just like this. That's pulling so much attention that suddenly you're losing parts of the map and you're losing team fights because the Uranus is covered in lane. So hopefully we get to see some more within this generation creativity from Indonesia in terms of their EXP lane picks.
Definitely. But boys, it looks like our teams are now ready. But ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready? Because once again, the battle for third place between Saudi Arabia and Indonesia is about to begin. Let's welcome both of the teams onto the stage. Hosts, take it away.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Another day, another action taking place right here. Let's go, Yasmin, with this day.
Oh my goodness, Bara. Let me tell you right here and right now, the IESF World Esports Championship, it has been an abundance of action-packed games across a variety of titles. We started off this journey with some PUBG Mobile. That's done and dusted. Yesterday, we had the CS2 Women's Tournament as well, and that one, khalas, done. No more. But what do we have taking place today?
Oh, today, ladies and gentlemen, viewers around the world watching us right now here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang, they're going to be battling it out for that third place, taking place right here. So, are you ready?
I was born ready, but I can't believe you'd even ask me something like that. With $20,000 on the line for this one best of 3 series, it is all on the line here for our two teams. Go ahead and introduce the first one, would you?
Ooh, let's go. Well, ladies and gentlemen, right now, getting on stage, let's hear it for Team Saudi Arabia.
Hoping to finally claim a victory, though, but their opposition. Please give it up for Team Indonesia. These boys lost 2-1 versus Malaysia to place them in this third place decider, and previously lost versus Saudi Arabia as well, Bara. What do you think? Will they be able to reclaim their revenge?
It's definitely a moment of revenge. Like you said, backup house 2-0. And it's like, you know what? They're going to make it happen this time. Let's see about that. But are you ready to hand it over to our talents?
Again, I was born ready, but can they claim their revenge with high expectations of them heading into this event? Only time will tell whether or not they'll be able to walk away with $20,000.
Thank you, Bara. Thank you as well, Jasmine. You guys can see as well up on stage, both of our teams are ready to rumble. And that reminder of the prize pool is going to be something that they can and should actually keep in mind as they get into this next best of 3.
Glad to see that they're exchanging fists here, as you put it yesterday. Because if you'll remember, Team Indonesia, just based on the visuals and the atmosphere around the WEC arena, things were getting heated, right? And it seemed like last night and into this morning, they were able to reset. So, what do you think they look like? Because I can only really assume. Are they ready?
Yeah, you get to cast them like for 2 months, week in and week out. Is that a relaxed Team Indonesia, a ready Team Indonesia?
I mean, honestly, Fnatic Onyx, they're kind of robotic. They're kind of animated in that way. Like they're very, you can never really tell what they're thinking.
They're
is what I'm trying
machine-like.
to say. They're machine-like.
I don't know why. From my end, like that's why I exuded like a little sigh there at the beginning. It's kind of tense.
Yeah.
I know there's a tension in the air here in Saudi Arabia right now for this battle for third. I believe mainly because these two teams had much higher expectations. Saudi Arabia now are going to be fighting for a spot that they had at the end of last year's tournament. Now Indonesia for a spot that they themselves and a lot of Indonesians didn't expect them to be in. They were expected to make it to the grand finals again, maybe go up against either Philippines or Malaysia, either of those two powerhouse teams. So maybe that's why I'm feeling the tension, that the expectations are a little bit different for these two.
Allow me to be a breath of fresh air and the personification of a silver lining. I think these two teams need to redefine what it means to win WEC 2024, right? Sure, Saudi Arabia are trying to go for a third place, wherein they've already achieved that. But I'll tell you now, what they did in the group stage and how they're performing against Team Philippines, the defending champions, that single-handedly puts them in dark horse territory. I'm calling them a dark horse right now, going into the future international events that we're going to see in 2024. So, with that said, Team Indonesia, on the other hand, a lot on the shoulders of Sans here. I think part of the top 5 players in the whole Indonesia for the eyes of the world. I think you have to just commit to your mechanics, show the world that not all is lost.
I'd like to beg to defer. I'd like to say that the pressure is more so on Coach Adi right now.
Oh, on the coach, not the players!
On the coach right now, with how much criticism Indonesia has actually been receiving for the drafts earlier on. So we're going to see all that unravel right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the drafting phase for game number 1. Indonesia first pick, Saudi Arabia with the second. The bands are already pulling through. We see a Fanny, a Matilda, a Chip from Indonesia. from Saudi Arabia of the Suyo, Zushin, as well as the Yves and a first pick Alpha.
Yeah, I like this Alpha. Again, this is what we were talking about with when it comes to Team Indonesia. It's that bring out that aggressive playstyle that invaded the jungle and controlled the rotations of Malaysia in that game number 2. They did that by first picking the Alpha, and now whenever you pair with this Alpha, you'll be able to do that. That's one of the strengths of Alpha. He's a high invade hero. Now for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, they go ahead and pick up the Phobius to temper what we can do in the EXP lane. And then now they also pick up the Cho, taking it away from the hands of Keyboy. And that gives the condition that we asked for from Saudi Arabia, which is make sure you get something that can get information in the when it comes to the rotations of the mid trio of Indonesia. At the same time, you take away the Cho Alpha, and again, that's what caused that game 2 stomp against Team Malaysia, wherein they just kept invading the jungle.
The metagame just keeps evolving. Team Indonesia picking the 1-1 in the face of the Phobius. CW doesn't care. Team Indonesia doesn't care. Like, they know that in gold lane, CW versus Sano, Calvin's gonna try to outplay. Calvin's gonna try to walk out of the laning phase with his head up high, and Sano having been visited by the rest of Team Indonesia like twice or thrice in the first 5 minutes. One more pick in the first phase. I don't know if this is a time for Tarzan to pick, because I see Coach Adi, I see Team Indonesia, they might actually start attacking the jungle. They might try to bear down on the fact that Tarzan isn't, there you go, I was gonna say, Tarzan isn't comfortable with the assassin jungler, so there it is, telegraphed. He picks up the X-Borg, one of the few remaining fighter jungles, because you see the Suyu banned out, they pick up the Alpha. What else would you have gone to, a Martis?
Yeah, it's too difficult, it's too risky, and even if you wanted to go for something like the Bane, I think we talked about it as well backstage, that the Bane requires a little more help, preferably from something like the Matilda, but it was banned out. So coming into the second phase now, Saudi Arabia, what do you think they're going to take away?
Need to take away a roamer that's going to invade or help apply the pressure dished out by the Alpha. I mean, if you just want to be safe, they might just straight up ban Keyboy heroes like the Tigreal.
And then the Khalid.
And then the Khalid in the roam that Keyboy has brought out as well. The thing is, the first 2 picks of Indonesia already shows early to mid-game aggression. First 3 picks of Saudi Arabia shows, funnily enough for me, a little bit more passiveness. The Phobius is going to be could be aggressive. The Cho will be aggressive and mobile and be very proactive. But the export we saw in the hands of Saudi Arabia did struggle also. So that's where the more passive nature of their lineup, I feel like, is coming from. The jungle pick alone.
2 out of the 3 in the first phase are more sandbags. 2 out of 3 are more ways to open up for the true cores of Team Saudi Arabia. And I think that's what Coach Lyric here has set up. We're going to pick first for Tarzan, Troll, and Sanji, so that Sano and Coffin have a better go. And luckily enough, that's what's left open. And Indonesia is attacking Sano. Would not be surprised if this is one more gold laner ban for Team Indonesia.
I think that makes sense, right? The Irritel does come down, like you mentioned. Also, the fact that the Irritel can still be a good lane against the 1-1, right? So they want to make sure that CW gets the space that he needs. I think amongst all the players from Indonesia so far, CW has been a huge standout, and they want to protect that, and they want to work with it. So the Irritel ban comes through. We have the Hilda takeaway, which in my personal opinion is quite interesting. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that Indonesia could potentially have picked up a Hilda into the export?
Yeah.
Yes, but where are we going?
No, go ahead.
No, Indonesia was going to pick the Hilda or the Khalid. It's one or the other. But since XP and Rome are missing, they would have rather taken out the more painful one for the Phobius.
Yeah, for sure. And again, you already expect what Indonesia want to do with their lineup, and that Hilda would round things out very well. Now with the Moskov, they get a little bit more map presence, which is good. You're up against a low E, they needed that. And here it is, the Uranus brought out yet again. We did tease it, and there is a Khalid that you mentioned, Leo, that would round up the Indonesia draft really well. And the draft for Indonesia is just looking very good right now, that they don't have the right damage profile to deal with the Uranus. This mid laner, if they want to go for mid to late game, just go ahead and pick up the Sicilian. But that's already showing to Indonesia that, yeah, we're going to be turtling out and playing it a little bit later for past 10 minutes. But I feel like right now, there's not a lot of mid laners you can pick that can match what Indonesia can do into the early to mid. I think they have to accept that they're going to go for a little bit more late game.
What do you think, Leo?
I'm thinking about that Uranus-Phobius matchup. Is Uranus the all-around catch for every single strong XP laner in the current metagame? What if there's a Khalid? Would you steal Uranus?
Yeah, right now it looks like you can just pretty much heal through it, and they go for the Valentina. A little bit more close range, shorter, but with everything that Indonesia can throw right now, the Valentina feels like it's not going to have a good time in the early skirmishes.
What's the best case scenario to steal here?
Yeah, it's tough. Are you just going to end up taking the Raging Sandstorm or the Spear of Alpha in terms of more offensive options? Or are you going to try to match them and steal away the diversion when you can?
Right? That seems like a 1-2 plan, a 1-2 step. This seems like a 1-43 step. Like, there's just so many things in between that have to go right for you to use a Valentina. So I'm putting myself in Saudi Arabia's shoes, and I'm like, maybe they picked the Valentina not for the IMU. Maybe it's just for the full-on kit.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why I think it'll be worth it.
Wait, how do you mean?
Yeah, well, for my take, the Cho and the Valentina together are very good at poking out in the early to the mid game. Maybe instead of going for the mid to the late game approach that I suggested, that they're thinking, hey, we have to sort of mellow out what Indonesia might be able to do in the early game by winning a little bit of those trades, the poke, so that they're going to be a little bit less eager with jumping into team fights right away.
All right, it looks like we're jumping into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into our first game in this best of 3, the battle for 3rd place. We're going to throw it over to Mirko and Naisu. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Eterna, Renmar, Leo, for breaking down the draft here. Game number 1 in this best of 3, the 3rd place decider. It's me, Naisu, joined here with Mirko once again to bring you the action today as we round up the MLBB Open Men for WEC 2024 IESF. Mirko, before we jump into the game, which is happening right now actually, so I thought we had some time. Here we go. Let's jump into it. The Land of Dawn, best of 3, 3rd place decider between Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. Mirko, how are we feeling about the drafts here? We heard the panel, how they feel about it. How do you feel about it?
I like it. I like the drafts coming in from Indonesia. I feel like it matches what they've been able to do a lot. Like, a lot of the successes we've seen from Indonesia has been through getting the control, getting the pressure down early on. With the Lo Yi plus the Khalid, I think they'll have a lot more tools to do that. Especially with the Khalid, you can already see the pressure given towards coming in the mid lane, together with Sans. Troll will dish out a bit more damage onto Keyboy, but it's all about the mid lane trade. Sans will be zoning Coven away from these minions.
I feel like Troll got a preview of what Keyboy did yesterday with this same hero, right? The Khalid Roam. How much pressure he was able to go ahead and put on Sakai's in that game 2, if I remember right, when he was playing the Nolan. So Troll's job here is, contain Keyboy from doing what he wants to do and slow things down, because Tarzan so far on this jungle X-Borg is having a pretty safe time, right?
Yeah.
And so that's always something they have to watch out for, because Keyboy, he doesn't have to go back to base, man. Like, he can just go ahead, heal back up, and just be a nuisance to Tarzan and try to keep him from getting to that point where he has that, level 4 available.
Yeah, Coven really struggling in the mid lane here up against this Lo Yi, constantly getting the yin-yang reactions. Sans very, very good on the Lo Yi. You can see that Troll always has to just get some space here for Coven to even get some farm. He canceled the recall earlier. Coven forced back again. This time they were already able to shove the wave though, so he should be able to recall this time around. No more threat of a cancel for that recall.
Okay, so while we wait for this first objective to pop up here, first turtle of the game, we're going to have to go ahead and see how they execute this fight, because again, the level 4s that are going to be available for the first objective take are always crucial. Keyboy doesn't have the Raging Sandstorm, neither does Troll have that Way of the Dragon. So right now, Turtle started up, and it looks like this just might go in the hands of Indonesia.
Yeah, no Faraga armor. Tarzan will have to concede this turtle. Troll, they walk up, get Jikundo. Albert should be able to take this. No retribution committed even. Luke pops into Consecration, still has the Purify, and Albert will utilize this retribution that he didn't use on the turtle. Wait, what happened? Bottom lane. Whoa. Solo kill. Sano getting the kill, diversion into the back. Tarzan gonna be locked down as well. Troll, good way to drag it over to Keyboard. The Spirit of Alpha cancels it out. Raging Sandstorm steal from Coven.
Wow, what a setup from both teams so far. Not sure if Luke's going to be able to do anything more from this. Again, it's just the Uranus. So he kind of delays this a little bit further from getting that orange buff, but Tarzan will make his way, and Luke should just get on out of there. But yeah, a fight happening between both teams, keeping it relatively even, but a couple more kills here in the hands of Saudi Arabia. They'll play around this, and we're talking about scaling, right? Scaling what they can do. How can they get into the game where they have the best mid-game transition that they need? Now, if you're looking at Saudi Arabia's lineup and how they do that, aside from the fact that Troll is this pick-off guy for them, they have other tools that they can use. Part of this too is just having Sanji later on in the Phoveus. Oh, is he going to go for the kick?
Luke still has Purify. Opted to Purify. The way to Dragon locks Keyboy down, though, straight into the fire of the last Insanity. Saudi Arabia leading 4-1 in kills.
That's what I was saying, man. You know, you have the, well, I was going to say the Hitman, but this is Troll using the Hitman hero that we used to see so often. But the Cho himself is that guy to go ahead and get a pick off early on, especially when you don't necessarily have those defensive items yet to withstand, you know, a lot of that pressure. And if Troll does that every single time, whether he uses a flicker or not, that's where it kind of keeps Keyboy in check. Because again, Keyboy's job is just to be that aggressor, just to be that nuisance. And now Cuffin, he's holding on to the Raging Sandstorm himself. And this can actually be quite a deadly combo if you think about it, right? Raging Sandstorm with the last Insanity from Tarzan. And that's why fighting around these choke points in the jungle is pretty difficult. Whoa.
Again, good way to Dragon, but it's on to Luke. San's getting in a reaction. Albert, Spear of Alpha forward, unable to find anyone. Tarzan is poking Indonesia down. Turtle number 2 spotting the game. Tarzan, again, Faraga armor bursted down by the Lo Yi of Sans.
Diversion.
It's a diversion. Where is it gonna go? Up top into the orange buff. Tarzan, unable to walk in his own jungle. 3-man ambush as Albert gets the turtle for free.
That's a whole lot here, Mirko, early on, just with a diversion, enough to go and get the timing off of the orange buff again. Tarzan, what? Oh,
2v1!
2v1, he's still going.
Albert gets the kill back. At least it's a trade, but what's going on? CW solo killed early in a 2v1, falling as well. Troll looking for the way to Dragon. Will not be able to get it. Uncharacteristic stuff, man.
So the Mozcom versus that Wanwan, that matchup right there, Sano versus CW. I'm surprised, you know, he did have to burn the flicker, but he's got that lead now against CW. I'm wondering what the difference is in terms of the gold for the gold laners right now, because it's going to make it a little bit difficult now for CW to obviously be in that lane. The turrets are still up, though, so he might have to rely on some of this support coming through from the rest of the Indonesian team, and it looks like they might just do that because they've got to stop Sano from getting that power spike he's looking for on this Mozcov. You can see what's happening here, too. Troll waiting patiently for this. He's going to go ahead and back off from it, but looks like pressure on this tier 1 is the plan for Indonesia right now, where they want to open up the map for themselves.
Oh, wow, wait. All right, CW looking for the turn in the bottom lane. Minion wave will be able to crash down on a diversion. Over to the bush. Troll is right there, but it is a choke. Good shut pool way to open up that part of the map.
Okay, mid lane, again, they're just trying to hold it down, keeping things together. Troll still looking, again, he doesn't have the flicker just yet, maybe a couple seconds away before he has it. And that's what we're seeing here. Again, when they wait for that next turtle up, Indonesia has not been contested properly with Saudi Arabia trying to contest that, but they're looking for more kills and trying to work around it. They're finally getting, you know, some space to work around with, but they're down, what, 3,000 gold at this point. Indonesia going in, Troll.
Way to Dragon.
Not the kick he was looking for.
Definitely not. Troll not going to be chased down. Crossbow Tang was ready, but he kills him before getting all the weakness points. CW punishing that mistake.
Yeah, I think that's really the point here. You know, it's always this way with the Cho pick. Like, you are going to extend Luke, though. Look how much he's tanking here. Diversion.
Diversion, though, the Consecration. Luke is able to survive. Now, last Insanity committed down as well. Luke will fall. But Tarzan caught in Spear of Alpha. Albert going in. Raging Sandstorm with the flicker back, but he will not be able to find anyone. So Raging Sandstorm steals Sanji, flickering away. Albert caught in the midst of it all. Terrified down. Troll with the knockup and the way to Dragon into Sano's Spear. And again, now it's Troll who gets caught by the yin-yang reaction. Two more for the crossbow. Tay gets it, translating it over to Sano, who's going to be gunned down from the skies, but will be able to flicker out the safety. Now Sanji, Infernal Pursuit.
No, he's still going. See, oh, Sanji's in trouble. He goes in, but he's not going to be able to pick up the kill with the Spear of Destruction. As Sano goes in, cleans up the kill, and gets some payback as they fight back into the jungle. What a team fight.
A long team fight. 3 members make it 4 with Albert, who died so early in the skirmish. Luke, it was essentially a wipeout. Luke died there too. 5 members of Indonesia falling. And again, overextending, but Sano, he's really been the main man here, getting a 2v1 victory, a 1v1 victory, and turning the tides of the fight with that brilliant SOD.
I'm so surprised that we have such extended team fights too, and the fact that, you know, Indonesia doesn't have any revitalizes. They're just able to go ahead and tank up some bodies, you know, because of Luke. He's there. A whole lot was used on both sides of that team fight though too, and you're starting to see Sans like like he has shown before on the Salui, he is starting to get to that threat level. As he picks up the glowing wand too, his damage is quite scary if you're Saudi Arabia and you're approaching that. Earlier on, we did see Cuffin go ahead and copy that Raging Sandstorm, and the timing on that changes as well, right? How they initiate the fights or follow that up. So a lot of the focus has been really on just putting pressure in the jungle against Tarzan, but I would say Saudi Arabia's been doing a good job at responding to that. Diversion's going to be used again.
Roll, shut. Oh, Raging Sandstorm, Spear of Alpha displaced. Oh, Troll gets away because of the Spear of Alpha. He's burning down. Now Cuffin steals away the Spear of Alpha, tries to go on to Luke. He's still able to survive with the Consecration, but look at the stack put on him. Tarzan, last insanity with the Infernal Pursuit. That goes Luke. Now Tarzan caught on the Spear of Alpha again. It seems like we've been having 3-4 Spear of Alphas every fight.
It's either 3 or 4 Spear of Alphas or 2 Raging Sandstorms. A whole lot happening here in Riyadh right now. But what's happening now is the Lord is going to be secured by Indonesia. Not much Troll can do. Again, the jungler is down for Saudi Arabia as that Lord is secured. A diversion again this side of the map. Malefic Gun also just picked up CW. Where are they going to go? Troll. It's probably going to be the focus here. Again, even Sano's got to be very careful about this because right now they're looking to make a play.
Walks up, getting the in-hand reaction. Now Keyboy walks up as well. Sano able to get away, but Albert gets him with a Spear of Alpha. Now let's see, will they be able to capitalize on this? Albert will be covered. No, Raging Sandstorm from Keyboy! Finding the McTuffin responds and over with. Now Keyboy healing back up. Tarzan with last insanity used up already, and now the re-engage from CW as he looks to go for more. Into the back he goes. That's a Purify now. The crossbow attack not ready just yet. CW failing to get the last weakness point. Keyboy will tank it up, gets executed. CW jumped on. Luke all alone, now able to dash away from the base, but that was messy.
A little bit messy there, but they got the job done. Again, the Lord's still making his way top side. They get some bodies. CW was looking for that last one, you know? He does have that Malefic Gun, but even then wasn't able to cap off that last kill. We're going to have a little bit of a pause here, a break while they get things situated. Again, there's still the situation that, you know, Saudi Arabia is fighting back. Like, they are able to fight and go toe-to-toe still with Indonesia, but the problem is, again, on this defense, how do they keep things together? The biggest thorn in the side of Saudi Arabia right now has mostly been the diversion plays. Anytime that Loyi does get picked up by any teams, that's always something you have to look out for. Not only the diversions, but even when they're able to somewhat escape that initial burst of, you know, just a surprise attack, if you will, with the diversion. The Spear of Alpha from Albert has been really on point at catching the right targets, especially when it's Sano. And even if he burns the flicker, you're going to get caught out.
It's really tough, essentially, right? The fact that, again, they're just looking for these skirmishes. Saudi Arabia have been able to match them, and they've been able to punish every single little mistake that Indonesia make. They overextend just a bit. Saudi Arabia are right there with the punish. Sano is still 5-2-0. He's doing a really, really good job. Sanji as well has been able to capitalize with the Infernal Pursuits, just dismantling them around in these skirmishes, making it messy. And I mean, looking at their composition, they do thrive in these messy situations too, right? I mean, they do well in a brawly type of situation for Saudi Arabia. So for Indonesia, especially after getting the Lord, I feel like it was very unnecessary, Naisu. The fact that they still went on to go for the team fights inside of the base.
They went deep.
Chasing for kills. Not really prio targets anyways, right? You got the Valentina down. It was very early. You got Tarzan down as well. Maybe it would have been the better call to just back away with the Lord, play with it, and get some base turrets.
Yeah, I think at that point, you know, again, it's just like, I don't know, CW probably just saw red, and he just jumps into the base and goes and tries to get those kills. And ultimately, what it is resulting to, though, because that Lord is going to be pushing in on that top side, is maybe they get one of the base turrets down, depending on how Saudi Arabia plays this, you know, how they decide to adjust to their defense. Because like you mentioned, Sano's been pretty great here. Looks like we're going to be jumping back into the game in just a couple seconds, and we'll see how they go for this defense. Sano will go ahead and clear up that wave on the top. All right, we're still going to wait here, but that's what I'm saying. Like, for Sano, it's really how does he go ahead, clear this out. Should deal with the Lord relatively quickly because he's got pretty much the items that he needs. But, you know, again, their clear is great. Troll, I feel like, is the one that we have to watch out here for, because that base defense, if he's able to get that setup he's looking for, maybe even with a nice Way of the Dragon on the right target, then they have a successful defense. Again, they're not down massively here. They can actually defend this, have a successful turnaround, and then hopefully maybe they win a fight for Saudi Arabia and they can actually start marching down the map of Indonesia. But that's all on a whim, right? That's all on the fact that they got to be able to defend.
They have to defend. I think, honestly, with the members of Indonesia already getting taken down in the previous team fights, they should be able to defend, right? No CW, Sans. Was Sans alive?
Sans, he is alive. I believe so.
Still, though, I think without CW, they're going to really struggle going for the siege. So as long as CW is dead, I think this Lord should be dealt with quite easily.
quickly.
I mean, they have an export, they have a Moscow as well. Really, really good clear on the other side, which is Saudi Arabia. So I guess we'll see. Not too sure if we're going to get into the game. Yeah, it looks like it's safe right now. Yeah, all right, there you go.
Okay. All right, we're back in the game. San's going to go ahead and clear that up. They might even just hold on to the base turrets, it looks like. So Sans was alive. There's the spear, though.
Way to drag it too, but Sans, good diversion out to safety. He didn't get the purple buff, though.
Yeah. Thought he'd be able to get that, but ultimately, like we were just saying, you know, if Saudi Arabia can go ahead and defend, they're in a good position to be able to do it. They do just that. And Lord is dealt with. So, you know, with Indonesia being a little overzealous earlier on, like we talked about, pushing into the base because of how that happened, that Lord ultimately didn't result into much, right? And so it gives them an opportunity for Saudi Arabia to go ahead and turn things around and get in a better position for the next objective take here. I think part of this too is what does Cuffin take? You know, a lot of the times we've been seeing him take that Raging Sandstorm, and that might end up working best for them here. But I think it's just counterplaying this diversion. Before the Lord even comes up, as I say it, before that Lord even comes up, they're probably going to try to look for some form of an advantage in numbers, right? That's what we've seen so often with Indonesia. For Saudi Arabia, do you think they can actually approach this Lord fight and contest it with what's going on in the game? You know, they're not down that much here, Mirko, but you got to defend this tier 2 right now.
Kind of minute to dealt with again. Seems like we are going to see another pause here for game number 1. 11 minutes in, I think. Yeah, Lord is still in 40 seconds. That'll be the enhanced Lord next.
Trying to take a look too, if we can. I'm wondering, you know, earlier it looked like it was over on the Saudi Arabia side, and this time it might. Okay, this time it looks like it's on Indonesia's side. So again, important here that they get these things smoothed out for both the players here, so they can go ahead and have that best experience, a smooth experience for this game, because this is now, we're at that point in the game where it's crucial, right? Because the question that I had for you was, yeah, Saudi Arabia, if they want to go ahead and contest this Lord, if they want to try to turn this game around, are they better off just sitting in their base? Or are they better off just actually contesting the Lord take against Indonesia?
I don't know. I feel like at this point, they're not really that far behind, right? I mean, I think it's a 2,000 goal lead, 3,000 goal lead.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
About 2 or 3. I think it's very, very contestable, considering the fact that Sano is also really, really good in these very high brawly type of situations. The piercing damage has done a lot in these skirmishes. Again, the fact that CW isn't playing in the back, even when he's in the front, he will always be punished as long as he's not able to fly with the crossbow tang, or if he doesn't have the Wind of Nature yet, right? I think it's a good time for them to try to go for the contest. They need to try to poke it out, and I think they already have a few of the tools to bring the brawl to Indonesia.
Yeah.
Item power spikes for Sano, item power spikes for Tarzan and the export too, because they're up against the Uranus. They're up against a very tanky team, Alpha too. Should be able to deal with it as long as Tarzan keeps the Faraga armor, right? It all comes down to the Faraga armor, I feel like. Because a lot of these skirmishes, Indonesia has just been able to utilize the Loyi and also the Alpha to poke down the Faraga armor. So Exborg becomes a non-factor by the time the neutral objective becomes contested.
I would almost say at this point too, like, because we talk so much about the Loyi, the diversion, probably the best place to play against it is actually your base, right? Because for the most part, like, you know, all right, we at least have our, you know, our base and our fountain behind us and everything else. So the diversion, it can still surprise, because we've seen teams do that where it's like kind of on the outer edge and then they appear, you know, towards the backside. And if Indonesia decides to go ahead and do that, then Saudi Arabia has an easier time than worrying about any of the bush spots in the jungle. And so I think part of it too is just dealing with, again, contest it. But Indonesia, I feel like they've got to have a little bit of sense of urgency under this too, because we've seen this, and I know you are familiar with this too, being a 1-1 main yourself. Once those winter crowns start getting picked up, once that defensiveness starts getting picked up for Saudi Arabia, it could come down to just timing, right? Like if you're able to go ahead and time that winter's crown perfectly on multiple members, or even let's say an immortality, with the fact that you also have an Exborg, so that's like multiple health bars you got to go through technically, then it might take away a lot of the damage here from Indonesia. So looks like we're back into the game, still on the defense here. We're still about 30 seconds away from this Lord coming up here, and that's where we have to really see. what does Saudi Arabia plan to do? Do they plan to just give up the next big objective, or do they plan to actually contest it? These buffs are going to get taken away. You're already seeing, like you said, this Lui is such a crucial pick, especially for a team like Indonesia, because look at the damage right now coming through from Sands, and it looks like Cuffin will take that Raging Sandstorm. So ultimately, you're 5 seconds away. They know that they might want to go ahead and contest this. Albert's picking up a winner crown himself. Sano finally gets a Malefic gun.
Yeah.
So we'll see this. Once again, they can play with the fact that they have a Spear of Destruction available.
You know, looking at it again, Naisu, maybe they shouldn't contest, right? We were talking about it being a 2,000 gold lead, which is true, 2 to 3K. But Tarzan is 3 levels down on Albert. That's a massive advantage on Albert when it comes to Retribution. So if they don't have to control the side lane, I don't know, Troll goes in. We're able to find a way to try it onto Sands of all people. Raging Sandstorm from Cuffin as well. CW hopping into the nature. Troll, it was one more weakness point. There's a Spear of Alpha. Will be able to peel for the team. Sanji will be slain 1 for 1.
Sands for Sanji right now. Lord's going to go for the reset. They want more though. Cuffin will flicker out, and Luke might be on the chase here. Keyboy as well. Goes in.
Whoa, good Abyss Walker from Sano, dodging away from the Raging Sandstorm flicker. But it does buy enough space for Indonesia to go for the Lord. It will be for free. Troll and Tarzan unable to walk up just in time. Now CW in the chase will learn from his past mistakes, and he will just take the discipline route. Sands respawning, diversioning into the mid lane.
Yeah, trying to get through there again. This is ultimately what we were looking for, and it looked like, you know, Saudi Arabia alongside Troll was like, yeah, we're going to go for this, try to make something happen. And it looked like it was a really good team fight for them, but a good disengage from Indonesia. And then they re-engaged.
Rose Gold Dog.
Rose Gold Dog gets picked up. CW now a little bit more defensive, and this is where we were talking about. So now you have a Lord enhanced going down the bottom. Saudi Arabia wants to hold on to what they can, but they're surely going to lose this bottom turret as that charge is going to come through, and they'll keep it together the best they can. But looking to open up the base, Indonesia does just that. Keyboy also picking up a Blade of Pepsi this late in the game. Wants to go in for this execute with a Raging Sandstorm. So Lord finally getting cleared out. 2 base turrets left for Saudi Arabia. What will Indonesia do? How do they approach the fight? Again, waiting for that diversion, if they use it or not. It looks like right now they hold on to the 2 base turrets for Saudi Arabia.
Holding on to it really, really well. Again, they have great wave clear with Sano, great wave clear with Tarzan as well. They can just consistently play in their base. Like you said, their safe haven is definitely inside of the base. But Indonesia are going to just brute force it. Immortality for Troll, looking for a possible angle to get Sands again. He has to be very careful. Doesn't have to purify. They're not managing waves where it'll crash together. It is 1 wave in the mid lane, 1 wave up top, and clearly when you have an export and a Moskov, those waves will be cleared up really easily.
Yeah, you cleared out. Luke taking a couple shots. He's still tanky enough though. Again, he can just kind of do this freely for now, and we might find ourselves in a situation where again it's going to be up to the next Lord unless Saudi Arabia presses the situation. Divine Glaive being picked up. A little more defensive here too for Albert, as he might be looking to jump in. Also crucial item for Sano now too. This is all what we were talking about. That 15-minute mark when you start to pick up these defensive items, especially. Even something like the Rose Gold Meteor, and then when they start switching some of the items out, that plays a part in a lot of the timings from both the initiations with these compositions. Sanji also himself picking up a winner crown. So now we're looking at multiple winner crowns for both sides. Of course, the immortalities too. And even to get through Tarzan, he's catching up, right? You buy him some time, he's almost level 15. So they might have gotten themselves in a position here, Mirko, to be like, you know what, 30 seconds, we're ready to rock and roll for this next Lord. We will be able to contest it. And they might try to do the same thing where they send Troll to go and possibly get a pick off and start a fight, but not just get baited into a, you know, engage, disengage scenario against Indonesia.
Sano's just walking up, dealing a bit of damage onto Luke. He buys the immortality too, and you can see that regen, full stacks on the Uranus, taking the damage and then healing it up all the way back.
The one thing too, they got to manage that bottom wave, right? That's part of the deal here. But when you got a Moskov, that's not much of a problem. You park him in the lane that's being pushed, he can just show up with that ultimate, that Spear of Destruction. Lord is up now. Indonesia, we expect them to go ahead and take the stage with this one. Albert will go ahead and start it up. Troll giving the information, and Tarzan just around the corner has the immortality himself now too. Luke is still top side though, so they might be looking for their own kind of play here. They're gonna clear out mid lane. That's gonna be a reset. Troll
back for the Jiku. No finding two right there. Isat Surf cup in. Able to find Sans with the Raider Dragon, but he's able to flicker out to safety. Keyboy taken down. Now Sans, in a reaction, looking for it. Albert will be able to find the back line. Now pops in the crowd as well. Tarzan, Immortality is still there. Gets popped in. Albert still surviving. Faraga armor next. Sans with the Ine reaction. Cuff in is next to the chopping block. Good Terrify out, but the sustain is just too much for Saudi Arabia to deal with. CW's on a triple. He's a maniac in game one.
Maniac in game 1, and that looked like that might be it. It's a wipeout, and Indonesia will make their way to the base to end the game. Game number 1, 17 minutes in. They'll take the first blood of the series, the best of 3 for the battle for thirds here. What a matchup. Took us a little bit longer to get to, but hey, Saudi Arabia tried and fought with all their will, but a decisive team fight at the end. And remember, all those items we were talking about, the Winter Crowns, the Immortalities,
Rose Gold
the Rose Gold Dog, everything played a part in that last fight. And you really saw where Indonesia, their experience allowed them to have somewhat of an upper hand when it came to that fight and be able to get the right targets down and even, again, utilizing that diversion. Just great team fighting from Indonesia.
Yeah, really great team fighting towards the end. Even though we saw a couple of mistakes here and there, in the early to mid, they were able to recover again. You can see the experience in the team, but also, in particular Saudi Arabia, man, they were able to actually match a lot of these brawls, match a lot of these team fights from Indonesia. And come game 2, maybe they will be able to adapt again, right? So far, it's a different story already from what we saw in the group stage, Naisu. In the group stage, it was a 2-0 win for Saudi Arabia. This time, Indonesia lead 1-0.
Definitely so, and I know our analysts are going to have to say more about this game because it was an interesting game 1. Let's see what they have to say. Guys, what do you think of game 1?
Thanks, Naisu. Thank you so much, Mirko, for that cast of our first game in this best of 3 series. I'm going to throw that question over to our analysts right now. What did you guys think?
I liked it. Wait, he didn't ask us how do we like it, right?
What,
He just,
What did you
he
think?
just asked what you thought about it.
yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
can like it. That's a thought.
Yeah, I
right?
liked it. I liked the back and forth. I like how we read into Valentina on Sano,
Yeah.
or rather on Coffin,
Coffin.
because I think that was almost single-handedly the reason why Saudi Arabia was able to hold it that far.
Yeah, and I think it was a reminder for us also as to why Saudi Arabia decided to prioritize that. Again, we doubted it in the sense that we thought the Valentina would struggle, but Coffin made it look easy, man. He looked very comfortable with the Valentina. And of course, Sano on the Moskov, we thought might be a little bit more of a passive presence, but even in the lane was giving a lot of difficulty to CW. Called for rotations into the gold lane, which sort of tempered the aggression of Indonesia. But then at the end of the day, it went back to Sans and his pick, that low Yi, how they played around it, that very first pick on that alpha. Everything we said that Indonesia should do in terms of how they should play the game and their main strengths, they did it, and that's why they won.
In the early game, it seemed like Saudi Arabia had a better grasp on the tempo of the team fights. And then eventually, it came to the point where Keyboy just threw his body at Saudi Arabia enough times that it seemed like Saudi had enough of it. And when Keyboy was going to do it again in the late game, they totally forgot. I think that's what's allowed that late game split, that late game divide and conquer team fight that happened in the lower quarter of the map. And here you'll see how KSA were still trading positively. There was so much that Indonesia were putting just to take down Sanji. And look here, he's going to survive. And it took so long. And I think, yeah, see, W's going to get punished.
There were a lot of weird moments, actually, honestly, looking at Indonesia's gameplay. What do you guys think of that? Like, was it them being a little bit too overconfident in these skirmishes, or them getting hasty? What's going on?
All right, long and short of it, I think they took the scenic route.
Yeah.
I think they know exactly what they needed to do. It's just they tried to... You know how you have a solution to something simple in life? And you add just a layer or two to that because you think you can do it, you think you can get away with it, like those TikTok life hacks.
Yeah.
That's, I think, what Indonesia did here. And I mean that in the sweetest way. It's not because they underestimate Saudi Arabia. They were already beaten by Saudi Arabia in the groups once in a ravishing sweep. I wish we could have seen that, but I think it's more of Indonesia trust their mechanics enough that they talk to each other and they say, I'm going to try to do this. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, that looked like a team that really knew just how good they are at fighting. That again, there was one highlight there where we saw CW chase it down the two members of Saudi Arabia right into the base, past the base turret. Both teams would have wanted to back off, but then they knew that even though that CW would go down, they had the Lord already secured. It was already marching through the top lane. It just got out of their base. They still had a man advantage. Their minion waves looked good. It was certain aspects of the Brawly meta that I personally disagree with. But they still made it work, and that's the important thing. If you're going to brawl, just make sure there are conditions in the map that are good for you. Where are your minion waves? Do you have an objective marching with you? Do you have advantage elsewhere that if ever your decision to fight and brawl gets punished, that the other team still has to do so much cleanup with minion waves and getting other positions in the map?
I think the Lu Yi was what allowed for the corrective movements on the map and the Uranus, because those are able to hold down lanes or send dudes where you need to answer for waves and fights. And that's why Keyboy can throw bodies. That's why Albert can jump into less than ideal spears of Alpha. That's why CW can dive deep into the base, die, and still leave the map relatively positive for Indonesia. So this is clearly a team that is so mechanically gifted, that is so confident in their team fighting and their brawl meta, that they can get away with a win like this.
But I want to throw you guys a question here, because from the success that Indonesia has been able to grasp over the course of the playoffs, it feels like there's a certain formula that we're seeing, and it's between Keyboy as well as Luke. Right, we saw the Khalid Hilda, if I'm not mistaken, and that worked.
Yeah.
And this time they replaced the Hilda with the Uranus. Is that something that is a set formula that is going to be required for Team Indonesia in their upcoming game?
Again, we pose the two questions for the EXP laners now. Are you going to be proactive? Are you going to be passive? But again, not in a detrimental way. So for Indonesia, it seems like, are we going to get both Keyboy and Luke to be proactive, aggression, invade, or are we actually going to get one of them to be more proactive and the other one playing a little bit more security? With the Uranus, you see the EXP laner play security. It's the passive route. You control that long lane and you apply that slow build-up of pressure around your minion waves. Sometimes you see Indonesia picking up picks where Keyboy is a little bit more passive. He's not constantly invading, but the EXP lane is applying so much pressure that the EXP laner turns into the roamer, while the roamer can protect the backlines, protect Sans and CW a little bit better. So yeah, as long as they keep working around that formula and just make sure that both of them aren't passive, then that's going to be good. Just have someone playing security, have someone playing aggro.
It's the Keyboy-Luke connection that's allowing for the Sans Keyboy disconnection to survive. The fact that the mid laner and the roamer, I mean, you see it, you guys see it, we see it. The fact that Keyboy and Sans aren't as connected as they usually are in other tournaments that we've seen them, their local MPLs, the MSC that they won in 2023, the past 2.5 years that they were dominating in Indonesia. In WEC, it's more of the Luke and Keyboy connection. So I think it's the whole passive and aggressive dichotomy of the two frontliners of Team Indonesia that allows for Sans to just be Sans.
So now the question is, how do Saudi Arabia shut that down? That's the main question here, right? If they want to force a game number 3.
Yeah, the interesting thing is Saudi Arabia feels like they had the picks and the play style, especially Troll on that show, to try and shut it down. There was that one play and the Lord where we thought that Saudi Arabia would get the big team fight win there. It was Troll finding Sans right out of the gate, and that was the right approach to take. It seems like right now what's happening is, again, it boils back to there's just one team that seems like they're pressing buttons way better, a little bit more experience in this world stage compared to the Saudi Arabian team. Not to say that they can't come back from it, but these are the things right now that are difficult to adjust on the fly. It'll be a lot of reminders from Coach Lyric to tell the boys, guys, watch out for minion waves. It'll be the boys telling Coach Lyric, what the Uranus? It's so expensive. We have to use Last Insanity just to take him down. The 2 deaths that Uranus got just came from Last Insanity. That was mainly it. So it's tough to answer that question and really try to solve it right now. I think it can go back to something as simple as take away that EXP lane pick that's just bothering you so much and manage the minion waves and fight around the minion waves much better.
It sounds like a fundamental problem.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia can't box to the style that Indonesia is demanding them to right now. They can't trade haymakers. Every one that Saudi Arabia throws out, there's 3 coming in from the ribs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I suggest you focus on the draft, make sure Coach Lyric arms his boys with at least a 50-50. Because you can't walk away with a winning draft against a team that's as aggressive as Indonesia. Number two, try to shore up the jungle line, the jungle matchup. Because it's clearly coming out now that in the first phase, give Tarzan a utility jungle. If you can't, he ends up with a Nolan or something in the second half. Find a way to make that a pro. Find a way to make that a win, because as it is, you can't just keep attacking Suns. Because if you try to do that, this happens. The rest of the map just goes roughshod, and Indonesia gets what they want anyways. So find a way to give Tarzan something that wins in the jungle, or find a way to not attack Suns anymore, because that's spread out. I think Indonesia figured out in the past couple of days how to defend against that.
Yeah, because even when we saw Tarzan get his hands on the export, he was what, three levels below of Albert?
Yeah.
So when we go back into the drafts, if things go the way that Saudi Arabia wants it, do they prefer blue side? Do they prefer red side? And do they want to eliminate the alpha all together, or do they want to take it for themselves?
Well, it seems like that's going to be a question that only they can answer right now, because we are in a unique position in the meta where, again, here in WEC, as you pointed out yesterday, red side is winning more in this tournament right now. It's at 2-pick swing. It's just a little bit of adjustments in your priorities. I am coming from a newer school of thought that you may be willing to give up priority and chase for the Moskov. Because even though Sano had an amazing game with that Moskov, he was winning lane against CW, that's only one aspect of the game. Yes, you win lane, yes, you get lots of kills, but what becomes your overall effect in the team fight? Even though his entries are right there in the end, the entry was right, but it took a little bit of time for the Moskov to get the key members of Team Indonesia down and for Saudi Arabia to be in a comfortable team fight. What gold laners are a little bit more instant gratification in terms of damage? The Matrix that can come a little bit later into the game. Considerations for Clint if ever the lineup of Team Indonesia doesn't have a lot of backline access. I'd like to see them go for gold laners now that don't necessarily need to win just lane, but are just so good with countering teams that love to brawl.
Now here's the thing. What does Sano play? What's in his hero pool? Because now that we look at it, right, he's used the Claude, Moskov, Bruno, and the Urtel. Technically, they could have picked up the Bruno instead of the Moskov. But that's why the ban coming in from Indonesia was also brilliant, because they took away the Urtel.
There's a hero that's missing. Clear hero that's a big pick in the meta that's not in that pool that I think they should consider if it's there. And I'm surprised. I thought they got banned, but where's the Harith?
Does he play the Harith?
Exactly. That's the question, is why is he not playing the Harith now? I think that's a hero that save for CW's 1-1. If the 1-1 doesn't get, if the 1-1 gets banned out, or if they can find a way to somehow beat up the 1-1 early, Sano on the Harith. That could be a solid solution, because imagine game 1, right? Watch game 1. If that was a Harith and they kept bearing down on CW, would have been a solid punish.
Yeah, and he does play Harith. That is part of his main hero pool.
As far back as their playoffs.
Yeah, as far back as their playoffs. So
what was that now? About 2 months ago.
Yeah, just 2 months ago. So you can't say that he doesn't have that in his hero pool. So yeah, maybe that's something that they could consider. If they want something a little bit more safer, and maybe that's one of the reasons why they're not picking into the Harith right now, is that the Harith puts itself in danger with what you're going up against. You can go for magic damage and go for the Nathan. That can wait a
was
little
going to
bit
be in
more.
your face anyways.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of accepting that this is the battlefield that Indonesia wants to fight on. If you try to constantly run away from it, which I think the Moskov allows for, because he does have that built-in dash, it's a losing battle. I think lean hard into it. I'm not so sure if Saudi Arabia is ready for that kind of tempo, though, but it should be a solution, because they were going to fight anyways. This is a fighty lineup.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, okay, let's swap our perspective a little bit more, right? Because we've talked about the gold lane, but don't you think that the tempo that Indo has been able to achieve, especially from what we saw in game number 1, was achieved through the other lanes?
Yeah,
like maybe
for sure.
mid-prio is something that Saudi Arabia should consider in game number 2?
Yeah, definitely. Again, the mid-prio doesn't necessarily need to come from the major itself, but how active your jungler is. That's why we suggested that instead of the export, something that can stand a little bit more toe-to-toe and be aggressive alongside whatever jungle pick Albert's going to end up in. That's one of the reasons why the Uranus became a problem there, because of the constant pressure, slow buildup of pressure. And that's why for me personally, I feel like the approach of Saudi Arabia cannot just be let's just match and brawl it out. There has to be some aspect of map control, build up, minion wave, macro map management that you make Indonesia react to that instead of you just trying to match them boxing haymaker one-to-one.
That's why I think blue side is where Saudi Arabia goes now. There's a clear answer out of all of the things you've said that will allow for Tarzan to do that. It's the Alpha. Try to go for Alpha Blue 1.
Ooh.
That's it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, yeah.
That solves a lot of the problems. All the other lanes be damned. If Alpha ends up in the hands of Tarzan, that's less of a problem because we're missing one point that was a clear factor in Game 1, even before the game started. The damage profile. One of the reasons why the X-Borg found it hard to do its thing in Game 1 was because it needs time. It takes like 2 or 3 seconds for him to just go for the rest of Indonesia to think twice about that fight. But imagine if it was an Alpha. All you need is a single combo. Spear of Alpha, 2 and 1, pow. Everyone is at what, half health. You just don't get that with an X-Borg. You don't get that with any other jungle fighter for that matter. Even a Suyo has to weave in and out.
But I think it also requires a proper foundation now. Like, a strong jungler is great, but if the main rotational heroes, the support is not there, the foundation is not there, the jungler will still not have enough space. And what I'm getting at is the Luo Yi versus the Valentina matchup in the mid lane that we saw. Luo Yi is such a strong mid laner.
Yeah.
She has really good poke in the early game. Her base damage is insane. She doesn't need level 4. And she wins out in range against the Valentina.
She might be the #1 banned mid laner in the game right now.
Yeah, and even though I know you did mention earlier that targeting Sands might not be the right case, I feel like at this point, they do really have to respect the Loi and the Eve that they have on the Sands. But
draft-wise, yeah, for sure.
yeah, Saudi Arabia, if this was their choice, chose to go red.
All right.
Maybe red side.
You're not touching the Alpha.
Still going to be the same decision now for both of these teams as we head into the drafts for game number 2. Once again, we do see the Fanny respected away from KSA here. Indonesia's going to ban that out. The Jushin. The question is, do you think that Saudi Arabia want to swap things out in the bans? I know it's risky, right? Because what they banned out earlier on was Suyo, Zushin, and Yves, but then that allowed the Alpha to be picked up first.
They're going to try to trade
Indonesia.
for the Suyo then.
Yeah.
They'll go, all right, Indonesia Alpha, we'll get Suyo X.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
Now they'll still take it out.
They're just switching it up.
So I feel like even more so now, you're not going to first pick any of the Eves or the low Eves. They'll leave one of those open and then maybe pick up the other as one of their first 2 picks. So they'll leave the Eve out. You're not going to rush a low E in here. Saudi Arabia can consider picking up the low E as one of their first 2 picks on the red side so that now Sands will be forced to play another mid lane hero. Again, the only other that he's shown is the Angela and the Aurora.
They still have the Vex.
Oh, and the Vexana. Yes.
And of course, I don't know if you mentioned it, signature Valentina. That's
Yep.
still up for trade, so...
Which is, again, question like as to why Indonesia do not pick that up in this tournament. They have a completely different approach to drafting for
Those are the-
Sands. But yeah, there it is. A low E steal, of course.
So now there is a perfect chance. Now do you go Valentina or do you go Aurora? I don't think this is an Angela. Well, Angela Alpha's also still pretty good,
yeah.
but I don't know if you wouldn't do it this early.
If they want to go aggressive, what do you think about the Cho?
Angela Cho or Angela Khalid, honestly.
Oh, you're right, Khalid.
Would be okay
You
here.
can still go Khalid, Khalid Hilda too. Like Hilda didn't get banned out either.
Yeah. Because that Phobius. See if they have time to manage it.
I think I guess technically the Hilda can still be flexed, but what they don't know right now is what do Saudi Arabia want to utilize in the jungle?
Oh, that's pick 3 right there.
Ooh,
Very similar spot for the 1-1 from game 1.
Yeah.
And-
He's still locking the Uranus.
That's an early Uranus.
Yeah. Damage profiles. Saudi, I feel like if they could, they would want to pick up. Oh, okay.
We're running
Okay.
it back.
All right.
Interesting,
That
but
exceeded expectations.
I mean, technically the X-Borg didn't have the proper support that it had. This time they have the Luo Yi in their composition, and maybe that's the proper foundation, the proper step in the right direction for that space that the X-Borg needs.
That's games. I don't know if that's discounting Coffin's Valentina, but it did solid up until the mid game in game 1. So I don't know if it's not better completely. I think it's just different enough. We'll see. I don't want to put my foot down and say it's good or bad just yet.
I think the gold laner pick has to be different. I cannot be just a Moskov again. But yeah, you're right. The Roam here has to be such a good pairing with the Lo Yi that makes it a little bit tougher for Keyboy to get into the key spots, or you punish Keyboy for getting into those key spots. So you either go Khalid, Lo Yi. It becomes a trade between the Khalid and the Cho. However, the Cho, looking at the targets right now, it seems like the Lo Yi is only going to be the main target. Already have the Alpha to answer the Phobias. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Or unless
the Uranus?
Yeah, unless Saudi decide to take out the Khalid instead. Maybe they'll pick up the Cho, or maybe the Tigreal for themselves. Either of those two.
I'm a little disappointed that Tigreal just left the meta so quickly. He is currently like tier 2.5 at best.
Yeah.
You would see him picked in like 1 in 10, 12 games.
To be fair, he gets banned quite a lot
In the second phase.
when he's an option. Yeah.
In the second phase, so we missed him. And there's the Moskov. Team Indonesia respecting Sano's Moskov. Gave CW hell for a good chunk of the early game to the mid, game 1. Now do we see the gold laner? This is the same spot where the Moskov came out. We're looking for a Claude, looking for a Harith, looking for, what were you saying? Beatrix?
I want a Beatrix.
Or a Clint? Is it Hanoun in Riyadh?
I prefer the Beatrix now. They pick up the Cho, so it becomes a Cho Kali trade. So now Indonesia, they can honestly just go Tigreal, man. There's nothing wrong with it right now. Now the Phobius is not going to go Purify, so you have an instant, even more punish for the Phobius.
But we've seen that before. We've seen Phobii do Purify.
Okay,
You don't see it enough.
so final 2 picks for Indonesia.
If
Do
they
they
do
want to
that, I'm
go
surprised.
team fight? Do they want to go pick off?
Yeah, I don't think Hilda Rome is a good idea these days.
Tigreal Aurora or Tigreal Vexana. I'm just defaulting to a Tig. Because you don't necessarily need to high invade up against an export.
I had a feeling.
Okay, so they do go pick off.
There you go.
They go pick off Eterna, and it's a Franco Farsa, and because you go for a static mid lane that wants to get dived on, it's an easy Claude pickup for Saudi Arabia.
Gotta close the gap, find a way to double lane. Given that the 118 leaving soon, I like what Indonesia has done here. They forced Saudi Arabia's hands. It's not like Saudi Arabia's going anywhere. It's more spelled out after Indonesia showed us these picks that we usually don't see.
Yeah, I'm so hyped. This is something that Fnatic Onyx had in their strategy pool, but we never saw it. That was what I wrote on, my notes yesterday.
Yeah.
I was waiting for that with the Beatrix pickup, but they're pairing it with the 1-1 that can still work. But what does the Claude and the 1-1 lane look like?
Most of the time it's not like a clear advantage for either of them. It's just it just goes down to who gets a little bit more help. Because if you dead lane that, we don't really see a clear advantage.
I like the mid-game matchup, the Farsa versus Lo Yi. It's gonna be fire.
It's gonna be fun.
Fire.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. The possible final game if Saudi Arabia can't win this one and force a game number 3, they will be given 3rd place. And remember, the prize pool is on the line. Guys, final predictions for this game?
I want to see a game 3, man. I want to see a game 3.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I think the Farsa and the Franco are coming in. They're going for the throat. I think that's it. I think we see Indonesia bag 3rd place here.
Yeah. That's why I say I want to say a game 3, because I agree with that. But I do want to see a game 3.
I wonder what the casters are thinking. Do you think they agree with us?
Ask him how they like it.
Casters, do you like it? I don't think they're there yet. Oh, they are! Casters, do you like it?
We are here.
We're here.
It's funny now we get to ask that question. They ask us that question. Do you like it?
I like it. I like it. I like it a lot, man. 50-50, by the way. 1-1 versus Claude is a skill matchup.
Are they going for the throw here, like Leo mentioned? This
Going
Franco
for the head.
going for the head.
Doing what Thor couldn't.
Oof, I don't know, man. Franco, Farsa, love to see it. Guys, we're going to be jumping into the game here. It could be the last one, the battle for the 3rd place between Indonesia and Saudi Arabia. Or will we get to see a game number 3 in this best of 3? Taking a look at the emblems real quick too. Again, interesting picks that we don't see often. You got the concussive blast. You're seeing all the speed here for Keyboy, by the way. He wants to be moving, and he's got the pre-spins up. Every Franco player does this, by the way. They spin around, and I think that increases the rate of the hook a little bit. That might be a myth. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, it's completely factual. Meanwhile, what happened? Luke trying to run away, able to get the dash in time. Ooh, that was really close, man. Playing with some thin margins. Cuffin walking around as well. Getting the first prop. Jiku. No, Luke still able to escape. Okay. Ooh,
Limit
that looked
testing.
holding Purify down, by the way. Albert gets the lead, though. And now that's going to be an iron hook. Cuffin force a flicker. Sans, go to basic attack. Can he find it? No, he gets knocked down by Troll. First blood for Saudi Arabia.
That was Troll flexing on, by the way. I still love that we have these emotes now in the game, you know,
Yes,
because you were thinking, like, Cuffin had a sliver of HP. Yeah, he had to burn the flicker too, but unfortunately, Sans couldn't get that kill, that last kill secured that he was looking for. But again, early advantage go in the hands of Saudi Arabia here. The kill went over to the fact that it is Troll, so he's going to be a little more aggressive this time. You know, Sans would be fine with wings by wings. Keyboy, though, like I said, he landed that hook earlier. And that could be a key part of getting the momentum that usually Indonesia looks to get. But this time around, because you have that early kill, you have a little bit of advantage. Saudi Arabia should be able to play into that, especially, again, Troll is the guy to start everything in the early game with his Cho pick.
It's all about this setup with the Cho. If you're able to get
More
Albert,
speed.
More speed, rapid boots on top of the agility, on top of the wilderness blessing. You're right. They're going to be lane swapping. Iron hook over to Tarzan, getting rid of the Frog armor. Straight to the Spear of Alpha now. Jiku going to knock Albert up with the innate reaction as well, but Tarzan going to be very low. Albert picks up the kill now with Feather Air Strike coming down. Cuffin will be taken low, but it is a trade. Jungle for jungle. Luke will try to zone Cuffin even more. Up top though, CW not using Inspire, definitely winning out this time around.
Yeah, winning out that little matchup right now. I know the panel discussed it, you know, that matchup between the two gold lanes, but right now Sans could be in trouble. He's going to wings on out of there. So still the turtle for the taking. Again, both junglers went down, and that's kind of the preview of what we're going for. You know, just kind of this brawl, go and play off the hooks if it's landed by Keyboy, and then play into it. And so far, Saudi Arabia, you know, they have their own options of that. Again, Troll getting that other kill. Now he's sitting at 2-0. Diversion going to use top.
Up top now, they get the Purify down there, almost getting the crossbow attack, but Sano deals with him. Good rotation from Saudi Arabia to catch him and to get a trade, knowing that the turtle will go to Indonesia.
Trading across the map. Sometimes that's better though, right? KSA wants to go ahead and get these kills if they can. Going in the hands this time for Sano, you know, we were talking about the matchup. That gives them a little bit of an advantage to work through. And so they'll respond across the map with that. Again, this is all about some of these micro plays where they're looking for, you know, these advantages playing around a diversion or not, but also the macro plays. You know, getting that little bit of extra gold, even on that gold plating of the turrets, does play a part here. Sino does need a little bit more time, you know, with that change that happened to Claude just, you know, earlier this year, where he doesn't have that mana anymore. He can get online faster, I would say, than what he did previously, but you're still talking about also this 1-1 that has been showing to prove actually pretty devastating throughout the tournament, especially if you get an advantage going on.
Definitely, and now for Indonesia, it's all about playing a slow game, and I think it's the same for Saudi Arabia, right?
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia want to get to their power spikes. Again, they have an export, they have a Claude, so they're very comfortable just taking it slow. And for Indonesia, with the help of the Alpha, they definitely want to go for the intro objectives. Luke, the gang on the bottom lane, pops into Purify, gets out of the 4-man gang down below. Hold up just a second though, last insanity, Luke. Now, boom, Tarzan gets to the kill. Luke will be picked up. Meanwhile, up top, flicker forward from Keyboy. Looking to get that bloody hunt, but is not in range. Sano, good Purify out.
I was going to say, man, for a minute, I was like, there's no way he escapes this. Even with the Purify, he almost did, but luckily, you know, KSA was able to get the kill. Saudi Arabia making sure they secure that one. There was also some pressure up top. You see that gold all taken over there in that gold lane. Because of the fact, too, you just have Keyboy being that threat alongside CW. Oh, wow, what? Albert.
Solo kill down below. Don't know what happened there. I guess Sanji was overstepping, gets caught by the Spear of Alpha, and now good setup for Indonesia to go for turtle number 2.
And that just proves, Miracle, why the Alpha is picked up so often early on. Luke.
Dragon over to Luke. This time no Purify. Tarzan trying to burn him down. Good Iron Hook. Frog armor down. Albert looking for the Spear of Alpha. Will be able to find it with the Feather Airstrike. Sans buys the Blood Wings in time. Pops in a Purify, but not Troll. Jikundo Flicker.
He gets another one. Those two going to break out in the fight. Albert in trouble now too. Trying to bob and weave out of there. Gunned it. Oh, but won't escape as Cuffin picks up the kill.
Troll running away. Indonesia still trying to go for the kill. Good conceal. Luke in the midst of it all. Now jumping in. The burst is real from Cuffin. Yin Yang reaction and the Infernal Pursuit will deal with Luke. And that will be Saudi Arabia with a lead. Here, no Iron Hook from Keyboy.
It was the spins earlier, I'm telling you. That's what he did, the right amount, and so far Keyboy has been there with the hooks. I don't think they delayed this enough. It is going to be a turtle just going to the hands of Saudi Arabia. Good fighting potential that we see from both teams, from both compositions here. And really, if, again, you didn't have that diversion to join that fight when it happened, then Saudi Arabia would have been in a way difficult position to actually win some of that fight out, plus the objective is what they get. We find ourselves at pretty much even, right? Economy-wise, it's relatively even. You also got two objectives that are going to both sides so far. And at this point in the game, diversion.
Go all in onto Troll. He just burst him down with the help of the Feather Airstrike. Albert zones Sano away, but a diversion brings Sanji in towards Indonesia. Keyboy flickering out, but the Infernal Pursuit, the Demonic Force proc was on him. Sanji can just follow in. Albert now. That's the Infernal Pursuit over to him. Yin Yang reaction as well. Albert needs to respect this damage. Tarzan is walking over. He does have the last Insanity, but he will not commit onto it. They'll just get that tier 1 up top, Indonesia, and they'll be happy with that trade.
All right, they get the turret, open up the map a little bit, taking a look at the items too. It's gonna, so another turret going down there. Again, you know, you just have a couple items being locked in, but CW, he does have that 2 items that he locks in. Corrosive Scythe, he's got the DHS working on the next here. Sano, obviously getting to where he needs to be on the Claude, but needs a little bit more time to build up. And still, again, Saudi Arabia's not doing a bad job at keeping things even. Troll, though, is gonna go for the kick.
Wrong angle. Luke still following Cuffin. That'll be Troll locked down by the Iron Hook. Meanwhile, Luke still jumping in. Oh, Cuffin!
He's still
almost
alive.
getting the outplay down. Sanji looking for the chase now onto Luke, but with the consecration, he should be able to survive. Yeah, just Troll taken down. They're looking for the mid lane now.
Iron Hook. Iron Hook.
Keyboy, not gonna go for it just yet. Last Insanity. Over to CW. Will lose a Virago armor. Now Sans wings by wings over to find an angle, but doesn't have the Feather Airstrike.
All right, they hold on to the mid turret the best they can. Saudi Arabia will do that. And I don't know how many times so far throughout the tournament we've seen Cuffin actually get away with, you know, just a sliver of HP. It's very difficult to kill him sometimes, and you know it's a good thing because he's a major source of the damage that Saudi Arabia is going to rely on. They're going to go for the play again here.
Diversions to the back. Albert gonna be caught. Great Jikundo from Troll. It's a Feather Airstrike to respond it over. Albert still winning it out, getting the Spear of Alpha to escape, but now the last Insanity just explodes into crossbow a tang. It's CW getting in a bloody hunt to lock him down. Sanji will fall. It's a trade in the end with a velvet gun bought in time. CW will pick up a triple kill in game number 2.
Oh, that is tough, man. The CW getting the triple kill this early on already. Again, look at the respect, the damage from Cuffin, but still a big team fight win there for Indonesia. And we've talked about this time and time again. Every time that 1-1 does get prioritized, drafted, picked up, you get these kills early on, you start to snowball out of control. It's tough to deal with that. That Feathered Airstrike. Just go ahead and put some pressure here in the mid lane. Whittling down the turrets a little bit here. This is where we see some of that pendulum swing. Obviously the momentum in favor. Oi! Mid lane.
Has the Purify. Sans running away against 3, a full dive under the turret. Now let's see what they decide to do. Luke is gonna read out this angle. We'll try to go for the chase on Troll, but it is a joke. Consecration from Luke. No, they just have to respect it. They'll go into the bottom lane and trade a tier 2 for Sans.
You know, that play works so many times. Diversion, you try to go for the cutoff, you just show up with everybody, right, and boom, you get a kill. But then, you gotta remember, every single time that you do that, and depending on how many members you send with that diversion, experienced teams are going to find something else across the map. Again, they're going to go for it.
Yeah,
they're going to chase.
out.
Okay, they don't chase that one. They don't. That Iron Hook's not going to land on Sanji. So still,
He needed more spinny spins.
he needs to re-spin himself here, getting himself prepared for that Lord take. Again, that you land that Iron Hook, you get them down with the Bloody Hunt. It's really difficult to get away from that. And like I said, for Saudi Arabia, they can always just play into the fact that they have so much damage with Cuffin. But eventually, he's he's got to be careful because if they keep sending members down, again, they're losing on the macro scale. They're pushing down bot. Sano's there, but look at this. 2 big items defensively picked up. Albert with the winner crown. CW gets the win to nature. And Lord is up now. So you're keeping Sano there. And what is Saudi Arabia going to do about this objective? They get the tier 1 turret, but they're watching this Lord. Half health now. Sanji and Tarzan trying to get to the front. Troll as well. Going to be a little bit of a reset. Still pushing on the tier 2 turret for now. So they're just going to go for it.
Last insanity from Tarzan. Given the airstrike, Tarzan hit the cop very low. Albert goes straight back to the Lord right now as Tarzan will lose immortality. That's Albert with Retribution, Iron Hook, and the Bloody Hunt to lock Sanji down. The Spear of Alpha as well. Tarzan gets the concealed to go and run away, but Luke will pop in the Purify to get out of the way. The Dragon to finish off Tarzan. Troll Jeet Kundo, Sans with an angle of attack over to Cuffin, getting the stun over, and a few more shots. Luke diving in over to Cuffin, getting a double on this Uranus inside of the base. Troll can even get there in time. Can he burst Luke down? Even with Sano, they aren't able to do it. Luke is unkillable.
He's still unkillable. They can't get the turret. A couple hits. They might just brute their force way into it. They get the base turret down. Lord still making its way up top. And Saudi Arabia, man, not the fight they were looking for. A really great team fight again from Indonesia. They might just still look to push it into the base.
Another Feather airstrike this time. Holy defense in the mid lane still intact. Luke, an absolute beast on this Uranus currently. Tarzan and Sano dealing with the Lord. Holy defense in the mid lane finally popped in. Albert brought back by the Yin Yang reaction. Indonesia playing a slow troll with the way to Dragon, but it's a good Purify out from Sans. Iron Hook from Keyboy, and the Bloody Hunt to lock him down. Tarzan trying to save it, but now he gets caught by the Spear of Alpha.
He's going to go in. Cuffin in trouble too. There's a double, and now they're going to be working on the base turrets here.
Sano and Troll zoned away. Indonesia at the base. It's a blazing duet from Sano to try one desperate attempt to save the game, to save their tournament lives. Troll, one last member, a wipeout for Indonesia. And Saudi Arabia, it won't be able to secure 3rd place in their own country here. Unfortunately for them, they'll have to suffer the defeat. Indonesia will secure 3rd place at IESF WEC 2024.
And with that, that is, I believe, 20,000 US dollars, part of that prize pool of the 160. And like you mentioned, you know, finish strong for Indonesia here, getting that 3rd place finish, that bronze finish. Again, not often you see them fighting for this 3rd place, but definitely looked like they came to play. They wanted to go for the throat. They wanted to go for the head. They get it in a sweep fashion in this best of 3. Very clean gameplay too, and I love to see it, man. You know, we get a game where this Franco comes in, the Farsa, and you know, the hooks, they're still the same. You know, like the hooks can just cause games to fall apart if they land on the right moments. And he spinned enough, so he was pretty accurate with the hooks. I always wish when a Franco gets picked up, we actually had like a hook counter.
Spin counter. Oh.
Spin counter?
Spin counter, and then the spin counter in relation to the hooks.
To the hooks, yeah. You know, as a old Franco main myself.
Oh.
You know?
So that's why you knew about the tech.
One of my one of the little hidden myths about Franco. So try it in your own games if you guys will.
You just have to skill 2 as many times as possible, right? You walk up, smack the ground.
Smack the ground. Is that? That's a pretty good rep. I think you could cosplay Franco.
I've played Franco a couple of times, like 3-4 times.
That's good. That's good, and I'm sure it's 100%.
Spinning.
100% win rate.
Yeah, we'll say that.
Okay, we'll give it at that. But again, Indonesia getting that 3rd place finish. It was good to see Saudi Arabia get to this point. Again, They have improved a lot from what we've seen in the past and where they've gone just internationally, you know, not here just at the WEC, but overall the players, the individual players there, and of course the coaching staff behind them have really helped them improve their competitiveness, and it showed here. Honestly, this time around, this game too, it was just tough for Troll because, and this is for any case when a Cho is picked, like you are the guy to go for those pickoffs, to go for those Way of the Dragons, and sometimes you're not going to find the angles that you're looking for. You're going to kick someone in the wrong direction and you're caught out, and they really played around the diversion too, but unfortunately, like I said, you look back at that game, guys, Indonesia just knew that even if they lost someone because of a diversion, surprise, or something like that, they were always getting something else across the map. That's exactly what they did. That's how they played that macro level until eventually they were able to just brute force their way into the base
Exactly.
and end the game.
They used the brawls as a distraction, a mini diversion, you could say. Even though they didn't have the low Yi, that was the diversion for Saudi Arabia to always handle. They're always handling the brawls. Meanwhile, the Uranus was in the side lane, the Wan as well. Always, they were able to get these macro advantages.
So again, hats off to Saudi Arabia for the effort here, getting that 4th place finish, and congratulations for the 3rd place to Indonesia. We're going to be tossing it over to the stage, I believe, for an interview with CW. Let's throw it over to the stage.
Thank you very much for that, folks. CW, congratulations on securing yourself 3rd place here at the World Esports Championship. After losing 2-0 versus Saudi Arabia during our group stages, what was the key difference maker for you between that game and heading into this series?
I think we learned their gameplay in the group stage because we lost versus them in the group stage, and yeah, we just do best in today.
What was the difference that you noticed? What were the key things that you thought that they did really well, and what did you change heading into it?
I think they like to playing stick. It's like they play with the 5-man gameplay. Yeah.
And how did you motivate your team heading into this series, especially after that Malaysia game that you had yesterday?
Even yesterday we lost to Malaysia. We still have match right in today. We just play, just enjoy.
And $20,000 for your team. Have you got any fans that have been supporting you so far?
I think thank you for all Indonesian fans. I think this is not the best result that we got. Hope the further tournament will get better.
And my final question for you, who do you reckon is going to win our grand finals? Do you think it's going to be the Philippines or Malaysia?
I think both of these teams have a chance because it's just BO3 that I heard in this final. It's not usual final because usually it's like BO5 or 7. I think Malaysia or Philippines can, yeah, both of them can win.
All right, well, thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again on your 3rd place victory. Back over to the desk.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. Congratulations, CW. Congratulations, Indonesia, for that 3rd place finish. And, you know, I just got to compliment CW real quick. I think over the course of the seasons, he's gained confidence to speak in a language that he's not comfortable with. That was solid English, guys.
He wasn't comfortable. I think it was flawless. It was great.
Right?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, you look really comfy with it. Comfy W. Is that what the C is? I know it's Calvin, but like...
It's constantly winning. It was.
Oh. It's the
Anyway.
Challenge is welcome.
Challenge is welcome, yeah.
Challenge is welcome. There you go. Thank you for that.
Grammar.
Thanks for saving me. But once again, I like how Naisu put it earlier on. Hats off to Saudi Arabia. Their effort here was very visible. They were able to pull out a lot of upsets in this tournament, and I'm super excited to see what they have to hold for us in the future.
Yeah, this lineup especially, the growth that Saudi Arabia as a region and their cream of the crop, their top players compared to just the latter half of 2023, it's night and day. They look like completely different teams, but at the end of the day, the experience that a Southeast Asia team brings to the table with how much Indonesia is fighting, but still taking care of the map, versus what you've mentioned to me behind the scene, Leo, that it seems like this one for Saudi Arabia, they didn't take care of the map enough.
Yeah, they fell into the brawl meta trap. I think that's one clear symptom of Indonesia's strategy working is they got into Saudi Arabia's head and they said, hey man, we're gonna fight, all right, we're gonna fight. And then Saudi says, yeah, we're gonna fight. And then suddenly you see CW split pushing, you see Luke just barreling away at turrets. And then Saudi's like, wait, I thought we were gonna fight. Yeah, but we're gonna fight for the map as well. But here's the thing. I have a saying that if you know what the problem is and you find a solution, that's a good problem to have. I think Saudi Arabia, looking forward, it's clear what they did wrong here. So that means in the next big event, in the next big tournament they have to be part of, they know what to work on. So I think they should keep their heads up high and say, Indonesia, GG well played, thank you so much. We learned, we'll do better.
I agree. Very notable performance coming in from Saudi Arabia despite, you know, finishing 4th. And even CW mentioned, you know, on top of the thing that you mentioned earlier, CW mentioned from the group stage, we saw that Saudi Arabia, they like to play 5-man.
Yep.
And so that's exactly what we saw, the mind games, the diversion, well, not the literal diversion, but the diversion of the skirmishes, the diversion of the brawl, to be able to play the map a little bit better.
This is just Indonesia showing their veteran wiles. Like,
Yeah.
they've been around the block. They started on top of the MLBB world when esports was established. So it's just, we know how to solve certain problems better and faster than you. I think Saudi Arabia is just about to catch up.
Yeah.
And the problem for one of the big problems for Saudi Arabia again is, can you stop the Uranus? They stopped it if you look at it simply from kills and fightings, 2, 2, and 4.
Moment to moment.
Moment to moment. Anyone would argue, yeah, they stopped the Uranus, but you didn't get to stop what it was doing in the map. The split pushes, again, that idea of the slow buildup of minion waves and the pressure in the side lanes, both of them, because Luke just kept going from top to bottom, and then, oh, they go here, all right, I'm gonna go back top lane. It's like, they couldn't stop what the Uranus wanted to do. Again, kill conversion is so important. Every time we saw the diversion use, go into the back line, they'd get a kill. That crazy kill they got in the mid lane where I didn't think that they'd get a kill there, but they got it.
4 dudes just...
They just went ahead. They couldn't convert it into towers. So you're getting the kills. You're able to commit the plays and executing the plays that you want to do, but you're not converting it into towers, minion wave push, minion wave build up, which is equally important. Maybe a lot would argue is the main thing, more important than actually getting kills in MLBB today.
For sure. I think, Renmar Reptar, you mentioned about the Uranus being very difficult. Sorry, guys. Very difficult to take down. Did you guys see the item builds earlier on? There was only one going on, I believe.
Yeah.
So that's a glaring factor. I'm pretty sure Coach Lyric is going to give Team Saudi Arabia a good earful about the fundamentals of the game. Because when you're in this brawl mindset and you just want to you tend to just build more offensive items, right? So that money has to have gone somewhere, because it's for most of the game, as Renmar mentioned, the items and the economy and the fighting, the pace was relatively 50-50. It was pretty close, right? So that means Saudi Arabia had some money. When you're looking at the 7-8 minute mark, they had some money. So what was it to spend like a 2,000 to buy Dominance Ice? So the fact that it was just a glowing wand might have been like a clear sign of it just slipped their minds.
Twisted them, as you may say.
Oh, I get it.
I like that.
I like it when I get jokes.
You got that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't get stuff that often, guys.
Quick
But
two.
there it is, done and dusted, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we only have one match ahead of us, and that one match just sums up everything that we have been, witnessing throughout the past year.
Le pied de
honestly.
resistance.
Exactly.
Yeah. PH Malaysia again. It's the new Indonesia PH version of it.
Hey, don't say that in front of her. He didn't mean that.
I meant
That's
it.
so rude.
Every single. I'm just stating facts.
Is it because I keep getting your name wrong? Is this a personal thing now?
No. Not at all.
Look, Eternal, just because Indonesia is struggling, I got her for you. Just because Indonesia is struggling doesn't mean they can't do better in the next big international event. Saudi Arabia is also licking their wounds. So let's look forward to Malaysia versus the Philippines. Because I'll tell you now, Malaysia, Philippines, there's some scars for us here. That's literally just around the corner, right?
I remember crying in my hotel room that night when they lost. No, I didn't. I'm just kidding. And I like how CW acknowledged, by the way, that even for him, it was hard to say Malaysia or Philippines. And he said, it's best of 3. Both of them are just so good right now that it's hard to say. I feel like if it was like traditionally, maybe CW would have been like, oh yeah, maybe Malaysia or PH 3-1, something like that. But no, it's a best of 3. It's such a different landscape now.
He can't even give a score.
Yeah, he can't give a score. It's just like, no, they're both so good, guys. We can't predict it.
Well, what do you guys predict? Please let us know in the comments, because we are going to go on a short break before we get into the finale, the grand finals, best of 3 between Malaysia and the Philippines. We'll see you soon.
All right, guys, welcome to the roundtable here at WEC 2024 for IESF. And once again, we're in Riyadh for the 3rd time this year, I think it is. I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko. And also we've got 2 players here joining us. We'll go ahead and start with introductions here over to the right.
Hello, I'm Maru. I'm from Team Egypt. I play as a roamer.
Hello, I'm Fried Chicken from representing USA. I play as an XP laner. Yeah, you guys should be already familiar with these names. You know? We've seen them multiple times in international tournaments. This is the guy who knocked out Geek Fam.
Yep.
I still hold that grudge against him.
I still remember the Franco.
Yeah, and probably all the Malaysians out there remember him for knocking out the Malaysian teams at M4 and M3 too, right? So, oh man,
Hey, you know who else remembers Friday?
the PH server.
The PH. No, again, we're glad to be here, of course. It's for some people that have been watching, you know, the IESF tournament here at WEC. You might just be now tuning in and, you know, catching some of the games when you can online. I think, you know, for us, but playoffs start tomorrow. Unfortunately, you know, for both of our players here. You can tell us about your experiences because, you know, they won't be joining us tomorrow, I believe, to go to the playoffs here. But how was your guys' experience so far? I mean, Fried, we can start with you. How was it? I know you just finished your recent game. Your last game was against Malaysia. Yeah, so how's your experience so far?
I'll say overall, experience in ISF has been great. Saudi Arabia is a lovely country. I love the culture here, and visually stunning. And it's unfortunate that I don't understand their language, so hard to communicate, but, you know, love that ISF was held here. Unfortunate that day one, a lot of technical issues, but thankfully day two is like almost flawless, and they seemed a lot more structured, and, you know, they knew what to do in the right process. As for the games, could have done better. You know, I think we did do pretty good for ourselves in the latest match versus Malaysia. But, you know, you get the EWC champs and, you know, one of the best regions, Philippines, in your group. It's a bit of a stretch to you know, get out of that.
What was the biggest hurdle on top of the fact that you were placed in the group of death, right? That was a big hurdle. It was a big problem. But what about the meta, right? The meta right now, because we just got a patch recently. There was another hot fix as well. Did that play a part into the losses today?
So we didn't play playoffs from now on. Will be played on the new hotfix, so that'll definitely affect these next matches going onwards in the playoffs. So they might seem a bit different than the group stage matches, but it definitely did affect the new patch. Did affect the new or these games. For example, Chip almost completely not prioritized at all in these, especially in the PH SRG series that went to a game 3, and it's a big, you know, shock because Chip has been relevant since he's been released. First picker banned, almost 100% across all MPLs.
I think we've seen a lot of changes here, like from meta and everything else. Maro, I know there's been an effect with you too, like in terms of like your role and some of the picks that have come up, and even the change in game duration. I would say, like, how do you feel as a roamer yourself, as things have changed drastically, even from the last ISF, which you also participated in, you know? How do you feel about the current state of the game, the current meta, even the current drafting that you guys are going through? Because if I, you know, recall, you mentioned even the draft like wasn't favorable in some of the matches that you had here.
Actually, versus Indo, we didn't know what to do in the draft. We just, because we didn't plan it at all. They have too much picks. We have like a system we have, so we depend on when we play versus Saudi. We did not show all our picks, so because we thought that Saudi will lose against Indo, then we will play versus Saudi. We have a lot of like secret picks. We know we are gonna win, like so we didn't give all. You didn't show everything. Yeah, we didn't show everything in the first match because second match is the decider match. No need to. But when Saudi won 2-0, we got in complete shock. We had like,
I think everybody
was
yeah. I was like, what the hell is going on there?
I didn't believe it at the start when they said, Saudi won 2-0. I didn't believe it. But after that, we had like only 20 minutes to plan against Indo, and we did not have a coach, so it's 5 players. In versus Saudi, it's in our favor because we play versus them a lot. MBL, scrims. We know how to deal with like the players. We know the play style, everything. But versus Indo, it's different. It's different. They just go pressure all game.
They're very
it was
very aggressive.
Yeah, it was a shock to play against this Onyx
play style.
Yeah.
The scale of PH to Indo in terms of aggression, they're Indo, right?
They're
Indo levels.
With the Hilda also, and the Hilda you can deal with it if there is no Phobius. So, and we had to pick Akai. Like we just go with the flow, just have fun, you know.
Saw some of the games, obviously, for you against Indo, the 2-0, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Maro. Unfortunately, during the African Championship for the qualifiers, you weren't there in the lineup, right?
Yeah.
I remember the lineup being completely different. And obviously, in the African Championship, you guys were the heavy favorites. Like, everybody kind of knew that it was going to be Egypt who was going to go to the next stage. So, joining this team now for the main event and going from the tournament favorites in African Championships to now in IESF, the main stage, being kind of like underdogs, dark horses considered by a lot of teams, a lot of members, a lot of players. What's your thoughts on that? Like, how did you mentally prepare to be, again, the underdogs and dark horse?
Actually, it was pretty hard to have this synergy with the team, because we have two players from another team, and I have Joki and Speedy. They were in my team, but Alpha and Kenji, we did not play together that much. After the MBL, we had like 2-3 weeks just to practice. It was not that good because of the scrim quality, the internet, a lot of stuff. The only time we practiced, like we gave our best, was only like when we arrived in Saudi only. Yeah, so we gave our best.
I see. So I guess same question to you, Fied. You know, you played with a different team entirely before coming to ISF, right? You're with BTK, different lineup. Coming into this tournament, what was the mental state, and how did you prepare mentally for ISF?
It was a different lineup, two new players that we're not really playing with often.
Yeah.
Carlos from C9, and then T, who is from, he didn't compete in the season, but he was in previous BTK teams.
Yep.
But tried our best.
Yeah, so you guys just kind of like went for it, basically. I feel like some of the teams, that was a situation, just ISF, and I mean the flight from the US, like I just did this recently too, coming from the US, man, that is like such a long travel time. And I think, you know, if you've never actually been on like a 20+ hour journey, like overall, multiple flights and everything, like, and then you got to come here and then you got to prepare for this, it's super intense. So I guess to build up on that, you know, because again, you guys both, your last day for playing is today. Who do you think is favored to be the new WEC champion? Because obviously, you know, last year out in Romania, we had Philippines. It's a different Philippine team, of course, now. So we can start with you, Mara. Who do you think is going to be this year's champion?
At first, it was Indo. But after the 2-0 from Saudi, I would say it's Philippines.
It's Philippines?
Yeah.
Philippines.
Yeah.
All right.
So that's, man.
Is it just because of the results?
Is it because
yeah.
only Saudi Arabia? Is that why?
Huh?
Is it only because of the Saudi Arabia game? Like that really changed the perception?
Yeah.
See, okay. What about you, Chicken?
So first thing to note, I think the hotfix could change things about all the Suyu priority.
Yeah.
Though I don't know how harsh it will affect him. I know what the changes, like nerf on his healing and his damage to objectives. So he was very easy to secure objectives because of his second skill. But other than that, I think PH SRG very, very close. Especially after watching today's series, I think it could be like a Game 7 final, kind of close.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if finals go to Game 7.
Best of 5.
Best
full
of 5.
series.
Best of 5?
Yeah,
Okay,
best of
well then
5.
a full series. Indo, unless this patch somehow benefits them massively, I don't see them beating SRG or PH.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's funny because remember PH, I didn't know they were going to do this, but they actually played Saison, Kyle Teasy.
Yeah.
For those, they played him, I believe it was
lineup.
today. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think all of them have changes, I think.
Yeah.
Right? Like for Malaysia, they've had
Yeah,
changes.
yeah.
Obviously, it's not the full SRG lineup. And for Indo, too, they've added in Luke in the lineup, which is also very, very interesting. But yeah, all right. So for both, it's PH, yeah? PH
Both
over
PH.
SRG. What about you? Is it PH Malaysia toss-up 50-50?
Yeah.
Game 5 50-50 for PH Malaysia. I think that's a safe bet, right?
Yeah.
Looking at the past performances as well. But I really want to dive into why you think these guys are super strong. Like in your group personally, right? Going up against PH, going up against Malaysia, or going up against Malaysia. You didn't get to go PH, right?
No, we did not, unfortunately. I actually really wanted to, but
Yeah.
we didn't get the chance.
But going up against Malaysia, what can you tell personally? I mean, like from their strengths and stuff. Is it kind of the same team as SRG despite not having the same members?
So I think Malaysia, since M1, has always been a super aggressive region, and like every year you would see that. And some years it would do really bad, and some years it would do really good. And I think like this meta is like perfectly matches the Malaysian playstyle. And even though they did have 2 subs play instead of their main roster, they still played very well. But you could definitely notice, you know, the mistakes that happen because of those players they have to get adjusted to. But I think the meta is great for them, and it's a big contributor to why they're doing so well.
This is no like inside joke here, but I think part of this is like this is the most entertaining meta that we're in right now.
Brawl meta.
The brawl. Yeah, I know you called it the brawl meta.
That's a good way to put it.
I absolutely love the meta that has been shifting and changing. And you know, some of the games are obviously like faster, but I would say they're so action packed, and I think it makes teams kind of adapt on the fly, especially with the hot fixes like we mentioned. You know, for you, Maro, I'm going to ask you, like, because you guys, just as a team from Egypt, and you know, the familiar players that a lot of people have seen on the international stage representing Egypt, what do you think you guys lack? Like, how come, you know, when it comes to these international competitions, what do you personally feel like Egypt as a whole could like improve on to have a more favorable outcome when it comes to these internationals?
It's only 2. First is the coach. If it's 5 players,
Yeah.
it's completely different.
Who's
Of course,
doing the draft, by the way? Like, who's leading the draft?
It's mostly the 3 of us, me, Alpha, Joki.
Okay.
But who has the last call? It's Alpha and Joki.
It's Alpha and
They have
Joki.
the final call.
So some leadership, like
Yeah,
a
yeah,
coach,
yeah.
would really
Yeah, yeah.
help you.
Yeah, because Alpha used to draft in the EWC, the
Yep.
women.
The women team.
Yeah. He used to draft for Falcons, so he knows how to draft.
And what was your second point? You said your
that-
first was coach.
Yeah, first is the coach. Second is the lineup. It keeps changing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like last year we used like 5 as Occupy.
Yep.
We go to MSC together. We play the MBL together. So there is a lot of time to develop this chemistry.
Synergy.
So when we do like we pick something, we know how to play with it without a coach. So that's why it helped. But with this, it's a different lineup. So the chemistry is not yet there.
Yeah.
There's a gap in the chemistry.
Yeah.
Negative chemistry. Yeah.
Yeah.
So only those 2, and if it changed, yeah, we would do better actually.
So is it the same for you, like lineup and coach? Well, I think I have to ask you for the coaching thing first, because I don't think you've ever had a coach before, right?
So we've tried having coaches. NACT, we actually had like coaches we asked just for input, but something we've realized since M3 is that like a coach, if you really want like a good coach, you are going to need to play with him for like over a year, and it's going to feel really rough at first. And the problem is finding someone good enough, especially in like a underpopulated region, is finding someone good enough to want to dedicate themselves to that role. Because most people who could be good coaches, they're players, and they don't want to be a coach because they want to play. And when you ask them, hey, don't be a player anymore, be a coach for like a year plus for us, most, if not all, are going to say no. So we've gotten used at this point to not having a coach, and some metas, like you definitely feel the difference of not having a coach, and some it's like easier to deal with. I would say the biggest benefit of a coach is like in a BO5 series, where the longer it goes, the less clear you think. So you can make bad decisions in the drafting, and coaches, I think that's like the best part about coaches is that they watch from a third party perspective. They know much more clear as to what went wrong and what happened that was good, and know what's to focus. But other than that, I think it's like a coach isn't required.
It's not required.
Yeah.
Yeah. To follow up on that, both of you guys can actually answer this, because I'm curious from a player perspective. In a longer series, let's say, you know, best of 5 or a best of 7, how does the mental game for you guys as players change? Like, is it the same throughout, where you're just focused on what you need to do, like from game to game? Do you feel mental fatigue? Let's say it's a game 6 in a best of 7 or game 7. Like, how's your guys' mental state as players? Does it change much? Would, like you said, having a coach really benefit that, where you can just kind of go autopilot and focus on your in-game? Is that how that feels like when you go in the distance?
So NACT, we came back from a reverse
Exactly.
So I'd say like for personal experience, you just really need to focus one game at a time. Looking at it overall as like a BO7 is the worst way to do it. because it's too much on your mind. And like you said, since mental fatigue is such a big factor, you need to just focus on the simple things and focus on the game. Because you take too much in at once, you're going to be exhausted by the last game.
Yeah. I've been there before. I think it was season 3 versus Okami. That we won 1 game, then they win 3 games. So I had to like do the comeback. Yeah, but at the last game I was like 0-11 with Kadita. This mental fatigue, I didn't eat for like a lot of time.
Yeah.
It was long wait, so I just autopilot. I die, okay. I just don't think about the game anymore. Even if I lose,
So no pressure.
yeah, but at the last I saw a call, I focused for like 1 minute. I saw a call, we can end, so I give it, like I risked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this mental fatigue actually
is
it happens.
I guess what's the future right now for both of you guys, right? Because obviously for you have another international event to attend right after this. What's the preparation gonna look like for that?
So we're actually heading straight to Malaysia.
From here,
because
okay.
the original like flight plan is essentially going back home 20 hours, and then like three days later another 20-hour plus flight going to Malaysia, and we realized like that's like literally pointless.
Yeah.
So we just requested that we allocate the budget for our tickets to the Malaysia hotels for an earlier week stay, and Moonton happily obliged.
That was your idea.
Yeah, it was my idea, by the way. Because IESF covers our return tickets, so we just told them fly us to Malaysia. Tom pays for a hotel, so we're gonna have an early boot camp, and I think this experience, IESF, the meta, is gonna help a lot for us.
How about you, Maro? Like, what's your future plans after this?
We have a tournament. I think it's in China. Yeah.
Is that the Egyptian team
Is that
or
the-
org? Your org?
No, Egyptian team.
Oh,
also.
the Egyptian national team. Okay.
Yeah, so we will practice more for this tournament. It's a little easier.
Is that still this year? Or is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's after a month or 2.
Okay.
They might delay it or change the China to Malaysia. We don't know yet, but it's soon. So I might continue practicing with this, and I'll be with the R8 still. But we will have a lot of lineup changes. So
For both Egypt and
both.
R8 or just R8?
no, just R8.
Just R8.
I think just R8. I don't know about Egypt yet.
I think we're gonna wrap it up here, guys. Before we close out, I'd like to give both Fried Chicken and Maro a chance to go ahead and give a shout out to, of course, their supporters and, of course, their countries that they represented here. So, Fried, we can start with you. Whatever you want to say to the audience out there.
First of all, thank you all for supporting us in IESF. Thank you, USA fans and BTK fans, and hope you continue to support us and as we represent USA and M6, and continue to support me. And
Maro, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, I would say thank you for the fans for supporting the Egyptian team in IESF. I would say it was unfortunate that we lost this early stage. Could have been top 4, top 8, I guess. But yeah, it happens. I think next year we'll just do better. And thank you all again.
Mirko, any last things you want to say?
Ya, untuk para pendukung Indonesia, para penonton Indonesia ya tetap dukung lah ya tim Indonesia kita, walaupun sempat kalah sama Saudi, sempat udah diragukan mungkin sama player-player ya kan, mereka bilang Malaysia, Filipina lebih kuat, tapi kita harus tetap dukung lah. Semoga Indonesia bisa memberikan yang terbaik, harus juara lagi lah ya.
I guess I have to. Does that mean
Do
I
it
have
in
to do
Tagalog,
it?
brother. You gotta do it in Tagalog, brother.
I can try. Try ko lang. Okay. Maraming salamat sa lahat nyo for supporting the Philippines.
Guapo. Wait.
Okay lang yan.
What's the word?
Don't say the words that you know, Mirko, but maraming salamat and good luck sa lahat ng teams actually, pero of course, Filipinas lang malakas. And that's going to wrap it up here for the roundtable for the WEC 2024. For IESF, once again, we are kicking off the playoffs very soon. And again, thank you to our guests here for the roundtable, of course, Fried Chicken and also Maro. Best of luck to you guys in the future. And that's going to be it for me and Mirko. And we'll see you guys on the broadcast very soon.
You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might just throw another fit. You know I can't help but these, cause they know they can never touch these. So baby, let me talk my shit, or I might
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
This gun was loaded when he was ready for it. Decided to go for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire. This gun was loaded when he was ready for it. Decided to go for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire.
We are now about to witness yet another rematch that will rewrite history. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the new coming budding rivalries of MLBB men's scene, the Philippines as well as Malaysia. Welcome back to WEC 2024 for the epitome of what we have been working with. We are going into the grand finals now for our final showdown of this year.
It's spicy, it's hot, I'm excited and slightly nervous because of what happened earlier this year in the very same street. Is it just me?
No, it's not just you. I think the world is watching and the world knows that for once, for the first time in forever, the tables may have turned because it's not just me who's thinking this. The Philippines is the underdog going into this bout. This is a brand new Cebol with teams of young athletes who have never left the country to compete for this beloved esport, and now they're going up against literally the giants of Malaysia.
We saw what they were capable of last time on an international scene. And the interesting thing is, and I would say kind of ironic and maybe even a little bit poetic, that they're going to do this once again in Riyadh.
Yeah, in Riyadh against one very familiar face, now up against faces that they're not too all familiar with, except for, of course, the meeting that they had earlier in the group stage. But the main beating heart of the Giants of Malaysia are still there. You still have Yums, you still have Stormy, you still have Sekais. Gojis looks like he's been playing the entire year, and he's been playing amazingly. And Lolio, I had a chance to talk with Coach Arcadia. Even he himself mentioned we really wanted him for the team because he's one of the best Malaysian gold laners we have in Malaysia.
I'm happy to see that these are still faces that we're familiar with, whether it be Team Philippines or Team Malaysia. But you know the saying, familiarity breeds contempt. And we need to keep reinventing what defines greatness in the MLBB esports scene. So with that said, even the meta has shifted. So along with these new names and faces, we have a new play style that's come through. Here's a brave and fearless forecast. Going into the 3, the grand finals, Philippines versus Malaysia. We've seen it happen all throughout the brackets. Some level of the brawl meta will show its shade here in this best of 3. The Philippines and Malaysia will have to step up to that.
I'm hoping. I'd love to see that. I want to see chaos. I want to see action. And I want to see that rivalry coming through for our upcoming grand finals. And, you know, taking a look at the brackets as well, it's actually quite a starking difference of the journey that both of these teams have actually undergone up until this final point, right? Philippines in the quarterfinals 2-0ing Argentina, and then they followed in with a 2-0 against Saudi Arabia. Meanwhile, if we take a look at Malaysia, 2-1, 2-1.
Yeah, Malaysia have been tried and tested, and they've passed every test so far that they've met. Even in the last time that they faced off, it was a 2-1 victory for the Philippines in the group stages. That's why it's hard to see a universe where this doesn't go into a game number 3. If either of these teams win in a sweep, both dominant, I will be very, very surprised.
Who am I to think and to demand for what the universe will give us? I think if this is a sweep for Team Philippines, they just prepared flawlessly. It was literally a masterful execution. If Malaysia sweep, so be it. It's just the experience diff between this new C-Ball and literally the Giants of Malaysia, who have already conquered one championship prior here this year, and then WEC is just another as they rewrite history. So
I agree with that, but remember what happened at SPS.
I don't want to...
That's another thing.
Refresh our fans.
It's a back and forth, right? Sure, MSC, it was Team Malaysia. Well, it was SRG, right? And then we went into SPS thinking that, you know, SRG's probably got this. But then Falcons AV Brand were the ones that won.
You're talking season 5. The one that happened in Aquil City Mall in Kuala Lumpur, what, 2 months ago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
It was recent.
Not even 2 months ago. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, earlier this year.
So, you're saying we might revisit that?
Maybe.
That might be... So maybe Malaysia isn't even the giant here. Maybe still, even with this young roster that the Philippines have in C-Ball, they might be the tournament favorites? Is that what's happening? Because
that's a huge argument. Because who would you say is the tournament favorite?
I only have eyes on the Filipino community right now. I don't speak Bahasa Malaysia, not as good as I wish I could. I know some words, not words I can say on broadcast, but what does Indonesia think? Who is it?
Who is it? Mirko, who's the tournament favorite? Do you think it was Malaysia? Do you think it was Philippines? Do you think it was Indonesia?
All right, he fires up his timeline. He's looking.
He's thinking.
He's looking.
He's loading right now. He's not on, you don't see him on camera, but he's just loading.
Even he doesn't know.
He's hung. He's frozen.
Exactly. That's the point.
You broke Mirko.
So
sorry, Mirko.
How crazy is this discussion? Because this is 4 years of Filipino excellence.
Yeah.
And suddenly Malaysia wins the big one, and now you're like, wait, we're not so sure now.
But what we are going to be sure of, once again, ladies and gentlemen, is the official team lineup. So let's bring it up for the grand finals. For Team Philippines, we have Torres, Gomez, Sison, Galiantes, and Fernandez.
They may not be Falcons AP brand, but this is still Team C-Ball. This still consists of members of a very young and promising RRQ Kaito lineup that is led or guided rather by a member of Falcon Saber Brand, which is Saison, and how are the members of our Kyukaito and how the members of Team Seaball, how they have played. How it's as if they've been playing international tournaments for a long time. It's as if they do not spend majority of their time just strictly playing around in the Philippines, that they go fly out and compete internationally. They are not a perfect team. They are one of the teams susceptible to falling into the brawl meta trap. We saw that in their group stage match up against Team Malaysia in the game that Malaysia won. Even in the very final game where it looked like it could have gone other way, if that happened because both teams fell into that brawl meta trap. What you have to watch out for from Team Philippines is that they are going to be strict with themselves with sticking into the idea of that Filipino discipline.
And when you're talking about macro focus, I'm looking at the heart of this lineup to do just that and temper everyone's expectations and, you know, be the maestro to the orchestra of MLBB Esports Excellence. That is Gallantes. More on him later.
And on the other hand, we have the official team roster from Malaysia. We have Gojes, Sakai's, Stormy, Yums, as well as Lolio.
So this is the squad that went 2-1 against every single team that they went up against in the playoffs. I'll tell you now, Gojes to me is a revelation. The fact that he seems like he's been warmed up and ready all this time despite being benched in a majority of their outings as Selangor Red Giants in the past 6 months shows that this team is ready to fight for their country, and that excellence is not just something you inherit. It's something you work for. It's something that you show in the game and that is drafted for performance. So what does that mean? It means that off of Gojes, if I'm looking at Gallantes to set things up for the Philippines, I'm looking at Gojes here to do just the same. And I like that as the playoffs unraveled, he showed that he was more than just a Hilda man. He showed that he could play so many heroes and he could use the same hero in many different ways. That's where I'm looking at Team Malaysia to make a difference against the Philippines.
So for Team Philippines going up against Malaysia, I'm glad that you mentioned Gojes here, because even though at some point you could say, yeah, Hilda man, Hylos man, that shows that he is a proactive man. He's a proactive member of every hero lineup that Malaysia will draw to the table. The Hilda, we know what she does in lane and with the rotations. In team fights, we know what a Hylos does. He's the guy initiating. If it's not gonna be Yums, it's Gojes. So that's something Team Philippines will be keeping in mind in their drafts. If they can't exactly take away the most comfort heroes for Gojes that we've seen so far in IESF WEC this year, then you pick up heroes in your lineup that whatever playstyle that Gojes will end up with, which is again proactive, you can stop it or at least mitigate it.
And you know, speaking of the Hilda as well, I'm in anticipation of the Hilda coming out because honestly, seeing both of the junglers from both of these teams, will we potentially be seeing yet another assassin battle?
That's the thing, we actually might not. In their previous matchup, the only assassins that were let through were along the lines of the Hayabus and the Nolans. Both teams respected the Fanny. And I will be very surprised if anyone lets the Fanny through here. If the Fanny makes it through, then someone prepared extra for that, and they prepared a lineup just to mess with that hero.
And I like your choice of words. When Fanny slipped through a couple of times in the playoffs in WEC 24, one would say somebody messed up. But here, if ever the Fanny would come out, somebody planned for it. Somebody set that trap. And if you're talking about traps, I'm going to say it again. I don't think the Brawl meta is a trap. I think whoever wins this series has to embrace the Brawl meta, has to use that as a weapon and flow with it. You know, that's what the meta brings us. The game has dictated its pace now. Moonton has developed the game and put into the patch how you could not just get away with being passive on the map. There has to be some level of, again, proactiveness, aggression, and conversion that the game demands. So, heroes like Cho, heroes like, I'm going to say it now, the X-Borg in the jungle, those are going to make a difference and define what trading means on the map. So, the Filipino style has to evolve. It can't just be control the map, macro, all 365 days of the year.
No, 100% I agree with that. The brawl meta trap that I'm referring to is forgetting about that macro. That's the trap of the brawl meta. The brawl meta isn't itself a trap. It's when you forget to take care of the minion waves. We've talked about it in the previous series of Indonesia versus Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia tried to match that brawl meta.
Prime example.
That's a prime example of sometimes if you do really forget about that macro when you're just chasing kills, when you're chasing and building advantage through kills, then that's where it falls apart.
But I don't know. If we're looking at both of these teams, are these the type of players to forget the macro?
No.
This is the PH and Malaysia that we're talking about.
Yeah, that's the thing.
If you're going to perform at this level, everything has to be in perfect balance. Your aggression and your macro have to be as such. And I think all 10 members starting for Team Malaysia and Team Philippines have this reminded all the time.
I think that's the perfect way to put it, Leo, because it sounds like our players are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals are upon us. Are you guys ready? Because we definitely are. Let's throw it over to the stage to welcome Team Malaysia and the Philippines.
Oh, we are so ready, me and Yasmin. We are ready to fire it up one more time right here for the grand finale WEC 24 ISF right here in Riyadh. But before we start, Yasmin, shall we start?
I think we should go ahead and do it with $70,000 on the line here for our winning team. A best of 3 grand finals. It well and truly could go anybody's way. So let's go ahead and get our first team up.
Oh, let's go, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand finale happening right here. Let's hear for Team Philippines! Getting in right now, representing the pride of the Southeast Asia, showcasing remarkable skill, teamwork, and resilience throughout this tournament. They definitely earned their spot. So one more time, let's hear it for Team Philippines!
And hoping to take down their opposition, we've got none other than Team Malaysia. Despite winning against Indonesia yesterday, we must not forget the ghost of group stage pass, as this team has previously lost against the Philippines in our group stages. But now, having seen Indonesia claim their revenge on their group stage nemesis, it is time for us to find out whether or not Malaysia can do the exact same in this best of 3 grand finals.
Ooh, swear to God, like all these days of hype and phenomenal matches, it all comes down to the final showdown. You know, it took me like 1 hour to learn this one sentence in Tagalog.
Go on, do it.
I'll give it my best, okay? So, let's go. Ito ang lakas and Pinas Team Philippines.
I can't speak Malaysian, but what I can say is good luck and have fun to both of our teams, and it's back over to our analysts.
Let's go.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, Bara, as well as Jasmine, as it looks like both of these teams, both Team Malaysia and the Philippines, they are going to be getting ready to the battle stations for the final showdown of WEC 2024, and whoever wins that will get that trophy that you guys see on screen right now. The stakes are so high at this point, and I gotta say, man, cheers to the the Filipino fans in the building. Wow, they were loud.
We are everywhere.
Everywhere.
2 of them up over here.
Yeah, 2 of them over here. I mean, our greatest export are ourselves, and there's a lot of Filipinos here. So is that the thing we acknowledged at the previous international tournaments here in Riyadh, is that it feels like a little bit of a home ground buff as well because of the significant Filipino population here in Riyadh. But I mean, they are up against teams and members that have said, "What buff? We'll take you down in the game 7." And I love how Sakai's and Saison acknowledged each other in the fist bump. They were like, it's you again. Hey, you again. And then they went to their separate stations.
Yeah, no, prior to this matchup starting, even before Indonesia versus Saudi Arabia began, I saw them both walk in. So there's that shared history between these two all-star junglers, and they remember that best of 7 that they went through wherein they tore the house down. Literally just next door, the world witnessed a shifting of the tides. The world witnessed how Malaysia can indeed become world championship level athletes. And right now, walking in, I totally agree. Like, amplify that whole argument we had prior to the walk-in. Like, who is the underdog? Who is the tournament favorite?
That's a big question. That's $1 million question right now, and I don't know. I guess we'll see here. Right? How this unravels. $160,000 question. There you go. Get into the specifics.
Or
Yes.
total prize pool.
Yeah. Well,
So-
70 G's on the line here.
Exactly. So speaking of specifics, we're going to go straight into the specifics for our first drafting phase for game number 1 here in the best of 3 grand finals. Looks like Malaysia is going to have that first pick, with Philippines following after. Yves gets banned here. Analysts, what comes next?
Well, let's see if Fanny is actually gonna make it through. But Suyo is the focus right now for the Philippines. We'll see if either of these two teams will go ahead and commit a chip ban. Malaysia might actually pull the trigger on a chip blue 3 ban later on.
Jushin and Matilda should be targets. Oh, look, oh wait, they're attacking Saison.
Yeah. Again, in their previous matchup, it's the Hayabusa in Nolan that frequently popped up in terms of the assassin pickup. So that if ever Philippines aren't careful with their banning process here, you actually might see Malaysia end up with an alpha, and then the Philippines ending up with something along the lines of a Nolan, which will get invaded on.
All right, Jushin banned down, as you guys mentioned earlier on. So what do Malaysia do? Do they go for the Fanny, or what's the contest here?
They'd rather keep the Fanny open, so they'll take out the Cho, because the Cho signals, hey, there's no more Cho, are you really going to let Fanny through? If the Fanny doesn't get banned here, then the Fanny will go through the first pick. Chip is still bannable for the Philippines. If Chip is the ban, then Fanny will get picked. If Fanny's the ban, now Chip comes into the question.
That's a catch-22. I think Malaysia, Coach Arcadia, the mastermind here, orchestrated this first pick well. Power pick for that blue side, which almost instantly neutralizes that 2-pick swing for red, which explains red's out of this world win rate in WEC 24. So instead, Team Philippines says, nah. You go and try and use that chip. I dare you, because there have been a couple of games where chip was totally just snubbed.
Yeah. And as we predicted, it's the alpha for the first pick. If this isn't going to be a Nolan pickup later for the jungle in red 3 for the Philippines, the Julian is still an option with a Suyo God. They can go ahead and steal power picks with the Rome and EXP, contest potentially either the Khalid and Gatot, and then pick up a mid laner in the Valentina. Or sometimes an Aurora blue, red 1-2 does pick up again, does show up from time to time up against an Alpha 1.
Wow, seems like you got it all read out. Renmar is in the zone, bro.
Yeah, these are the possibilities. So Gat comes through. Could be that Aurora. Could be that a hero that
finally
doesn't show up as often anymore.
Spicy.
But I mean, technically, Gatot has been ignored as well. So what do you think about both of these heroes? Do you think that they're still prio? Do they still work the way that they used to?
Yes, I think it comes down to a playstyle difference. So the teams that don't pick these two are teams that, for the lack of a better term, are reactive to the current metagame. The Philippines knows itself so well that they know that these are the heroes that matter to them still. So Malaysia now, I'd reckon, I don't know if it's the same priority. No, they're not going to do that. Stormy is still left up open. This is Gojes as Hylos, and the Lunox for Loliel.
Yeah, and Harith early pickup there for the Philippines does signal that them respecting the comfort pick, it seems like, for Loliel, because it seems the teams that have gone up against Malaysia have taken away Harith out of the hands for Loliel. So we'll see magic damage as the main focus here. This sort of makes me want the Philippines to veer away from the Julian option in the jungle, that it needs to be physical. It cannot be majority of your damage is going to come from magic alone. There needs to be physical damage coming in there in the jungle.
So you can hit the Nolan still.
The tough thing is it might just get invaded on.
So, hear me out. What if there's a way for them to
Bane?
No. Look for this. Look for the Angeling swing.
Ah.
Still possible. Nope, never mind.
Yeah, no. Still the Nolan.
That's the only other option. If you're not saying Julian and you don't want to see Nolan, you try and play for the Angeling in the two picks after the second phase starts. But
So, with the Nolan pick coming in from the Philippines here, what type of gameplay are we looking at? Malaysia on the Alpha should have better control over the objectives.
Philippines, hit and run until you can commit with the Harith.
Yeah. Philippines needs to protect their jungle. That's the very first condition for them, and that's why they would take away the Matilda from Yumes. They don't have to worry about Yumes' Cho popping up anymore. But now, if Malaysia would want to play a playstyle wherein they could potentially start racking up wins within the first two turtles, then they might consider a Tigreal pickup to pair up with that Alpha and whatever mid laner that is going to end up with Malaysia, which the more I see this, I'm still leaning a little bit towards the Aurora. However, if Malaysia want to play a little bit more map crazy, Loi is still an option for them. That actually slipped my mind that the Jawhead is one of the top 2 picks of Gomez in the tournament so far, and Malaysia has taken that away. So this might be one of a relatively newer roam pickup here for Gomez.
He could just pick a Gatot. It could be right there and there.
Yeah, that could already be the roam. Gatot EXP has fallen out of favor for a good amount of teams. They usually just park it in the roam.
Okay. What about the Khalid? Khalid is an option. And the Edith, what do you think about the Edith here?
Oh, thank you for reminding me about Edith. That's someone who I've forgotten a little bit. The problem with the Edith right now is, again, that will make them very magic-coded heavy. With a Gatot Gacha in the roam, potentially an Edith EXP, and then you go, of course, a mid-lane mage. That's a lot of magic damage early on. That yes, there's a line of thought that you can build an early snowball from that, but once a Radiant Armor start coming in, then that magic damage isn't going to do much.
Coach Munsayak here might actually be onto something. They're not so sold on the fact that this Hylos might actually go into the hands of Yumes. Rather, the hands of Gojes, because it might still be Yumes. They're covering that base. They still banned out of Phoveus.
So if ever they pick up a mid laner here, that might signal them saying, okay, we're thinking that this is actually an EXP Hylos. Because Hilda is still up in the air right now.
And Khalid.
Oh, it's Malaysia that bans away the Tigreal. I mean, we did pose the possibility that Gomez might pick up the Tigreal here now. So yeah, maybe actually we are already seeing the roamer of Yumes, and we still don't see the EXP laner of Gojes.
Remember, Khalid is still open, right? They want to go that route. But for the Philippines, you guys mentioned once again, they need to be able to protect this Nolan. The question is how?
Mid laners, I think the mid laner is going to do their darndest to rotate around with the roamer. The would-be roamer, we still don't know where this Gatos going. I like the Aurora, especially if there's a Hylos on the other end. Just plop an Aurora there. Stop that man horse.
Yeah. The Aurora or the Vex, either. What do you prefer? I'm okay with both, but do you have a preference?
I would prefer if Team Philippines tempered their aggression, because with this Louis pick alone, they're saying we're not protecting Nolan, we're not protecting Saison. Sekai's better watch out for his backside.
It's good, folks. And actually, if this is Rome Hylos, might actually have his work cut out for him in terms of being able to get vision. He might just end up getting poked down if this is a Rome Hylos.
What a draft! Like twists on twists, back and forth. Either team accepting the fact that they're reactive because they're still putting out switches. And here we go, the Edith, which I think will be in the Rome. We've seen more Rome Ediths in the playoffs as compared to the XP. And the Valentina, was it stealing?
But here's the thing, guys. Like, that's the beauty of Hylos and Edith, because you can still flex. Because technically the Philippines, they haven't opened that card either.
Yeah.
So they can flex it either way to whichever matchup suits them.
Well, both teams can do that, because we don't know where the Gatot's going, and Team Philippines has the final say. They have this last pick here. And I'm looking at Malaysia. I feel like they're playing this Valentina the way Saudi Arabia is playing their Valentina earlier. Not necessarily for stealing ults, but more for just that early to mid-game spike, how useful in the paint a Valentina is.
Yeah. You did mention that you don't think it's not just for the ults, but then I'm reminded of what Cuffin did, stealing away the Khalids. And of course, Eternus has been mentioning the Khalids. The Philippines decides to default and pick the safest EX billionaire that you can get in this scenario, providing the physical damage. It's the Turizla.
And if I may say, gives a better ult to the Valentina. With a flicker and a dash, she could put that penalty zone wherever she may please.
This is spicy. What do you guys think about the drafts?
I like the journey that we gone through with the draft. More than the product, more than the ending itself, I'll tell you that. But I think Team Philippines will be the aggressor. With the final 5 that they ended up with, which is a clearer go at who's in the XP, who's in the roam. I think Team Philippines should be the aggressor. And if they do this well enough, they should walk away with a Game 1 win.
Yeah, if they are a little bit too passive and don't maximize the fact that they can protect their jungle well with the low E, while pressure the jungle well with the low E, then if they're too passive, Malaysia will be able to find their timing power spike at the right time so that they can start pressuring the Filipino side of the river even more. So it just boils down to Philippines. Make sure your aggression's right, because Malaysia has a strong possibility of punishing.
So that's what we're going to be looking forward to, ladies and gentlemen, for our upcoming game to open things up for the grand finals. Boys, Mirko, Naisu, take it away.
Eterna, Renmar, and Leo, thank you so much for breaking that down. Once again, it's me, Naisu, and Mirko to bring you our last matchup of MLBB Open for here at WEC for IESF 2024. And man, it's looking spicy because, again, this is a best of 3 grand final. And we're going to find out if the defending country, the Philippines, can defend that title for that WEC title here. Do you think Malaysia has it in Game 1 with this draft?
Based on this draft, I mean, personally for me, I like the Alpha more than the Nolan, right? I think it has, for the Nolan, you require way more execution compared to the Alpha. You need to play your game perfect, but hey, Philippines has been able to do that.
Well, we're going to find out exactly what unfolds here. Again, game number 1, prominent and so decisive for a series in the best of 3 grand final. Will it be the Philippines to draw first blood, or will it be Malaysia to set the pace in the series?
And it's already a bit different here, right? Best of 3 means that Game 1 momentum is so important.
Yeah.
If you get a Game 1 in the best of 5, say you could say, all right, we're experimenting in Game 1. We're trying to warm up, but in a best of 3, you need all the points you can get, man. 2-0 and it's done.
The pressure is on, and also you have to take a look at, once again, the lineups like our panel broke it down for us. The mainstay is the fact that this time around, you know, last series we didn't see too much Revitalize action, but there's 2 here across the board, 1 for each team on both sides. Of course, Gomez with the Gatakacha, and then you have Gojes running that Hylos. The Revitalizes change the course and the pace of a lot of team fights, especially when we're talking about early objectives, how things get set up, because, you know, the main thing too is when you throw in a Valentina in the wrench, right? The Valentina there, you're going to be looking at, okay, what ultimates play a part in the role from start to finish of the game. And a lot of times, I like that Renmar mentioned this out. You know, you have this Turizla now across from you that the Philippines decided to draft. That's another plus initiation that you have if Stormy decides, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and take that penalty zone, and I'm going to use the flicker to set things up, and then you can cut people off or set things up too with just having an Edith for use.
On top of the fact that Valentina is a comfort pick for Stormy, it's one of his favorite picks, if not it is actually his favorite pick. It's great against the Nolan. If you have dashes in your kit, getting out of the fracture stacks is just so easy, and that's why for Saison it's going to be really, really tough to actually catch this Valentina. My question is, who's the real target for the Nolan right now, right?
Yeah.
Because for Gojes on the Hylos, I don't think he's the right target to go for either. I think Alpha, when he gets CC, probably, but there's already a skirmish up top. Level 4 for Fernandez first.
I guess the right target for right now is to go ahead and just focus on this turtle. Both teams, though, going to kind of take their time. Again, these level 4s are very crucial for both the teams on how they win these team fights early on. Gomez nearly there. Going to charge up the Unbreakable. Penalty zone already used, though. Not sure, do they commit?
Great dodge from Yums with the onward to escape from the penalty zone, baiting out the flicker too. So 2 big resources used up. Stormy gonna be caught in the taunt, and the yin-yang reaction flickers out to safety, just barely. Sky's on it. Great glorious pathway and a stun from Gojes. Amazing zoning from Gojes, and that's Turtle 1 for Malaysia.
Great zoning, a great response. I mean, they burned the flicker from Stormy, right? But ultimately, it was all part of the plan for Malaysia. They go ahead and using that glorious pathway, that's what I was talking about earlier, between the Edith and having the Hylos. There's so many options for you to go ahead and either sandwich play, cut people off from actually entering that objective zone, and that's what we saw exactly happen. Again, Revitalize wasn't even needed, And so it's the disciplined, clean approach for that first turtle. Philippines, once again, you know, it's nothing too crazy. You're only looking at a couple hundred gold difference. So then you have to start to look at where are the plays going to be made with these diversions.
There you go, onto Yums, but still a bit too tanky. Just gets out with the onward and recalls away. And really, man, we've seen that Malaysia, they've been able to hold out. This is a really good job by Gomez, trying to stagger that recall timing so they have more pressure, more tempo to put on the map. Skies, no, he won't go for it.
Yeah, he's not going to go for that. Again, we've been seeing this pick so much. See a little damage check there from Saeson. Stormy's going to be fine, but the Alpha, man, I don't know how many times, I'm sure our panel knows, like, how many times this Alpha has been first picked on the blue side.
Yeah.
You know, it's picked up so often. I guess so far, at least through these stages, we've seen, you know, even the surprise Hilda pick up. Oh, Gojas, he's fine. He's got the Revitalize, he's got the Glorious Pathway. But, again, Alpha is such a big pickup, so much value for any team draft, really. Like, he fits in so many different kind of combinations for what they want to go with. And, you know, it's kind of hard to kill, too, especially when you have such a front line that protects you. My biggest thing, too, is we saw the Lunox, what was that, just yesterday, parked in the mid lane. Yep. It was okay, but I think it was just not part of the game plan. This time around that it's in the gold lane for Lolio, it's a little bit different on how this plays apart. Do you think he has enough time? Again, it's a matchup between Lunox and Harith to shine later mid-game.
It's going to be really tough, I feel, for the Harith. Around the first few neutral objectives, Lunox, hold up, penalty zone. We're on a go, just still a lot of damage. Plays off from Fernandez. Forced to use the flicker. Yums are doing the primal rat. Torres in the back now. Popping his Amon force. That's going to be the AOG, but Yums flickers out of it. Saeson unable to go for the retry. Yums almost surviving, but Torres claims first blood. It is a 4th minute first blood. Turtle number 2, however, going to Malaysia.
Man, I'm surprised. You know, Stormy held on to that penalty zone. He didn't use it. He had the flicker available too. They might have been, oh, there it is. As I say it, jumps in. I don't think he can get anything, but enough to go ahead and pop a little bit of damage off. But that last exchange, what we're seeing here, Mirko, is just Malaysia playing that disciplined route. They go for these objectives. They secure 2 turtles now. They don't have to force a fight if they don't want to. A lot of it is just, again, surviving that initial initiation or aggression from the Philippines, like, you know, we heard mentioned, especially with the composition, but they don't have to get the kills. They don't have to do any of that.
Glorious Pathway, Gomez trying to go for the tanky, soaking that damage as much as possible, but the yin-yang reaction was enough to just zone them away from that turret. An easy take for Lolio down below in this winning matchup, Lunox versus Harith.
See what I mean? Like, it's mostly just we're not going for kills. We're just getting objectives. We're just getting turrets and turtles, and it's going to build us this small lead slowly but surely, and that's what they're looking at because, you know, the first items are coming in and being locked in, and those small little wins across the map is exactly what we know wins games. A diversion to this side of the map, we'll see how it's going to be responded. Again, Philippines looking forward to their own possible setup, and we've seen teams kind of struggle with this in a way. Like, how do we counterplay into this Louis Yi? How do we counter the diversions in our side of the jungle if we have to? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but right now, Stormy's still choosing to hold on to the penalty zone to actually have a response if maybe Yums catches someone or they find their own setup potential. But this is now the 3rd turtle coming up in about 10 seconds. We'll see if Philippines actually wants to contest, if they're in a position to win a team fight, win objective, but they know Gojas is there. Gomez still not quite, you know, tanky enough to actually just front side. He's got to rely on Fernandez too.
Yep.
So it's up. They're going to square each other off. Trying to find this is. I feel like this is the trouble with a Nolan against an Alpha. You got to find it here.
Penalty zone from Fernandez over the skies right now. You can see the damage coming down. Saeson able to get the retribution as he dashes forward. Yin-yang reaction over to Yums. Fernandez will be the sacrifice for the neutral objective. 1-1.
It's a great way to put it. You know, I was wondering if they wanted to contest that last turtle of the game, and they do. They send in Fernandez, his body for the turtle. Gomez will take a couple shots. They're trying to hold down this mid-tier 1. He's tanky enough now, has the passive as well from the Ganakachi. He's going to be fine, goes back to base, but ultimately I would say, you know, Philippines is happy with that. At least they go ahead and get the objective, the turtle. And if you're noticing, right, they're still playing on the macro level. Despite how clean and I would say low kill this game has been so far, it's pretty much even in terms of economy. You know, they're just trying to hold on to the space when it comes to these turrets.
It's all about reaching their item power spikes in the mid game for the control later on. And honestly, if we talk about the late game, right, in terms of damage output, and And in terms of creativity, I think creativity, I have to give it over towards the Philippines with the low E. They're going to have a lot of different angles of attack. They also have a Nolan that can constantly just look for trades across the map. Macro advantage definitely seems to be the Filipino advantage here as we get into the late stage. But if it comes to damage output, they got a Lunox.
Yeah.
They got an Edith as well with a Primal Wrath. And honestly, Skies who can shred down. They got the Contra shred down even the Terizla here. Frontliners going to have a tough time. So, I don't know. So far, very 50-50. Like you said, gold lead is non-existent at this point. Both of them are just farming. Both of them are just waiting for the next neutral objective. And it'll come down to those creative little angles from Galantes. If he can find the perfect diversion to maybe get a possible flank to take down Stormy or Loliel before the fight, that's the win angle.
And I think that's why when we look at this kind of game, when you're in this kind of pacing, because again, if you guys have been watching us through the live streams, like this is a very different pacing, right? It's much slower than what we've seen in the past games. And part of that, again, is, yes, the creativity that can come from the Philippines. And that's why I think Malaysia, their draft was so good, because there's so many answers to that creativity that is going to be shown from the Philippines. This time around, though, Malaysia will start up the objective again. About half health here. I'm not sure if they fully commit to this. Buffs are up, too. They could choose to go ahead and focus on those. Saesun gets the read. Took the orange on the other side just by himself. Still, no team actually committing to it just yet. It's still holding. Sakai's holding it at half. A turret does go down. There's a push, though.
Glorious Pathway, just great targeting. Into the back, he goes down with the AOG, locking Skies down. Saesun doesn't get it. It's going to be Skies who wins out the Red Tree battle. Fernandez with the flanker, but Yones will chase him down with the Primal Wrath. One last shot is all he needs, but Galantes is there to peel him away. It is one kill over to Malaysia and a big Lord, too.
A big objective locked in and secured for Malaysia. Surprisingly, again, that passive, the body of Smith for that Terizla, keeping Fernandez alive. And I'm surprised, you know, again, that Primal Wrath wasn't enough from Yumes, even with a Warcry emblem, you know, but unfortunately, no one goes down there. For Malaysia, they can play into this Lord. It's going to be pushing in the mid. They're looking to just, at this point, get some more turrets. That top one on the tier 1 will go down, opens that up. Their main job here, because of this clear, is hopefully they get some tier 2s. I don't think they're going to be knocking on this Holy Shields. Philippines should be able to go ahead and maintain that. Gojez, though, will go in for that cutoff, trying to keep them from pressing on forward, but the tier 2 mid will go down. And maybe this is, again, at that point where you're looking at the power spikes. Is it there? Stormy grabs the Avatar, the Guardian ultimate. Look at the push happening. Wow. Saesun goes in, gets his own tier 2. And mind you, this is what happens, Mirko. We've seen this so many times. Oh, hold on. Are they going to go for their own sandwich play?
AOG, they know they're kind of split up right now. Diversion as well going to be utilized. Saesun able to cut off Skies from the rest of the team.
Oh, he forced
the Spear of Alpha. Now it's asking for the Purify coming down with also Loliel jumping with the Chaos. Fernandez putting the hammer down. Torres still able to kite away. That's a brilliant. Saesun going to be caught now. Stunned up by Gojez and taken down by Stormy. Fernandez on the run. That's Skies with the Spear of Alpha on the chase for the Filipino team. Torres gets splashed in the bush. Stormy gets the double. An amazing read from Malaysia.
Man, Stormy's been holding on that flicker for the majority of the game, but that one he knew. He's here, I'm grabbing that kill. Stormy, we talked about the Valentina for him, and right now he is locked in 3-0-1. They're going to go for the mid-turret.
Let's see if they can clear it out. They still have Fernandez on the Terizla. Oh, a ton over to Sky. Spear of Alpha defensive. Penalty zone onto 3 from Fernandez. Locking him down with the AOG. Stormy knocked up again.
Diversion.
A diversion off angle to the side. Galantes spotted. Gojez will be the one to be sacrificed here. Let's see. Oh, none of the shots connecting. Gojez still able to survive. One last shot should do it. And the glowing wand will burn him down.
Man, Philippines, they had to work for that, though. They had to turn that around some way. But Malaysia has been just winning these fights. And really, it's the lineup that's working in their favor here. Again, going back before on that broken, Saesun, he pushed that tier 2 turret. He got it down, able to get something out of it. And this is always something you have to watch out for when a Nolan is picked up. They like to just go ahead and push. Again, they're going to go ahead and just get in position using that diversion. They know this Lord is up in less than 10. And so the Philippines will go ahead and play around the fact that, again, they have that space towards that bottom side. And this is where we have to see here, too. You know, again, this Lunox picks this Loliel here. Does he have enough damage to go actually and shred someone down? This is very difficult for Philippines, too, the way they approach these fights. Because of the fact you just have a very tanky front line. Look at the angle on the backside.
With a conceal, Yum's able to find onward, forcing to purify out. Now Torres dashing away with the demand force. One last shot, Lolio finding the fadeaway. Gomez trying to save the rest of the team right now. The Spirit of Alpha will hit him, and Stormy just eliminates him, takes the kill away. 2 members picked off away from Team Philippines. A diversion already being hovered over. Let's see where they go. They try to go for a steal. A desperate steal attempt now. Saison in the bottom lane, Bush against Spear of Alpha on top of the Earth Shatter. Fernandez taken down. That's 3 members down. Yums will go over to check on the Bush. Yums unable to go for Saison, but it's all just about the escape for him right now. It's bouncing the fracture, and Go just zones him away. There was even a penalty zone from Stormy.
A good attempt at trying to go, hey, you know what, we don't have any other option. Might as well put Saison in the bush to try to get a steal. But man, Malaysia, their game sense, they know this. They go and spot it out with Yums and even forcing out that retribution to survive. So again, great play there from Malaysia. Great usage of everything, all the tools that they have to win these little fights, these decisive fights, and turn things in their favor. So now again, they march in with the Lord here, looking to take these base turrets down. Saison's gonna go ahead and push that tier 2 on the top. And they always have to maintain this because we've seen this time and time again where a Nolan from different teams is picked up and he's pushing into the base now. So they're going to have to go for a 4-man defense against this Lord Point from Malaysia. Is he going for the end? No, Stormy's there.
There's kind of Yums goes in for the flicker as well. Stormy has recalled Lolio. Go over the combo in the back. Torres is still able to survive. Winter Crown coming down. Lolio going to be taken down by Fernandez. Penalty zone from Fernandez into the AOT for Gomez. Still, the enhanced Lord is up, but Torres is right there. Skies won't be able to take them down. And Team Philippines somehow, some way, they defend against Malaysia.
Somehow, some way, the combination of the ultimates and just well-timed. Again, a distraction. I mean, how many diversions do they have? They have the one from Luyi, and then they have Saison. And this is what I was talking about earlier with the Nolan, man. They're going to put him in one of the lanes, force a response from Malaysia, and they just turned what should have been a dire situation, possibly game-ending, to now they're running down mid to get turrets. Talk about IQ in the game. Now Philippines, what more do they get from this turnaround?
The fact that they got a base turret up top with Saison on the Nolan. We were talking about this, Naisu, right? As we get into the later stage of the game, this Nolan is going to be a big threat in the side lanes. And we saw that and convinced, I mean, this is just crazy. The fact that they got the base turret was already good, but it's the base turret in the far lane. Far lane away from the next neutral objective. It's going to be really tough now for Malaysia to handle that. The fact that Philippines still have more macro control because they have a diversion, and on top of that, they have a Nolan, and they have to just deal with the far lane somehow because it's very possible that we see a split push from Team Philippines up top.
You have to remember, this is such a weird situation to be in where, again, you are controlling, if you're Malaysia, you're controlling that pace, you're knocking on the base turrets. You got 2 of them down from the Philippines. But because of the mere fact that, again, you're playing against a diversion, and they could easily just, if they wanted to ignore the next Lord coming up here, send Saison somewhere to push the map, they can completely do that if they want to. Not to mention there can be fake out diversions too. That's all part of the creativity that we mentioned earlier on. So Malaysia finds themselves in a precarious situation approaching this next objective.
The good thing about this Lunox pick from Malaysia is they might not even need to care about the side lane control. They have a Lunox together with an Alpha, so you can actually burst down the Lord real quick, right? That should be the angle of attack for Malaysia right now. They actually are holding onto the Lord. This is an enhanced Lord, not an evolved Lord just yet. We are not the 18th minute of the game. But it does seem like for Team Philippines, they're the ones sending Luyi up top. This is it.
Luyi's there, handling the wave. A 4th of the health on the Lord here. Saison go!
Saison with the assassination. Lolio goes boom! In the back now, it's going to be an all-out fight, and Skies wins out the Stormy battle. Saison with the immortality by a Storm is going to be very low. Torres takes him down. Still, Caltizi taken out by Skies. Pops him in the ground as the AOG comes around as well. A great immortality buy from Skies right now. That's going to be Torres jumping in. Skies, Spear of Alpha, but Torres gets the double. Malaysia win the neutral objective, but Philippines win the fight.
They win the fight. They're starting to slowly but surely turn things in their favor. Yes, you get the Lord. You're able to buy some more time. You need that time for the 3 members of Malaysia to come back up. But Philippines will go ahead and clear this out relatively quickly, utilizing their ultimates and everything else to clear things and push into these base turrets if they can. Saison, decisive assassination at the bottom there before that Lord take. And again, you're playing around the fact, look at the range here. You're getting a preview of the range on that diversion, obviously maxed at this point, and it's relatively close still. This game is so close, it's still a 50-50, and this is where you start to see the brain work of both the teams,
Ridiculous
right?
stuff.
The way that they play the macro level, and at the highest level, mind you, is what is going to separate this game number one. And remember, it's a best of three, man, so all this, again, diversion going to be used. They're looking for their own setup here behind enemy territory. Gojez, though.
Taunt comes in, been having enough damage. A burst, Gojez down! Oh my god, they do! Even with the revitalize, Gojez gets taken out.
That's a little bit too much damage. Big damn coming out from Philippines, and now knowing their numbers advantage in their favor, they'll handle those waves. They still gonna handle the top two. This might be an opportunity where they're able to get closer to the base, but because of the way that, again, this lineup is from Malaysia, they need to go ahead and do that a couple times, or even just win the next Lord. They're in a relatively good position, though, if they keep pressure here on this side of the map, to have that advantage when it comes to the Lord. Because remember, even if they feign the Lord take in less than a minute, they can always send someone on that top side to push in, and that's something that Malaysia has to look out for. Whoa!
Lolio almost getting the kill, back again. Penalty zone though, locks him down. Gomez going for the taunt, and again Lolio will be caught. Great recovery from Stormy. Does he have the flicker to go for the chase on the Saison? He has the flicker, but Saison buys the immortality just right in time. It's going to be a chase from Stormy. Torres walking back again to win a crown bot from Saison as Stormy walks up again. It'll be a kill on the other side. Fernandez taken out. Gomez buys the winner crown, uses it in time, pops in to revitalize, but it's not enough to keep him alive. Torres has to be very careful. 20 seconds on the clock for an evolved Lord.
Oh, a little messy there from Philippines. They had to respond to that, and they're going to have to go back to base. And this could also mean that that Lord goes in the hands of Malaysia, so they're going to have to pull something creative off again. They still have Torres, they still have Saison. Timers-wise, Galantas will be back up too, so they can still play again with this diversion. Lolio did so much damage, though. Uh-oh, once again, he's going to have to clear this out. Lord's going to be started up. How do they approach this? Look at the positioning. Pay attention to where Philippines goes across the map. Torres given all the information on what's going on here with this Lord. It's going to swing back around. There's the diversion.
Diversion into the bush. Galantas will take it. Skies wins out the red tree, takes it for the team. Saison in the back line, trying to go for the assassination. Great brilliance timing. Stormy able to get him. Terrified for Gojez to stun.
Those micro decisions, man. Every single time throughout this game. I mean, we're 21 minutes in, but those small moments, even with Lolio using the brilliance to survive that burst, helps them stay in this a little bit longer. So once again, they'll push in with a pretty beefed up Lord this time around. This is going to be quite the fancy footwork that Philippines has to pull off to stay in this game. Fernandez also picking up the Athena shield. They know they're being overloaded with magic damage right now as Malaysia walks in with this Lord. Saison still 15 seconds away. Can Philippines defend this with 4?
It's going to be very tough. Glorious pathway in the back line. Fernandez trying to go for the front line as well. Skies bursts it down. There's Gomez jumps in as well. It's going to be the immortality buy from Skies. Is that the penalty someone used up earlier? Winner crown used up. Gomez, AOG to the back, unable to find anyone. That's Torres falling down. Galantas is next. Stormy has a killing spree, and Malaysia claims match point in the grand finals.
Malaysia, you can't count them out, but man, what a game one showcased us here. Again, it's a best of 3, so yes, you heard right. They're at match point from being crowned the WEC 2024 champions here at IESF. Still, for me, a game that was almost just 50-50 for the majority, but man, Malaysia, they really adjusted on the fly. You have to respect the fact that they were able to respond to the way that Philippines was moving across the map. They were utilizing their creativity, but Malaysia answered back, man. And this looked so good for them, the way that they responded, the way that they team fought. And, you know, it looked like almost in that last Lord take, Mirko, that Philippines was like, we might have to do something about this, you know, but then they changed on the fly too because the way Malaysia played it. So again, great game number 1 here. Malaysia up 1 point, match point. Panelists, what do you guys have to say about this? What do you think about game number 1?
Thank you, casters. Thank you, Naisu. Thank you, Mirko. We're not at match point. We're at championship point. Just like that. That was such a close game. How did you guys feel about it?
Nerve-wracking, but at the same time, just watching these two brilliant teams. Again, the key phrase that the casters came up with, adjustments on the fly from Malaysia, then from Philippines, then from Malaysia to eventually secure the win. Micro to macro, it was just fantastic MLBB.
For Team Malaysia, I think the major game changer was the fact that their jobs on a lane-to-lane basis, hero-to-hero, player-to-player, it was just much clearer. It was so much easier for Gojes to play man-to-man, for Loliel to be a glass cannon, and for Stormy to be the frontline commander. I think Stormy dictated the pace of 80 to 90% of the fights that Team Malaysia picked. And you'll see in the highlights how in the early game, Team Philippines was figuring that out. Team Philippines was learning that the hard way. And then eventually, come the late game, all they wanted to do was find Stormy, find Loliel, go from there. Team Malaysia did not make that easy.
And that's why heading into the draft, or the early portions of the draft, once we saw the bans, the Alpha and the Nolan trade was so important. Because with the Alpha lineup, the priority and what the team, the Malaysian squad put together around this Alpha, it's very direct. As Leo said, Philippines had to get creative with how they were going to approach this. They couldn't just do a simple front to back because of the Alpha that they're up against, the Edith that was in the roam, and a Valentina in the mid. When you have those two heroes in the roam and mid, you can't be direct about it because there's a high chance that you're going to get punished with the distribution of continuous DPS-like magic damage and true damage from the Alpha.
That's the prime example of right-clicking tanks and mages.
Yeah.
They're casting their spells, yes, but they're also just doing it at a pace that you're not supposed to in those positions.
Yeah.
Eventually, in the late game, I refer to the 15 to 20 minute mark. Team Philippines found their footing. Team Philippines, it's not like they weren't armed to solve this problem that Team Malaysia was presenting. It's more of a finesse lineup. It's a surgical lineup that they committed to, and they achieved so much. That split push by Saison in the top lane, that was money. That punish in the mid, inside of Team Philippines base after the fact, was money. But after that, again, Malaysia was able to answer to it and say, yeah, let's just protect Stormy well enough and to continue to keep Team Philippines on their toes. And that just made it so much more difficult for Team Philippines to figure something out. The fact that the numbers were always for Team Malaysia meant that Team Philippines were always working with a hand behind their back.
I agree. I think I even started from the early game. I like how the casters put it earlier on. They made a big observation, right? Going and committing for the Nolan in the jungle, it's peculiar because I was asking you guys as well, what is the job of the Nolan in the jungle? Because obviously, in terms of objective take, it's going to be a lot more challenging as compared to something like the Alpha with the draft that Malaysia had. And what was the answer, right? Kill pressure, kill threat. But the problem is, who was the target of the kill threat? They mentioned the Valentina really good. Stormy, turns out that was a huge pick. Wow, amazing, Stormy. Loliel's was also very difficult to take down. So the adjustments, honestly, despite Malaysia being able to get that first game, I want to give props to the adjustments that the Philippines made in that game.
Yeah.
It was beautiful to watch.
Yeah, he evolved the Nolan into the 4-1 split. It felt as if the Philippines also acknowledged that it was inevitable that Malaysia would be getting the early game, that they'd be coming from a deficit position, that they needed to play defense and then just get crafty with how else that they were pushing the maps and taking care of their minion waves. So now as we head into the next game, which will probably, I'll still be very surprised if Philippines ends up on the red side here, but if Philippines ends up in the blue side, then I think now it's pretty unanimous. With all of the action that we saw from IESF so far, Alpha really has become the key. With the fall off of Ling from the meta, with all the picks that arose to counter that pick, Alpha is definitely the pick to go now.
So about 24 hours ago, I said, hey, is Alpha the best jungler or is Alpha the best jungler? He really is. The Alpha and the Omega. All other strats start and end with the Alpha. Everything else is just so easy to build around when you have a hero that deals reliable damage, true damage at that, has CC, has sustain, and at the end of the day, is a 50-50 at worst against everything else.
Also very the Indonesian word is mandiri, independent. That's the word I'm looking for. Very independent as well. He can go into the team fights. He can also disengage without any help as well. So that's a valid point that you make. And with that being said, what's the answer? Do you ban the Alpha from the get-go? Is Xborg a reliable answer?
I think what we'll see here is with Malaysia already signaling that they're willing to ban out the Hayabusa, Philippines and Malaysia might just end up trading for Alpha and Suyos. Because it's not always a clear-cut victor between the two. It's just they're the best possible mitigator for the other. With the rotational speed, the damage, the clear speed in the jungle. So those might just end up being left in the open. What I'm looking for here is how Philippines will look into mostly tempering what Stormy can bring to the table. I overlooked that Valentina. The Valentina coming in, like I talked to you guys about this, the potential trades there. But the Valentina came out big time in the last 2 picks of the draft for Malaysia. So that's something that Philippines will be looking at.
That's almost as good as a Angeling 2-pick swing.
Yeah.
It's Edith and Valentina. Again, right-click Mage and right-click Roamer. And sure, Stormy picked up what? A solid penalty zone in the Lord fight. An AOG? Did Stormy get his hands on an AOG?
He would get the Avatar of Guardian.
That's just icing on the top. I think the factor of Stormy, Valentina rather, being a good hero in the paint is what made the difference here. You'll see that the what we call in the Philippines when Valentina spits on you alone changes. What is that?
Shadow Strike.
Yeah, see, you play a lot of Valentina.
Yeah.
So the Shadow Strike already changes the way Gomez and Fernandez engage. So that should also be a key. Not just attacking Stormy in the draft, but even in game. Consider how you will engage on whatever Stormy ends up with.
So we're looking at Alpha, Valentina,
Bio, yeah.
those 2 picks. What about the Luo Yi? Because honestly, the Philippines utilize that as a huge tool to come back in that mid game towards that late game portion.
Loyi, I wouldn't call it like one of the things you have to look out for. Even more so, I'm looking at the Edith. Yeah, you were mentioning during the draft, Edith. Can Edith come up? It came up on the side of Malaysia. And the fact that they got the Edith meant that they didn't need to park the high loss into the roam anymore. Again, it was really looking like, with the possible scenarios we were presenting, that the high loss was going into the roam, which meant it would possibly lose against the center of the Gata Gacha Loyi combo that we already saw. But since the Loyi was picked up 4th, and then Edith was still open for them, they could put the high loss into the EXP, and the Edith had a little bit of a better chance now to be able to engage. And Goges, again, sticking to the idea that we presented for Goges that Malaysia's thinking about, give him a simple job. Zone out, apply pressure, and he's been doing that perfectly. And he did that very well with that high loss. It's even more so that it was already hard for a Nolan to contest. It was even made close to impossible because of what Goges did with the high loss. So hopefully Edith becomes more hotly contested by the Philippines.
So these are definitely picks that we are going to be looking at as we are moments away of coming into the drafting phase for game number 2. But just to remind you guys, this grand finals is again a best of 3. So we are now at championship point. It's on the Philippines now. The pressure is on them to be able to force a game number 3 if they still want to be able to defend their title.
I'd reckon, as counterintuitive as it is in the current metagame, how red side has way more wins than blue, Philippines should go blue.
Yeah.
Philippines should be able to, again, trade for that alpha, or at least feign the alpha prio. And yeah, the real swings are the 2 in blue in the first phase and the 2 in the last. Like, that's where the power picks came in. That's where Malaysia was able to pick up the high loss and then set the trap, and then that's where the Edith and Valentina came through. So I think for game number 2, if we want to see game 3, we got to see PH in blue.
Do you agree?
Yeah, definitely go blue side. Funnily enough, the bans here of Malaysia with the Eve, Hayabusa, and Joe does make sense for Philippines to just replicate that and even first pick the high loss and the alpha themselves, excuse me. But again, that will boil down to what Malaysia bans on the red side. Philippines bans Suyo, Jushin, and Fanny. Again, I really don't think we'll see Fanny here. What might change up is that if Malaysia decides, hey, let's open up the Suyo. Because if you rush the alpha, then that means we'll get the Suyo. Are you comfortable with that? Then with the Suyo open, the question is, are we gonna rush the Alpha? Shouldn't we just rather get the Suyo or pick up something else that might be open that will apply pressure to the Suyo? So that's why if you're Malaysia here, I feel like they should just leave it open. It applies a little bit more pressure into the first pick of the Philippines.
So that means you have two potential bans switching alongside the side swap.
Yeah.
You're seeing the Suyo open and the Hayabusa open, because I don't think Team Philippines would ban their own Hayabusa in blue.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so that already changes the face of Game 2.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to go back to what I go back against what I said earlier.
Go back on it?
I still feel like the Hayabusa could be potentially banned out by
Even
the
in red.
In the blue side, a blue side Hayabusa ban, depending on what Malaysia is going to signal for their first few bans.
All right. In my head, I'm
red.
assuming Philippines is already blue. So that's why
Yeah,
me
too.
Yeah, so already I don't think they should touch that.
Okay.
Because the Nolan was as good as it was, and now how many amazing moments Saison was able to pull out in that game loss in Game 1. I think it was really pulling more weight than it was capable of, you know?
Yeah.
Like it turned into a utility Nolan. How do you even end up doing that?
I think that's just the intelligence of Coach Ark, right?
Yeah, for sure.
He was able to negate the entire kill pressure that the Nolan was supposed to have.
Yeah. And hey, we can't just put it all on Coach Ark. Coach Vecchi's also there.
Yeah, the coaching staff, amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing. So the mind games are going to be ensuing very soon in the drafting phase, and we're going to see exactly how this unravels. But again, guys, I find, and I do agree with the Suyo, just leave it open. But if we had to choose, and if we had to argue strengths between the Suyo and the Alpha, what would the argument be?
Okay, so if this goes into the line of thinking, if I'm Malaysia, I'd rather get the Alpha. It's already tried and tested. You open up the Suyo, give the Suyo to the Philippines, get the Alpha for yourself, and then again, just play around what you did in game number 1, but replicate that onto the red side. If you're gonna pick up the Alpha, you already know that Gojas is a killer on the high loss. If you wanna pressure the jungle, then you do go Alpha heal the first 2, or Alpha high loss. It's jungle plus the Gojas pickup. If they delay that a little bit more, then we might even see an Edith get picked up, because they're already signaling, hey, you don't know where this is going, this is gonna go roam, EXP, and you're forced to draft into the blue side.
More technically sound fans might have a differing opinion, but I stand on business, and I will die on this hill and say Alpha is currently the best jungler in MLBB right now.
Yeah.
So we're still sticking with that.
Yeah.
Alpha number 1.
Everyone else is a consolation prize.
Okay.
Unless you have a lineup or a draft that is very specifically built around something else. Again, an Angeling. I think that's still very strong. The X-Borg, again, with a super solid 3 and 4 around the X-Borg, that's also good, but at the end of the day, like pound for pound, Alpha's on top.
What about this, guys? When we got into the drafting phase, we saw the Alpha first pick, followed in by the Gata Harith, and then Malaysia followed in with the Lunox Hylos. Did you think that the Harith pickup was wise in the early stage?
Initially I did, because that really was them respecting Loyal's pickup, and at the same time, you really don't want to give Alpha and Harith to one team, since if they were forced into it. I wouldn't say that they had absolutely zero option, and they absolutely needed 100% to pick up the Harith. Again, even running through the possible simulations in my head, it feels like that was the best possible choice that they could have made. Maybe the Garakasha could have been different, could have been Harith and then something else. But then if you're in the Philippines side, you're already thinking, oh, we don't want to get pressure. The Garakasha and Alpha does provide a lot of pressure. We don't want an Alpha and a Harith to deal with. Let's just get the Garakasha and Harith. That's what it feels like to me from an outsider's perspective.
The Harith was not the problem. Even in team fights, you will see that the Harith was carrying its weight. It's no use crying over spilled milk, but sure, the Nolan did work, but maybe they weren't accounting for the fact that Gorgeous can play man-to-man like a beast.
Yeah.
So that might have, personally, if you're asking me about the first phase, that's where I would have switched it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's a reason why it's Monsayak on the coaching staff, not me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And not to take away the talent, not to take away from the efforts and the talents of the Malaysian squad, the other members of the Malaysian squad, but based on what we've seen from the matches we were able to see here in WEC this year, Gojus really has carried his own weight and has done excellent with a very simple job. A simple job that can, if you mess up, it messes up big time for the team, but Gojus has done so well with the man-to-man defense that he plays.
Yeah, there is a proverb that goes, I fear not the man who practiced 1,000 moves once, but the man who practiced one move 1,000 times. Gojus played what? Less than 5 heroes in WEC, right?
Yep.
Most prominent would be the Hilda and the Hylos.
Yep.
He played a CC and something else. Like I don't remember earlier in the groups, but the Hilda and the Hylos, those two alone have done so many things differently for Team Malaysia, and that's just two heroes. So as Team Philippines, like, you have to consider, how do we protect? Now it's weird that you're thinking of a formula to protect your jungler from an XP laner.
But technically, if that's the case, then isn't it easy to kind of capitalize over that? What happens if the Hylos gets taken away? What happens if the Hilda is not on the board?
Well, that opens up so much more picks if you're committing bans or stealing those right away out of the
That might be
gate.
what they want.
There's still the CC, there's still the Kali that he's already shown previously.
That's the one. That's the
Again,
Kali.
not to say that it's impossible that, Gojus, there's no answer for Gojus. There most definitely is an answer for Gojus. The answers for EXP laners usually come with, number one, if you're going to be committing rotations into that, to take them down right away. Number two, what is your crowd control makeup? And number three, what is the damage profile in your mid and in your jungle?
And that's where Galiante's pick comes in. Galiantes has to end up with a hero that can pressure Gojus and burst down whatever chunky boy or girl in Hilda's case and CC can do to undo what he's doing in the man-to-man against Saison. That's 80-90% of what Gojus did in Game 1. And that's a huge factor in that Game 1 win.
Definitely. That's something that we do need to take into consideration before we get into game number 2 of the grand finals. But ladies and gentlemen, as you can see earlier on, we have a lot of fans in the building right now, a lot of Malaysian support alongside with the Filipinos in the building as well.
I love that they brought their families too.
Exactly. We were talking about that yesterday, right?
Oh, no.
Malaysia and the family.
Not just the athletes' families, the fans too.
Wow, yeah.
I'm seeing Filipino. For sure I can tell they're Filipino, but they bring their kids, so start them young. Like, MLBB is a beautiful game. Everyone can play it.
And it's a pretty game to look at. I mean, with all the colors, the effects. It's a pretty game.
Shiny.
It's shiny.
Would you allow your kids to play?
Only with me.
I will
Only with
I will
you.
turn off chat, though.
Okay.
Turn off chat and then with me.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. What would you ask them to learn first? What do you think that would be
Sling or nothing.
easier?
Rome.
Rome.
Yes.
Interesting take.
Because Rome is all here. And folks, I'm pointing to my head. Rome is here.
Yeah.
Playing a good Rome, it's here.
I will let them play whatever they want to play. Whatever makes them happy. Then tell them why
That's
it's
cute.
wrong.
What?
I'm kidding.
Daddy, I want to play Argus.
No.
Wolf would ask for Saber Rome.
No, you know, I'm going to go back into that because I don't want the Argus mains chasing me. Argus is a great pick, y'all. I get you. But there's a reason why we don't see him in the pro scene that much, and I'm going to leave it at that.
You know, I'm wondering, with so much support in the building from the fans, I wonder what the audience thinks. What do you guys think? How do you think this grand finals will unfold? Will it be a 2-0 for Malaysia? Will we go to a full best of 3? Will the Philippines come back for a reverse sweep?
I can tell you now, a good chunk of Filipinos are sweating. They are just ooh, because Game 1 was so close.
It was.
And Game 1 shows that even if the Philippines come up with like these weird strats, like a split push and diversion on diversion, Malaysia can adjust on the fly. Malaysia can answer. So now the question is, oh no, we were throwing our best at you. What can we do for Game 2? Because I'll tell you now who knows what to do for Game 2. That coach right there. Like, they got the game plan. So it's just a matter of time. It's it's a horror movie you've never seen, so you don't know how it ends.
I wonder what's in the book.
I take that back. I hope it's not a horror movie for the Philippines. No, I hope it's a feel-good film, like a rom-com film. Yeah. Where the protagonist is down on their luck in the first half.
Hey, Gojis.
And then...
Hey, Gojis, give us a thumbs up if you're good.
Oh, that's
he's no longer on screen.
That's the look of... he's locked in, man.
He's locked in. He's locked in.
Like a zero to hero story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so... Yeah, you could say that because these are new faces. You know, Team Philippines,
Exactly.
say for Saison, these are new faces. See, this is the face of a champion. Like, this young man is...
Hi, Stormy. Oh, wait, no, Sakai, sorry. It was a shadow.
Yeah, this young man was
Romeo.
named MVP just right across the street.
Yeah. And we saw that MVP performance on the Fanny.
Yeah.
Wasn't so great for Indonesia.
Yeah. That was yesterday.
Yeah, it was. It was yesterday.
Surprised you remember. If I were in your shoes, I would...
I think it's going to be in her memory for a while after what happened yesterday.
Quite some time, yes.
So it's not even your choice.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just typing out potential draft scenarios.
Oh, let's hear it.
I haven't typed anything
Okay,
yet.
fine.
I'm still clearing
Okay,
the
we'll give you
board.
some time. We'll
He's
give
about to.
Renmar some time.
Yeah.
Okay, so now he's typing.
Okay,
so
what is he typing?
In this hypothetical situation, Philippines on blue. Quite the narrative we're weaving here because we're making assumptions.
That's the only thing we can do.
But I think that's the right assumption.
I honestly feel like that an Eve blue side ban is still warranted.
Yeah.
Maybe the Hayabusa Cho blue side ban from Team Philippines, if they do go blue side, that can change. Jushin for sure on the Malaysia side, because again, the idea is you open up the Suyo so that Philippines would potentially bite into the bait, pick up the Suyo, then you pick up the Alpha, pair that up with someone else, and when you have the Alpha, you don't want to go up against the Jushin.
Hold up. You're saying the Philippines wants to pick Suyo first?
Yeah.
They're blue? Suyo and then give Alpha?
Huh?
That's risky business, man.
Wait,
Yeah.
we were just arguing for Alpha.
Yeah,
What changed?
Yeah, well, we're arguing for Alpha, yeah, but then I'm coming at this from the Malaysian perspective of like, hey, let's just open the Suyo. But if ever they don't bite the bait and they go ahead and pick up the Alpha for themselves, then that becomes a different story. For sure, that means that it is going to be a Suyo on the other side. 100% though. Oh, I wonder who banned the Fanny. That's my question.
I think Malaysia on red would ban the Fanny.
At the same time, the Philippines can surprise us and
So
just,
yeah, open Alpha, open Fanny.
Yeah.
Now what?
Ooh.
Yeah. Oh, open Alpha, open Fanny. That's Fanny. All the way.
Because there's no Cho, because they banned the Cho in the blue, yeah?
Then you don't go Suyo anymore.
Malaysia.
You go
For Malaysia, you
Alpha.
go Alpha.
Malaysia boleh. Look at the support.
Demi Malaysia.
Demi Malaysia. Malaysia langgar.
Langgar, yeah, Langgar.
See,
There
we're
you
just
go.
naming all of the
Yeah.
hashtags for the previous campaigns of Malaysia on the international stage.
Malaysia, hashtag Lafel, hashtag Gideon.
Love the support. Love the support, guys. Yeah, we
Pretty sure they've used that too.
We need Lafel here.
I'm pretty sure he's watching right now, and I'm pretty sure he's hyped up. Or no. Right now, you know what he's doing?
What is he doing?
He's calming himself down.
Ah.
Because they are at championship point.
Yeah.
And I don't blame him. Like, that's the right thing to do. And we got Filipino fans here, too. Wait, no. These are the dudes from Guam. What's going on?
Guam for Philippines.
Those are Team Guam athletes.
And they're showing their support for the Philippines.
All right, see, Filipino fans have brought flags, too. And it's up the right way.
Yeah, I remember there were a few Filipino fans in other tournaments.
Is that
and
food?
Yeah. that is
Manjin!
food.
Imagine.
That is chicken in a salad. It's fried, no, it's grilled chicken. It's a
Grilled chicken.
very special dish concocted in the central islands of the Philippines.
Fun fact about the Philippines, we also make our own brand of leather goods. Very good, great. Leather goods from the Philippines.
Durable.
Fantastic. Very durable.
That's right.
Long lasting.
Do you agree with that, Naisu? It seems like he's making a face.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he agrees. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Thumbs up.
They last like decades in the esports, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, we should have like a full English podcast. I wish you could bring the casters in. You know, ask them what they think. Do they think that Alpha's better or Suyo's better?
If they like that.
If they like that.
I think it might
All
be,
smiles.
think it might also be good to just remind everyone again, like the stories between these two. Again, for Malaysia, they've never reached this point for the history of IESF.
Yep, country
Since
championships.
2022. Yeah, they made it as far as quarters in 2022. Again, they weren't involved in the stage in Romania in 2023, and then now here they are potentially going to secure the World Championship.
The big one.
The big one in the third year where we've seen MLBB as an event in the IESF World Esports Championship. While for the Philippines, this is their third year in a row they've made it into the grand finals. 22, fell to Indonesia 3-1, 23, defeated Indonesia 3-1 in Romania, now in 24 in a very special best of 3 grand finals. Could potentially fall to Malaysia. Potentially.
So in the landscape of WEC, in IESF, the Philippines is still vying for domination.
Yeah.
In the grander scheme of things, it's reinvention. Everyone can agree that this brand of SEABOL that they're sending is in an effort to show the world that hey, it's not all about just this set of athletes. We have so much talent, to offer on the global stage. But yeah, because of that recap, it's about going back to back. Can they? Because the truth is, Malaysia is just one game away. One game of MLBB away.
That's it.
You know what that means? On a micro scale, what that means for people watching? In half an hour, Malaysia could be raising that trophy.
Yeah?
You're cooking dinner, and then after that, Malaysia becomes champion. Like, that's how fast, how soon that is.
Yeah. You take
how urgent it is for the Philippines.
You take a nap, suddenly boom, Malaysia's champions.
Do your naps last 30 minutes?
I never sleep.
Interesting.
Take a good shower. You come out, Malaysia could be champion.
Exactly.
Yeah. Including the dress up in skincare.
And that's why this result will actually pose yet more questions for the MLBB landscape. Because for the longest of time, again, the Philippines have just been such a huge powerhouse, reigning every single international tournament.
For 4 years now.
4 years, can you imagine that? That's because like in the esports world, 4 years is a long time. That's 2 seasons of MPL regionals.
Yeah.
And then we have
No.
8? Yeah.
8. That's 8 seasons. Yeah.
We have a fan of a Filipino caster named Ate Chantel there.
Oh, Chantel Ganda mo.
Yeah,
Yay.
it works. I'm so glad you remembered the good things we've taught you in that very important, crucial moment.
Thank you.
You
thank
remembered
you.
the good things
Thank you,
that
thank
we
you.
taught you.
The demons did not win the day.
The demons did not win
Do not
the day,
give
it
in to
turned
your
out.
intrusive thoughts, guys.
Thank you all for your patience again. Of course, we want to set everything up, all of our players and our athletes for success. So please bear with us. But yeah, thank you for your patience as the draft might be heading up in just a bit.
Very, very soon.
Again, what is it, $60,000 question?
70.
$70,000 question. Is the Philippines going to go blue? We still don't know that.
Yeah, I wonder if we have an update or if we could get an update as to which. Oh, wait. Maybe we'll get it now.
We'll get it now. We'll see. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moments away of coming into the drafts. It should be popping up real soon. Okay, fine. Oh, there you go. Philippines, first pick. That answers the question.
There it
The
is.
70,000 USD question. Yves banned out first.
Yep. So we got a couple of assumptions, right? Philippines go blue. Philippines still bans out the Eve.
Yeah. Jushin ban could be coming up here. Trying to think if the Filipinos will go for a crazy ban and like ban out the Hylos or something in the first phase blue side. Again, considering that we might be opening up the possibility of the trade of the Alpha Suyo, maybe Fanny bans might actually not come up until the third.
Yeah.
Like they're sort of gonna tease each other. Are you gonna open the Fanny? Are you gonna open the Fanny? We're not gonna open the Fanny.
Yeah, Fanny becomes the...
It is a
It is
Hylos ban.
Hylos. See?
Okay.
So not the Hayabusa. So it's clear. Team Malaysia was attacking Saison.
Yeah.
Now, Team Philippines attacking Gorgeous.
Yeah. That's the question I posed, right? What happens if you take these heroes away from Gojas?
Yeah.
And also, it's another mind game in the jungle.
Good ban. by the
Fanny's still
Philippines.
open.
Come on, Fanny third. Ban something else right now. So you're not looking to ban out the first pick. Maybe they're looking to. Ah, okay. They decide
No,
no.
sir.
Let's not delay. Let's take out the Fanny now. So the Alpha Suyo trade is activated. Are they gonna commit either another crazy ban into the Valentina, or maybe even Hilda? If it's not the Hilda, they could pinch another one of the big. How do you call this? Flex, the Edith potentially. Because if they ban out the Valentina here, that's an easy Edith pickup for Malaysia in the first two.
Yeah, something tells me Edith comes out second phase.
Yeah.
Whether ban or pick. So you're fine. I think first phase, they would stick to the homework.
It's so eerie. This entire vibe is eerie. They're taking so long.
Stick to the fundamental bans.
Harith banned out by the Philippines.
Away from Loliel.
Really respecting the Harith of Loliel here. I mean, are you going to give the chip to a Filipino team now?
Oh, that's
Is
never
the
happened.
question. Because if the chip is open, then the Alpha Suyo trade opens up the possibilities. He's open again. Let's see if the Filipinos will decide to pick it up.
You go chip and you give Alpha Suyo, it doesn't matter. They can't take both. Oh no, Coach Pao faced here with a bevy of decisions that he's never had to make before. Like, as a Filipino, we've never seen chip open.
I think now maybe part of me is still saying just go ahead and steal the Alpha away. And my thought process earlier, I thought that maybe Philippines would consider just picking up the Suyo. It's Kyle Teasy. It is.
Oh, there it is.
Suyo. Yeah. So they can go Suyo here.
Alpha.
Then
Alpha
Alpha.
X.
Yeah.
Alpha Hilda?
You go Alpha Edith or Alpha Valen. I feel like a
Knowing
Valentina
Gorgeous,
Storm
wouldn't
makes
you
sense.
want a comfortable pick on him?
Ah, that's true.
Yeah, I think Alpha Hilda.
Yeah, maybe Alpha Hilda then, if that's the case.
It's Alpha X.
It's got to be Alpha, right?
Here's
It's not a plot twist and then they don't
There's-
pick up the Alpha.
There's no need for Malaysia to rush the Alpha. I don't think
You're
the
right.
Philippines would do anything. Would be so crazy to put Alpha in Fernandez's hands.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they don't need to rush it because you can pick it third, pick up power picks right now. You can go Edith for Yumes again, but nope, it is Yumes. You put him on the signature choke, get the pressure in the jungle, and it's pressure in the jungle for the first two picks right away from Malaysia. So for the Philippines, are you gonna take away the Valentina? Make sure that Stormy doesn't end up with it. Valentina and Cho will outpoke a lot of centerpieces. Valentina Khalid look good.
Then again, this is the MDL winning championship squad. So I don't think it's out of their playbook to just steal the Alpha, throw it into the hands of Fernandez and call it a day. We've seen XP lane Alphas do good.
Yeah?
Nope, never mind. Not gonna happen.
The answer though from the Philippines.
They do steal the Val.
Jawhead Valentina. So we're going signature pick after signature pick for both of these teams.
Yeah.
But yet they still have not answered it. Do you think this Jawhead is the answer to the Hilda aggression? Or do they need a different solution?
Well, it matches the aggression that a choke can dish out because you get tossed. The poke of a Jawhead Valentina is really great as well. It would be a massive swerve if Malaysia suddenly goes tanky in the jungle. That's going to surprise the Philippines, and that Jawhead pick is now going to start thinking about its own existence. But this still might most likely be an Alpha. Jawhead will turn off the potential Ling. Lings historically struggle up against the Jawhead Roam. Any Assassin. What if they surprise and suddenly just go and plop in Hayabusa and not even make it Alpha Suyo? But of course, why not? It's Alpha Suyo! You go for Alpha!
It has to be. So now expecting Philippines to attack Stormy.
Does
Ban out-
Malaysia want to ban Uranus though?
Oh, we don't have any precedents just yet for the Uranus on the side of the Philippines.
But the three heroes right now in red don't have the right damage profile to deal with the Uranus. So maybe?
Yeah.
Just to be safe, do it now. Or do it in red 5. Doesn't matter. Red 5 ban.
Yeah, could be a little bit later. Again, if ever the Uranus pops for the Philippines later, it's not going to be a fault for Malaysia to not ban it out because, again, they don't have history on it. So they go ahead and take out the 1-1 instead. Again, 1-1s are not necessarily the happiest, but they don't worry that much about the choke compared to other marksmen because they already have the innate Purify in their second skill. So Aurora getting respected, so now they're pinning down on Stormy's best possible picks.
They can attack Stormy in red, in blue 4, and then blue 5 attack Lolial again. Really
But
make it
remember,
difficult.
Malaysia, they can still pick up something like the Luo Yi.
Yes, that was also in my head as well, that the Philippines might actually consider banning that out in the fifth pick. Fifth ban. If they don't ban out the Luo Yi, then that's Philippines saying, oh, you know what, go ahead and pick it up. EXP. I wish I knew what the Gorgeous was saying there. But it seems like it's giving assurance to the...
It seems very confident.
Guys,
yeah, to the
what do you
Cardinal.
guys think about this? What if Faramis pops up for Malaysia? That's exactly what the Philippines did to Indonesia against the Suyo.
This looks like a
that they
really good
lost.
Faramis 3 though. These first 3?
Yeah.
Solid on Faramis.
And it's not rare, it is quite rare, but it has happened where teams would still pick up a Faramis even though they know there's a Valentino on the other side.
Yeah.
But the problem with picking up the Faramis in number 4, it could go into number 5, depending on what Philippines picks in their EXP. Because right now the EXP laner for the Philippines needs to be tanky. It needs to be the front. Because the Jawheads pick off type. You're up against the Hilda, the Alpha, the Cho. The front line of the Philippines is losing currently. At this point, they're stuck with either a Gata Gacha or a Terizla for the sheer tankiness alone.
There you go. They read into the Luo Yi situation. Not going to happen.
The
So
ban.
you're only looking at the Vex or a Faramis. Unless there's something up the sleeve of Stormy that's going to shock the world.
If they want amazing wave clear, Lily is an option.
That will put the pressure on to whatever tanky EXP laner the Philippines decides to pick.
Lily's good too.
Great for late game if ever they're forced into the corner to go into there. Gold laner for Lolio. I mean, Bruno's one of his usual go-tos. Up against the Jawhead.
Yeah,
Trying to think of the potential tanky EXP laners that he might be up against. They might go Magic and... I mean, Nathan's still open.
Nathan's open. Lunox is open. There's a Faramis.
Hell of a predict there, Eternal. Good call. And they still do pick into it. They said, we don't need to wait. In terms of what's left in the EXP lane, they do not have enough.
Does the Philippines go Melissa? Melissa's so good against the 3 here.
Yeah. Maybe even slightly better than Claw, but it's very team fight heavy. You're deciding to go pure team fight up against a lineup that is right now, or even most likely going to win in team fights, even if you go tanky with the EXP laner here.
Is Melissa still a really good lane bully? Or has Clint taken that mantle?
We don't know because we don't see what Loliel's picking.
That's true.
Yeah. I mean, generally, Melissas are happy to lane bully.
Yeah, so
Generally.
Team Philippines has to take a shot in the dark if they're going to commit hard on the Melissa, but no, it's the Irithel
Yeah.
and the Gatot.
Yeah, it was just a Gato to Terizla and then
XP
the Irithel
Gatot.
here. A lot of pressure on this Jawhead. A lot of pressure on this Jawhead because Malaysia can just go pure Snowball, just go Bruno here even. Give Saison a taste of his own medicine, then surprise with a Brody maybe, but they can just go big chunky damage each basic attack type of gold laner. If they want to be a little bit more patient with it, then they can afford to go for the more DPS attack speed build. But hell, Bruno Brody, I would not be mad.
What about the Moscow?
They want a little bit more
Technically,
fabric.
it's a little bit more defensive as
Yeah.
a gold laner.
That's true.
It doesn't lean hard into the early game advantage Malaysia has now.
There's a chance you could also punish the Jawhead entry with a Moskov. Yeah, nice one. Faramis and Moskov. Great calls there now.
I don't know.
Just be proud of
Okay,
Take
thanks,
it.
guys.
Take
I'll
it.
Proud
take
of
it.
yourself. That was really
But there
good.
it is. Ladies and gentlemen, the drafting phase for potentially the last game in the grand finals. One more game away of crowning our champions. So with that, Reptar, Leo, we're going to throw it over to you real quick. What do you guys think about the draft's predictions?
I think Team Philippines ended up with the tools that they want. Not once in the draft did I feel they got choked. So I think this is their best shot at going to Game 3.
It was very good for Malaysia in my books.
They won the first phase, and they picked up solid picks to support that.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Like the Team Philippines lineup does have the right tools, but it's very risky. Maybe there's a reason why the Jawhead worked so well for them. Maybe they played very differently, that even though Gato Kacha is their only main frontliner, that the Jawhead is actually going to shine here. I haven't seen it in action. We're finally going to see it in action here.
Let's go. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to throw it over to the deciding moment. Naisu, Mirko, take it away.
You know what? Eterna's still smiling because she got those 2 picks right. And I know what it feels like because sometimes I get lucky too and use that game knowledge. But what we do know is it's championship point for Malaysia right now.
1-0.
It's me, Naisu Mirko, here to bring you the action. Once again, it's a best of 3 for the championship here at WEC 2024 in Malaysia. I'm looking at the lineup here, and I feel like I would say it the same way Renmar said it, Mirko.
Yep.
You know, I feel like this draft is Malaysia's upper hand.
I agree.
think there's a lot has to fall into place for the Philippines to really make this work. What do you think?
I agree with you, man. I agree with Renmar too. I think Malaysia definitely have their comfort draft, right? Everything was great. The Moskov as well, though we were talking about the Bruno pick, possible last pick there up against the Irithel too. They went for the Moskov for, I think, more activeness on the map to also match the side lane pressure. So I think the Moskov works too. And yeah, for Philippines, it all comes down to if they can get that early snowballing with the Suyo, with the Jawhead. Because if that happens, I think they have the tools to actually force out a game 3, like Leo mentioned. I can see his vision too.
It has to, almost in a way, like almost comes down to how do you
execute?
How do you execute the Jawhead?
Yeah.
Like for the most part,
It's a risky pick.
The Jawhead is a little risky pick, and I know some of this also is comfort, especially if you've been following, you know, these individual players from the Philippines and their journey and becoming champions and everything else over in MDL Philippines and all of that. But again, there is some risk to this draft here to be able to execute it properly. And yeah, I think even with the Moskov, because we were thinking about the Bruno that we have seen also Lolio play twice, was it yesterday?
Yep.
Brought it to the table. This time around, again, a Moskov just kind of gives them the option that if they want to go ahead and keep him in the lane, push and split push that he wants to, then just join the fight later on. You can always do that. And most likely that could be one of the game plans here for Malaysia as they go through that game, because if you missed game number 1, it was what, 21 minutes I think it was, around 21-minute mark.
Yep.
It was back and forth both times, but with these two drafts, I think, again, especially, we're taking kind of like a throwback. This is a throwback in the sense of you've got we're going to mostly have double Nether Realms. You know, you got a Valentina and a Faramis. This was, throwing it back to seasons ago, at least in the professional league, where you always saw the Valentina and the Faramis pick up. And now you also know, because you did see the Gatacontra, so I'm wondering also, is this a revitalized matchup too? Because if that's the case, then we are looking at some pretty extended team fights that should be taking place for this.
Yeah, we've seen Hilda go for Vengeance, for Revitalize too, so again, it really comes down to the, I would say, preference for the players. What do they like playing with, right? With the Hilda, with Vengeance, you can get a little bit more sustain out, soak in a bit more damage, but Revitalize, it's more of a team playing.
What do you like better?
Me?
Yeah.
Revitalize.
Revitalize?
As a gold laner, I would like to get healed. I don't want you to have your solo Vengeance.
Or your solo
where's my
sprint.
Revitalize? Yeah. No, I want Revitalize for me as a gold lane. But again, team play, or you want to just go into the enemy jungle alone, right? I think in this scenario, up against the Suyo, that's my question now. After the hot fix of Suyo, after the big nerf, I would say, towards his damage into objectives,
yeah.
How hard did it hit him when it comes to jungle clear? Because we know that for Hilda, the way that you put pressure in is you stop the enemy jungle from clearing in with your poke, with your damage, with your all-in. If Suyo's nerf hit him that hard for the clear, this Hilda might be able to actually stop the Suyo.
I'm wondering if that's obviously part of the plan, because so far, and I know we discussed this, had our panel discuss this yesterday, especially with the Hilda, how it's such a hot pick right now, but we've also seen it, we've seen it fall flat on its face too. We've seen that just yesterday. We saw that. So there's still I guess some testing that can be done here where we got to see if that Hilda is enough, because again, this was what everybody was thinking. I would say is that first pick was probably going to be the alpha, and then Philippines was like, no, we'll go with the Suyo. It doesn't matter if he did just have that, little bit of a nerf and everything else to his kit. They're still confident enough to go ahead and pick him. And we also saw, even with that, just yesterday, where the Suyo ended up working out pretty well, because even with that nerf to the objective damage and everything else, let's be honest, he's still a really good jungler. Just his kit alone.
Still.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that he can go ahead and get some, ranged shots off, but then also be able to get in a position to actually assassinate people as well, and just play around objectives too. That's always something that you have to watch out for. The other thing that you have to look out for is this Irithil pick. You're the gold lane master here. How do you feel about that matchup? You have Irithil in the lane. Part of that also, I think, is the crossbow is going to work out really well, the heavy crossbow against when we're talking about the Nether Realms both coming up. How do you feel about the gold lane matchup?
The Golden matchup is actually quite interesting, right? Because the Aerithal actually does struggle up against heroes that have blinks. The Claude, the Moskov both have blinks, have a way to actually gap close to stop skill 1 from being that very oppressive zoning tool in the lane. So the Moskov, I would say, it comes down to it being a skill matchup. Depends on how they execute it. It's still a bit more 50-50. And yeah, I think the Moskov here, he's looking to just go for a wave clear, go for Prio in the lane, and then rotate across, because that's where the Moskov has as a strength compared to the Aerithal. Aerithal is going to have less of a time rotating around in the early game. Meanwhile, for Moskov, it's as easy as landing an SOD with the crazy amount of CC that they have around their team, and the crazy amount of power, I would say, around neutral objectives. Hilda plus the Alpha in the jungle, and also Cho. This is a very neutral objective, first turtle kind of deal lineup.
And not only that, I mean, aside from the Aerithal, you know, I thought you were going to mention this because you mentioned it yesterday. She's got the Ducati. Well, I'm assuming it's the Ducati skin. Ducati skin. We did get word, by the way, guys, you know, that they're going to be fixing something, I believe, on stage here. I'm not sure which side it is, but they are going to go ahead and get settled up. You know, you joined our podcast earlier on the panelists. Now you're here with us.
Yeah, Chicken and Maro. Now just us.
Oh, yeah, they played that earlier, didn't they?
There's some pro players in the stage right now. I mean, watching here too.
You know, it would have been great if we got to go and have like more interviews, you know, with players. It's always good to like go ahead and pick their brains a little bit, you know, and see how they're feeling and how their experience has been. And it was good to know also, you know, through the course of just the ISF run in general. Remember, like we started this, man, online qualifiers was like 6 months ago. It was like it started like a while ago, right? We started towards that part of the year, and now we are here, and it could relatively be one of the last games here for this run. And you know, like they mentioned, that prize pool is 160,000. First place is entitled to 70, I believe it is 70,000. And that's what they're playing up against here. And this is the thing, man. Looking at the fact that we broke down the Malaysian draft, especially in that, you know, most of even the panel would agree that, yeah, they might have an upper hand in terms of the draft. This could be one of those situations where you might not expect it, but you maybe see a sweep here with this kind of draft. And that would solidify even further here, Mirko, that Malaysia as a whole has really risen in the tier list of strong country, strong players, I feel like, in competitive MLBB.
Absolutely, right? We've seen these names before. I mean, Stormy, Yums, Skies.
Even on different teams before.
Gorgeous being the substitute to the SRG lineup. But again, here, doing so well, playing the high-lows really well, zoning members away, particularly Seisan from all the neutral objectives in game number 1. And we spoke of just how important getting game 1 was, Naisu. In a position like this, where it's best of 3 in the grand finals, getting that first game, usually in a best of 5, it's like, all right, you get game 1, it's a warm-up, you get that extra point, and then you can try to read your opponents out. But in a best of 3, that momentum that you hold is crazy. In Malaysia, they're a team that actually thrives at getting momentum.
They known for it?
Yeah, they're known for momentum, and as DGY calls them, they're the
called?
king of best of 3s.
They're the king of best of 3s?
They're the king of best of 3s.
I would assume the reason why they have that title is because they haven't lost many best of 3s.
Yeah. They've only, I think this tournament they lost in the group stage against Team Philippines. That's a best of 3. Philippines won 2-1. But so far, again, it is 1-0. They're looking like they have a
looks pretty good,
can go for the head as well, go for the throats.
Man, that'd be crazy. Think about the last day here. You know, last day we had the Battle of Thirds. That was a sweep. This one, not yet, but you know, people. I think even when our panel asked the chat, like, there's a lot of Malaysian fans that have risen through the ranks, I would say, and over the course of this year, and they're looking at the same thing. You know, they want to see if they can continue this kind of dominance, if you will, for what would relatively be a great year. I mean, think about it. Like, even if Malaysia ends up winning this championship here for the WEC, they won a major tournament, like Leo mentioned, across the street earlier this year. And then we all know where they're going to be playing next and where our next major tournament is held. So it's just like, you know, seems like it's going to be a year just for Malaysia in general.
This year, right? I mean, we've been talking about it being Malaysia's prime year. And just based on that previous event, the major international, we can already say that this is already Malaysia's prime, because it's their first international tournament. If they go back-to-back with another international tournament here, the World Esports Championship, that makes it 2, right? And then later on, big three. They're already kind of on a golden road here, I say.
Definitely going to be a golden road that they're fighting for. But again, thank you for being patient with us, guys. We are going to be taking a short break while things get fixed out here to go ahead and get ready for the game. So we'll be back after the break.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're landing in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, for the World Esports Championship.
In a world where victories can be measured in gold and silver, some things are priceless.
Fully expected, and it's Radon find him. Can shine for one with a quick trade from Impulse.
Some things are not bought with money.
The base is too open. Now Philippines is now taking the base of Indonesia. Remember their name.
The feeling of standing alongside your fellow countrymen, the emotion, the home crowd, the weight of a whole nation on your shoulders.
Sometimes I get emotional by the fact that I got chosen to be one of the representatives of my country. And yeah, it's just a dream, honestly.
Here it's not just about the game, it's about the pride that unites us. Every match tells a story.
He needs to some missed shots. Sound picking up another one, another headshot. No way! 4 kills! What has happened?
From every corner of the globe. All eyes on WEC 24.
Early 1970s. The world was discovering the boundless possibilities of esports. While esports offered endless enjoyment and addictive allure, it lacked a certain depth and a sense of purpose. It needed something more, something larger than a trophy, something beyond individual gratification. That's when a vision emerged. A vision of uniting the world through esports. The International Esports Federation and the World Esports Championship were born. Its mission was clear: to create a stage where nations could unite and compete for the ultimate title, World Esports Champion. For these athletes and nations, the World Esports Championship was more than just a competition, more than just a game. A chance to make history, to leave a lasting legacy, to inspire a generation, and to represent their nation. Over the years, IESF started achieving greatness, year by year. Korea, Indonesia, Israel, Romania, worldwide. The World Esports capital changed, each year expanding significantly, getting bigger and bigger. Fast forward 15 years, IESF was determined to show the world the most valuable World Esports Championship. 140 nations gathered in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The WEC 24 story. 2024. Saudi Arabia prepares to host the 16th World Esports Championship after a spectacle made in Iași, Romania by IESF for WEC 23. New president, new challenges, and quite a bumpy road ahead. As the calendar turned to January, the national qualifiers took place, breaking dozens of records. In a wingspan of 3 months in every nation across the globe, athletes competed to get one step closer to the World Esports Championship and represent their nation on the global stage. However, as fate would have it, the road to WEC 24 was far from smooth. Things went south. 2 out of 3 offline regional qualifiers were forced to go online. Even though that barrier occurred, the online regional qualifiers shattered previous viewership records. The hype for WEC 24 was real. Meanwhile, Africa. IESF showed just how much potential is hidden in Africa. Over 180 athletes, 17 nations, and thousands of fans. All in one place for one specific reason: esports. The bumpy road came to an end. The slots for WEC 24 were secured and everyone was ready. The much anticipated 16th World Esports Championship set sails. WEC 24 Day 1.
Ahlan bikum. Welcome. Bienvenue. Bienvenidos. Willkommen. Benvenuti. Добро пожаловать. Välkommen. Welkom. Bem-vindos. 환영. 요koso. 환영합니다. Hoş geldiniz. Καλώς ήρθατε. Swagat hai. Witajcie. Yindit nab. SEF Arena.
was no problem. If you had a gun, shoot him in the head.
Decide to go for the run. Just a fire. Just a fire.
And welcome back once again. Thank you for being patient with us. We're jumping to the land of Dawn. We are into a championship point right now, the grand finals. Defending champions Philippines versus Malaysia. Once again, I'm Naisu, joined here with Mirko to bring you game number 2 in this best-of-3 championship game and series. Mirko, let's talk about the draft again. Just get a refresher because it took a minute to get back into the land of Dawn.
Yeah, based on the drafts, man, Malaysia definitely have a bit of an upper edge here. The way that they can play the game, very aggressive all the way from the start, early control. Just like we've seen, I think the meta has kind of shifted to a pure early to mid-game focused composition every single time, right? Those early to mid compositions usually do so much better. But honestly, it's really good from Philippines as well because they also do have that early aggression to play with. That's why first turtle is going to be massive. Whoever gets it first should have a massive advantage coming into the game, especially as we get into the mid-game here. And you can already see the Suyo prioritization for first pick here is doing well. We were expecting that maybe because of the hot picks, because of the nerf, the Hilda could try to go for the invades early, but no, Suyo still looking good.
Yeah, it doesn't happen, and part of that too, again, you have to look at the fact that, you know, we talked about maybe the potential for these kind of longer team fights going on, and that is the 2 revitalizes, right? 1 for each team. The typical thing we're seeing with the Faramis, you have that Netherrealm, and then you have the Valentina for Galante, so he's probably going to be taking that as well. So these are going to be very extended team fights that eventually break out once especially these objectives are up. And then you have to kind of paint the picture of, all right, you've got 2 roamers who can be playmaking potential and who is going to be able to set that foot first, you know, who gets that momentum going first. And oftentimes when you look at it, you know, I would say Humes is going to have the work cut out for him a little bit more because obviously you can misangle the kick, right? You misangle that way the Dragon, whereas again, Gomez can just kind of jump on in, unstoppable force, and then, you know, toss someone over his head if he wants to. It's a little bit easier to pull off. Turtle's gonna start up though.
Fernandez getting taunt down as well. Yums, Jikudo, good revitalize, already used up Skies. Oh, good ejector over to Skies still. Good red trade from Saison, securing it, an AOG from Fernandez. Turtle 1 taken by Philippines.
Nice and easy and clean. You know, we saw this also last game too. Relatively, you know, slower pace than what we've seen in previous matches. But with the first objective secured, again, that's just gonna give a very small advantage. Nothing too crazy just yet. Gomez providing the information on where the pathing is for Skies, and you know, Stormy and Yums definitely gonna go and help protect him up. But that's the thing, Yums is almost level 4. Wow, look at the damage.
Critical just now, unstoppable force, ejector, and the execute from Saison. First blood. This early aggression. Skies right in the bush. Together with Yums, Galantis does have the Netherrealm, and Skies will not go for the Spear of Alpha just yet.
Okay, furthering that advantage that I was just talking about. You know, and this is what I was saying. Gomez can just go ahead and unstoppable force and then ejector, and that's what he's going to be doing time and time again. For Yums, he's got to make it work. He's got to find those angles, and that's one of the difficult parts about making this work, where, again, he's got to rely, too, possibly most of the time, having Stormy alongside him, you know, just in case he gets caught out a little bit. But nothing too crazy. Malaysia's been in this position before. They'll go ahead and just try to find a guaranteed pick-off if they can find it. Galantes, like I said, will hold on to that Netherrealm the majority of the time. I'm not sure if there's anything else he might take over.
Look at the rotation, man. They've essentially shut down Gojas already once now. They're actually looking to go to play amongst Gojas again. Unstoppable force into the ejector, into the stun of Saison, and the taunt as well. Waiting on another realm from Stormy. Gojas will be able to survive. That's a big ult, though.
That's a lot. Not only the ult, right? The ult is used. They get the Revitalize out from Gojas. And all this was the timing of the Turtle, right? Turtle's going to be up in less than 10 seconds. And so they get at least an ultimate out of it. Stormy might have it back up depending on how they delay this, but it looks like they just might give the Turtle up. You know, look for a play elsewhere. They're kind of falling behind when it comes to these a little bit of decisions at the macro level. So Saison secures that second Turtle. Gojas could be in trouble.
Again, unstoppable force up top, the ejector. Now Gojas gonna be eliminated again. Saison goes in for the blades of the Soul Sever and snipes him down up top.
The fadeaway.
The fadeaway, clean. And just like we were talking about, Naisu, early game is where you want to be ahead, right? Having the control in the early game. Turtle number 1, we were talking about how prio Turtle number 1 is going to be, and Philippines got both the first Turtles.
Yeah, they got both of them, and you know, this is already a little bit different in terms of what we saw in the previous game, because you know, these minor things that are happening in this early portion of the game, they all stack up. And that's what they're going for. You know, they're stacking up these Turtles. They're stacking up a couple of kills if they can find them. And that's also off the back of Gomez. Gomez able to get off that pick-off potential where Yums, you know, we haven't been able to see him do it yet. And again, that's the struggle of where is that window of opportunity for Yums? How can he actually get in position to get the proper kickoff? And if you think of it, who is he going to weigh in the Dragon? Even if he kicks Galantes, there's another realm that Galantes pretty much has 24/7. And so that is the difficult thing we have to see them do. Gojas has been struggling as well. Just gets that first item locked in. Look at the play here under the tier 1.
Well, Loli already forced to use the Purify. Gets the Spear of Misery onto Galantes and Torres. But again, for Loli, it's all about just surviving in this lane. Against the Aerith, though, we were talking about how it's a skill matchup. And so far, Torres has definitely gotten the dub here in the lane department. Galantes on the Valentina. It's definitely going to be a big threat as we get into the mid-game here, Naisu. We know just how oppressive a Valentina can be, especially when you get the snowball going and it's a turret up top taken by Saison, accompanied by Gomez, just to open up the map a bit more. And Turtle number 3 is going to be spawning in the bottom lane.
All right, Turtle number 3. You know, we see this time around if Malaysia can actually contest this. But I think given the way things have gone, man, unless they get a pick-off started where they get this advantage, they're going to have a very difficult time approaching this. Fernandez charging up, the Unbreakable goes for Yums.
Just a taunt onto Yums. They know the real target is Sky, so Gomez He looked to go for Skies. Fernandez is there as well. Pops in Revitalize as well, trying to bait out a few of those abilities. You can see the true damage, even with the AOG, not enough. Galantes popping in the realm. Yums able to go in for the way to Dragon and Jikundo into the back, only finding Torres though, still with a heavy crossbow, able to trade it out. Now Gomez in the midst of it all, dealing a lot of damage. It's Gomez taken down by Stormy. It's Loliel on the turtle. Seisan failing the dash, and it will be Loliel who will secure the turtle. Seisan going back to his own jungle and conceding that turtle.
All right, that was a little messy, but hey, Malaysia gets quite a bit in the exchange. They also get the turtle. They get a couple kills. There's a jump in. Avatar the Guardian not going to land, but Seisan, are they going to chase? Taunt.
Taunt over to stun him down. Seisan might want to go for it, but notices Yums is right there with the conceal. Good pressure from Malaysia.
You know, part of that too, again, is the fact that they're playing around those timings, and they did a really good job. You pointed this out before the fight actually broke out, where they knew the right target. And that's all they have to do. Sometimes it's more so of what can we bait out, whether that's the battle spells, whether that's even a Revitalize. It can turn the tide of these fights. And the way Malaysia approached that last objective shows that, you know, even though they were down in the early game and they've got a couple thousand gold to build up on, they're relatively still a threat to lineup that the Philippines brought to this game. And that's something that has to be respected here, especially now. You know, Yums picking up another defensive item, has that Harass now, and he's able to actually get in a position maybe where he just gets the kickoff. He takes a couple shots, but it's all right because he's got now some of the defensiveness that he needs to land it. And earlier, you saw who he kicked, right? He got Torres right when he needed to, which gave the space for them to take the objective. So Philippines will have to go with the adjustments on how they approach the next phase of this game.
That's the way the Dragon. Revitalize used up. Netherrealm 2. Fernandez displaced completely away from Netherrealm though. Galantes still able to dash away. Now Fernandez AOG just in time to escape. Galantes picks up the Starlium Scythe in the 8th minute of the game.
All right, Fernandez had to use a lot to survive. Luckily he does. But again, you're 15 seconds away from the Lord coming up, and Malaysia has looked like they've gotten the pendulum in their favor, at least for now. Yums putting some pressure there, of course. They want to get this tier 1, open up the map a little bit for this. It looks like they will get it. The poke, you got to respect it. Good push up top as well from Seisan. They have not been able to answer him just yet. And this is what he loves to do. You know, whether it's the Nolan, whether it's the Suyo, he'll push the other side of the map. And so Malaysia will constantly have to worry about that. But now that Lord's up, this is where you can go ahead, put Loliel there, let him go ahead and push that wave in, do his thing, and just SOD in. Seisan gets the Blade of Destruction. He's got that available to him. So now they have to just go and claim their space around this Lord take. Being that the first one, again, either team can go ahead and prioritize that if they want to, but relatively take their time. Skies will go ahead and get in position, and again, it's up to see this conceal.
Again, looking for Jikundo with the flicker, able to find it, but it is going to be purified out of it. Fernandez now with AOG, unable to survive. Galantes a bit late with the Netherrealm too. Gomez earlier went for the ejector. Galantes caught in the midst of it all. Yums chasing him. Jikundo. Loliel spearing him in. Seisan in the midst of it all. Trying to deal damage, but it's not going to be enough to take anyone down. Bleeds out the safety spear of Alpha from Skies. Gomez low.
He gets into the turret, takes a couple shots and has to back off. Skies will still be alive and he doesn't go down, but this is a position now for Malaysia to start up the Lord.
2-4-0 trade for Malaysia, and you can see the health bars. They played that so well. Crisp, clean execution as they secure the first Lord of the game.
Man, oh man, Malaysia playing these team fights so well. A lot of times it's just even responding on the fly. Again, it was great from Gomez. You know, he got the injector off and set things up, but again, the response, and I don't know how, man, but Sky's surviving that, even being thrown into the turret. How many times have these Malaysian players gotten away with just a sliver of HP? Even earlier, we saw Seisan go right in positioning, soul severs on what, 3 members, I think it was, of Malaysia, but then gets shoved into the wall, right? Because Loliel was there on that Mozkov. And that just played a part. Again, you have to watch out for these choke points in the jungle. And so Gojez, after experiencing that early game, he's ready to go ahead and just provide that vision and push people off of these objectives on the map. Fernandez gonna go in, doesn't choose to go in with the Unbreakable, but they still got to deal with this Lord now. They're gonna lose a lot of these tier 2 turrets now on the map. Philippines, what can they do here? Are they actually gonna force a fight themselves? Or do they just clear out, take the discipline route, mid lane?
Mid lane, caught Seisan still able to blink out there. Oh, great Netherrealm from Stormy again, saving Yums. with a sliver of HP up top. Fernandez is holding the Lord down, not letting it hit the Holy Defense, but in the end, he's going to have to sacrifice the Holy Defense. Galantes clearing it out together with Gomez. And to answer your question, I feel like at this point, they just got to do housekeeping. They got to start defending again. Gomez is walking up, though. Maybe looking for a fight. Sky's right there in the bush. Oh, whoa! Spear Battle actually did go for the connection there. Gomez still has the unstoppable force. Slowly already uses Spear of Misery. Oh, Yums! Again with the weight of Dragon! The Jiku no flinker finds its mark. SOD to the back. Lolio going wild. A taunt as well, but Purify and with nature helps him out again. Yums walks up with the Jiku no. Lolio's an absolute beast, forcing Fernandez to AOG defensively. Galantes chased down in the bottom lane. Kojes will keep on pressuring him, forcing out the Revitalize, and now going to mid.
Oh, that was enough pressure to go. They're going to get the mid turret. They got a wave pushing in. There's no way they clear this and end this game just yet.
Spear of Alpha into the back. Atlantis taking down another realms right there. Saison trying desperately to clear out the waves in the very same grounds that they won. It's Riyadh previously for Malaysia. It is Riyadh again for Malaysia.
Malaysia does it again. The strategies, the play style, the synergy that this team has shown. Even when they meet adversity, man, they come together and they make it work. And Yums as well on this Cho. I was talking about the obstacles he has to get through to find the right mark, and that he did. And now we see it, of course, the sportsmanship between the two teams. The Philippines, the defending champions, will not be champions this time around. Albeit a different team, but still a strong, formidable opponent. Man, what a performance from Malaysia.
A brilliant performance from Malaysia, man, knowing just how to turn it around again. We were talking about how the early game would dictate a lot of the game itself, right? Into the mid-game they go. It was Philippines dictating a lot of the pace, getting the first two turtles. But Malaysia, that tenacity and that creative control that they have over games. They can lose out the first few, fight it out, and get back that control with one massive fight, and they've done it. They've done it here today.
They've done it here today, man. They look like they're ready to raise that trophy right now, but I believe as everybody gets situated on stage, you know, they were talking about the confidence that Goja showed too, man. He was locked in. He was locked in. He dealt with so much aggression on the Hilda earlier on. They made it work. There it is. Your champions for WEC 2024 IESF Malaysia. Once again, what a performance from this squad, from the coaching staff, from everybody supporting them. From here in Riyadh and even at home and around the world, congratulations to Malaysia for making it happen here. Can't wait to hear from them. That's going to be it for me, Naisu, and Mirko here on the caster stand. We're going to throw it on stage with Malaysia, your new champions, and Bara. Take it away.
Wow, wow, wow. I did not even blink. Didn't even have the chance to even breathe another breath. My heart skipped a beat, and all of a sudden, Malaysia, the new champions. How do you feel about this?
Very honored and very happy.
Wow, wow. Like, did you wake up this morning saying that, you know what? I'm gonna win. It's gonna happen. Or we were like feeling like, you know what? I don't know. We'll do our best. What was your feeling this morning?
This morning, when I wake up, I was like, oh, today's gonna be my day.
Ooh, and it is definitely, one more time, ladies and gentlemen, your champions for the WEC 24 IESF. Let's hear for Malaysia, everybody! Wow, wow, and back to you, analysts. I know you have a lot to say right now.
Wow. Congratulations to Malaysia winning it all from going, I can't even talk. They were able to qualify from their respective regions through the Asian qualifiers, and they made their way into the groups where they actually lost to the Philippines. And now they did it once again in Riyadh again, Malaysia.
I'll tell you now, it's deja vu in Boulevard Rue. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in the same, literally, pin location, they win another World Championship title.
Yeah. They did it. Hashtag MY Era for sure. Again, this is one of the major tournaments we look at. This is the only big World Championship we have for country. For the national teams all across the world of global MLBB, and the Malaysians have proven and shown that they definitely deserve to be called world champions.
All right, let's reel it back. Watch the beginning of game number 2. It's clear that the Philippines had a game plan. The Team Philippines figured out that, hey, we gotta bear down on Gojes and have a strong mid, all right? So far, Gallantes was on point up until they weren't. Because Saison was untouched relatively, yes, but that wasn't where Malaysia was planning to attack when the time was right. Are we going to see it here soon? Yeah, that's the one where Torres went in a little too deep.
Yeah, that was a very easy and great pickoff by Humes, immediately seeing Torres just a little bit too deep in that formation going forward. And everything changed for the Filipinos in that third turtle fight, where this Malaysian squad, the core members they have at the center, but you see the DNA of the coaching staff from Arcadia and Coach Becky. They are so good at punishing you in objective fights. If one of you is out of position, if you are clearly out of sync as a team in that team fight, even though it looks like your team is getting kills, I mean, they were able to take down Zekais, they get the bigger wins. And that was such a big win there at that third turtle fight. They got the the turtle. Fortunately, Saison bumped into that wall, and they were even able to get pot shot hits into the turret in mid. And that came from them with a Moskov pushing down the tower up top. That was a big win and the swing of the game that Malaysia, Humes and Stormy found their footing, can go forward, which decreased the chances of Gomez and Gallantes being aggressive with their heroes. They needed to play defensive now.
Essentially the end of the game. That third turtle was what opened up the 12-minute moment.
Yeah.
Because from then on, Team Philippines were scrambling. I don't know if in the moment they knew that, but Malaysia already got into their heads. And this was from the genius of, I'm going to say it now, and I've said it about 15, 16 times this game, Gojes knew what his job was.
Yeah.
And despite getting beat down as a Hilda for the first 5 or 6 minutes, he kept on it. It was a man-to-man defense. Stormy, S-God, was just keeping up the damage and the on-point Netherrealm, which, by the way, even if Gallantes did pick it up a few key moments in the game, you can't beat the original. You can't beat the singular Netherrealm button press compared to how Gallantes has to go, all right, where is he? I have to time this, and then I have to save my teammates. It's just a very different approach. And game 2, I'll say it now, mimics game 1. Malaysia's job, despite the timing being very different, was so much easier to execute as compared to the Philippines, because some way, somehow, with this Jawhead lineup, with the Suyo still, it was more than a two-step process.
Again, they had the stronger front line for the Malaysian squad. The sturdier front line, easier to pull off, plus add to that the Faramis. Their bases are covered. If you mess up an entry with the Jawhead, if you are out of position just a little bit, the main damage dealer, the Irithel, then it's hard to regain that formation again and not just be met with a team that will fight us 5, stick together around the Netherrealm, and then fight back. Again, yes, Netherrealm is back, and available also for the Filipinos, but with what they had to go up against, with Alpha being able to quickly take that out, the Moskov as well, relatively untouched. Moskov became a problem. That was one of your predictions, became one of the biggest problems that the Filipinos had to deal with.
And honestly, the same can be said for the composition of Malaysia, could it not? I mean, we saw that Humes on the Cho also experienced a lot of difficulty looking for the picks.
Yes.
But somehow he adapted. Somehow he was able to make it work. The targeting on this kid was incredible.
Now consider the heroes or the players that found difficulty in Team Malaysia are the heroes and the players that could afford it. Gojes, you're fine as a Hilda. You're just going to keep getting beat down and beat down. Just find the bush, you're fine. The Cho, you have so many ways to get out of dodge that even if you eat like 2 ults, more than often than not, you're going to survive. Compared to Team Philippines, who I think even in the mid-game, Torres struggled to find good kills. Torres needed, more than just the core items to be able to wreak havoc as the Irithel. He needed the perfect positioning. And this is a sprint Irithel. I'd say 95% of Irithels will play sprint. And you need to get into the line of fire to be able to get fire out there. So consider that. We didn't really see that often because, again, Malaysia were on him from minute 1.
And Leo, I find that really unfortunate because if we look at it from the early portion of the game, he was actually winning that matchup.
The lane
Lane-wise.
Yeah, he won the lane. We were mentioning it behind the scenes that Torres was not afraid to duel against this Moskov. And usually there are some Irithos that up against a Moskov are going to be a little bit more reserved, play around the minion waves and the shrubs. No, Torres was like, no, I am confident in my matchup here in the lane. I will beat him in lane. He did. But then once it got to the later portion of the game, you started to feel now as to why there are some Irithos who won't even pack sprint. They pack Purify.
Yeah.
You pack Irithos sprint knowing that you'll win the early to mid. Confidence from them. They did. They won early to mid up until that third turtle. But Torres didn't watch his positioning. And that's what got them. When you're packing a sprint on that Irithos, you have to watch your positioning.
And this is exacerbated by the fact that Loliel had one goal anyways.
Yeah.
He wanted to get out of that lane
Yeah.
eventually. He wanted to push where Team Philippines wasn't. And that's what made that 12:30 finish possible, is because the rest of the map was already beat up anyways.
Yeah.
And that's courtesy of Loliel. And that's what spelled disaster for Team Philippines. That's what ended it so quick, off of a single bad engage. Sure, there were like 2 or 3 members alive. Saison's Suyo, I think deathless up at that moment. Didn't matter. The rest of the map did not favor Team Philippines getting a comeback.
Yeah. Less the error of Torres, I feel like we also have to credit Humes for reading the situation and going, hey, that's a pick-off right there. The quick reaction from the roamer of Malaysia to spot out the Irithel being out of position and still being able to commit the Jeet Kundo third activation plus Flaker with that kick. My goodness, Humes, that was way too fast.
And on a macro level, if you're going to play back that moment, folks, you can scrub back later. You'll notice that Sekai's overshot from the initial engagement.
Yeah.
So I think that alone was the catalyst to how far and how deep Team Malaysia went, because he went into the second shrub from the pixel brush, and we gasped off broadcast like, whoa, they missed each other.
They missed the jawhead.
Yeah, but just the same, that was the clear go signal for the rest of Team Malaysia to go, all right, they're in. We're in. Lean hard into it. Team Philippines cannot respond. And alas, that's what happened.
It was brilliant. I feel like it just went down to decision making.
Yeah.
Like split minor decision making that they had to be made. Because in terms of micro level, I feel like both of the teams, they were on par.
Up until today, I've talked to dozens of MLBB experts. They'll say the same thing. What took down Falcons AP Bren at MSC 2024 against SRG was the fundamental understanding of team fighting. From game 1 to game 7, the games that Team Malaysia won, or in that case then, SRG won, were off the back of fundamental team fighting. Understanding the flow of battle, understanding the positioning, and what you're allowed to give up to get more out of the fight. Team Malaysia brings it again here in this Grand Finals.
Yeah, 100%.
Just brilliant stuff. Just brilliant stuff. Wow. So I guess we were talking about, contenders coming into ISF, WEC in particular. We had some percentages going on. Do you remember that conversation, Leo?
Yeah.
Like
that
30,
happened.
30, 40?
Yeah. So Malaysia was the 40.
Yeah.
Folks, I wish you were there with us. It was a conversation that happened in private, but there were 3 tournament favorites going into IESF, WEC 24. Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. And then we were trying to go for a ratio of, okay, so how much of the community thinks who's going to win and how much is a powerhouse?
Yeah.
We were in agreement that it was 30-30 Philippines, Indo, and then 40% Malaysia. And here we are, finally coming through. Watching them team fight, again, I think that's their most important and most obvious strength is their team fighting. Malaysia's like harimaus.
Yeah.
Like tigers. Arr.
Yeah. And one of the best things also about them is that they, even in their regional league, there have been times where you see them lose their footing, similar to in game number 1, because they forgot to take care of the long lane. But then they adjust, and they adjust quickly to the situation. And what you call the split decision making very quickly, that's also an adjustment. The fact that you missed the entry as an alpha, and for Humes to go, hey, let's fight, and everyone else to go, hey, okay, Captain, let's go and fight.
Yeah, it's called the SSDM.
SSDM?
The split-second decision making.
There you go. And by the way, that reflects what? That reflects experience.
Yes.
Which I think definitely Team Malaysia had over Team Philippines.
Yeah. And big credit also to the Philippine squad. Again, then they are mainly comprised of development league players.
They're young bucks.
They're young bucks. They're paired up with Kyle TZ, yes, Saison. But they took it all the way to the grand finals. They had a chance to defend the championship of the Philippines. That effort has to be commended. But then here comes the big dog. Here comes the SRG. the monsters, you know, the giants, the titans.
Big Tiger.
And they were able to show that, okay, you took us down to the group stage, but we learned, we grew, and we'll show you how it's done. So you're right on the money there with that whole experience being a big factor there. For
I almost forgot. I almost
Malaysia.
forgot that this was a more seasoned lineup going up against the new kids on the block, the young bloods from the Philippines. So that almost was a non-factor, but when you come to think of it, it might have been the difference.
Yeah, and to add to that just a little bit more, heading into this, the Filipino community were starting to get a bit more of a, I don't know if they were the vocal majority or the vocal minority of doubting the squad. That, yes, even though the name of RRQ Kaito, the team that these members are from, is well known, a lot of them doubted their capability of actually even making it to the grand finals. But they made it to the grand finals. And they could have taken down Malaysia here, but they didn't. Still very commendable that they were able to defend the championship.
That shows how strong the MLBB scene is in the Philippines, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were the ones who won MDL this season, right?
Yes.
No,
No,
even
the last one.
Last
Three.
season.
Yeah,
Correct.
the season closer to the qualifiers for the national team.
Well,
That's the
6
one
months
that they
ago.
won.
There
That's
you go.
6 months ago.
6 months ago?
Yeah.
Man, the potential and the future that these kids have, man. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us in the future.
For sure. It's a bright future ahead of the young bucks of this Team Cebu squad.
And this is definitely an experience that they can, bring towards that future, right? I mean, going head-to-head against SRG, that's something that people are dreaming of.
I'm pretty sure there's zero regrets when it comes to Cebol, when it comes to every individual member of this iteration of the national Philippine squad. But just the same, I think they themselves would say we could have done better, right?
Oh, yeah,
you
for
couldn't change that in an athlete's perspective from their mindset. Caught a conversation with some of the members of Team Saudi Arabia earlier, and I said, I'm very proud of you guys, top 4. That's great amongst the giants. Top 4, and you're only behind Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines? That's a big deal. But my brother Tarzan said, no, we could have done better. So I'm like, I agree. I think I get that. I get that mindset.
Of course.
So these athletes know, guys. These athletes know that they could have done better. There's no use going on social media blasting them.
Yeah.
That's the hunger that they need. That's the hunger that they need to achieve greater things. And I think that's something that is a big factor that is necessary for championship winners.
Yeah. And now for the Malaysian squad, it's going to be a big celebration over in Kuala Lumpur. Should I say even Selangor? Or for the entire country as well. I mean, yeah, people have been doubting their claim to the hashtag MY era. But now, in terms of the country level, national level MLBB scene, they are the world champions. You cannot take that away from Team Malaysia right now, what they've formed here. And now going into the club world championships, where we'll see a different iteration of this Team Malaysia roster. That's going to be a factor in here. But now, 100% for country, for national team, Malaysia can just be very proud of what their team has done here today.
It's an amazing turn of events. Again, you could have sworn the story was over. After MSC, after a Snapdragon, after, all the other international events between now and M6, you could have sworn, oh yeah, MY era's over. It's going to be Philippines-Indo again, whatever. Nuh-uh, they're the host country, folks. So all the more they're happy now to welcome us. And on behalf of all the other countries competing, it should be a grand time when we come back around to Kuala Lumpur.
It will be. I'm excited.
Yeah.
This is shaping up to be very interesting, honestly.
It's a champion's welcome. And they might pull a deja vu again. I think Malaysia's very at home with repeated experiences because in M5, it was the Philippines who was host, and they won.
Yeah.
Malaysia, this time around, host, looks like they're shaping up to be the winners because look, they won here today, and that means they're the talk of the town.
It's the same. Like M4, Indonesia was host.
That's a different story.
Oh. I know.
It's okay, yeah, we won.
It's
fine.
I don't know how to help you out there.
IESF 2022, it was in Bali.
Yeah.
Indonesia's
That's
won?
true.
That's what you're going for.
Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess this does mark the end of our journey. On behalf of the panel, my name is Eterna, and we would like to thank you. You guys want to say your final statements before we close the show?
We'll see ya. There's a lot more MLBB to come at the end of this year, and of course, a lot more MLBB to come next year.
Malaysia Bole, and congratulations. We will see you in the next big one.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's it from us on the panel. Wow, tongue twister there. But we will see you in the next event. Thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to throw it over to the stage for the crowning session. See you guys.
Wow, wow, wow. I swear to God, the change of the narrative and the storyline. But before we even go on, big shout out goes to our talents. They were phenomenal. But pretty much, we have reached to this point, as you said earlier, khalas. I love the way you put it in.
Khalas, khalas, Habibi. I think that's what they say here, right? One thing is for certain, every single one of our teams, our players, organizations that have taken part throughout the duration of this MLBB tournament have certainly delivered. We had upsets, we had unbelievable results as well, don't you think?
Oh, totally. I mean, a lot of people are like, what just happened, man? It shook everybody. But again, a twist in the story, a change in the narrative. But now, it's time for it. Let's go, Yasmin.
Let's go ahead and do this. And welcome to the stage our top 3 teams for the MLBB tournament.
And here they come right now, making their way to the podium. They fought everything they got with their might, the fight for appreciation in this celebration. Look at them coming right now.
And for so many of these players, it is a moment of pride, not only for themselves, for their families, but also for their countries as well. Mobile gaming is big, mobile gaming is real, and mobile gaming is here to stay.
You got that right, but again, you said it, pretty much playing not only for their teams, not only for their families, but for their countries. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor to bring to you and to announce and as well to welcome on stage the head of esports ecosystem at Moonton, Mr. Ray Ong. As he'll be joining us on stage to hand over the medals to our champions. Well, Jasmine, I guess we're ready?
I was born ready, and I'm sure these teams are as well after a grueling set of matches, games, from qualifiers to the big stage, boys. Now it's your moment.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody watching us online and even here in the arena. Don't forget to make some noise and bring some hype, starting with the third place, winning $20,000 US. Let's hear for Team Indonesia! All the way hailing from Southeast Asia, Team Indonesia, known for their relentless tenacity and innovative strategies, with exceptional coordination, securing a well-deserved spot at the podium. The excitement is real. Look at them go. I love it how they keep the smile on with a positive attitude, knowing that this has been a blessing and a lesson.
You might love that, but I'm actually loving the fact that they're kind of pushing each other off the podium as well. Make way out. No, I'm the better player. No, I'm the better player.
Third, first, second, as long as we're here.
And now I would like for everybody in the chat, everybody here in person from the comfort of their homes, please, a round of applause for your second place country. It is Team Philippines. The former 2023 IESF World Esports Champions gave it their all after going undefeated during the group stages in this year's event. And then, not dropping a single game in playoffs until Malaysia claimed their revenge. These guys should be proud of their journey here in Riyadh, on land, and walking away with $40,000 and a silver medal around their neck. They will hold their heads up high and will no doubt come back hungrier than ever to place the Philippines at the very top of the podium once more. Everybody, I need you to make some noise for Team Philippines!
Couldn't say it better myself, Jasmine. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Right now, right here, at the World Esports Championship 2024 IESF, right here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. Let's hear it for your champions, for the MLBB tournament. Let's hear it for Team Malaysia! A moment of glory indeed for our champions with unmatched skills, a lightning-fast reflexes, and unwavering determination. They dominated the competition and rose to claim the ultimate prize. Team Malaysia is proving to us why they are a force to reckon with. I can only imagine what's happening back home right now in Malaysia. The cheers, the sounds, the hype, the screenshots taking place, you know, sharing this moment right now in every group, in every place, going back home as champions. I love that. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please all rise for the national anthem of Malaysia. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's see it for our champions, Team Malaysia!
It's been a long road for every single one of these players, these teams, the people behind the organizations, the fans at home as well. And one thing is for certain, Saudi Arabia is certainly going to be an event for every single one of them to remember.
You got that right, but we are not done yet. A lot is coming up. We still have more tournaments being hosted right here at the main stage and even the secondary stage. Pretty much with the MLBB women, we got Dota 2, all taking place right here, and of course, CS.
Yeah, we've still got some CS2 going on with the Open tournament that's taking place right now as well. But you know what? Esports action, I'm here for it. We got more days ahead of us.
Let's go.
And I'm super excited to continue this show, so I guess we'll see everybody tomorrow. Congratulations once again to all of our teams, everybody here joining us in the arena, and also everybody at home. We'll see you all next time.
And keep your game on.